Knight c3, b5, and look at Magnus's face.
Did he miss it? I'm wondering. Yeah, he is not happy at all. Esipenko is looking to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen. This is a historical moment for him. It is just groundbreaking. If he wins this game, he will be one of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen. And as I mentioned earlier, Magnus Carlsen did not lose a classical game of chess for 125 games. The guy is hard to take down. And in his first opportunity, Andrei Esipenko is about to do the unthinkable.
That's amazing. That's just amazing. Historic moment. He stopped the clock. 18-year-old Grandmaster Andrei Esipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game.
And look at him. That he is exhausted from the fight that he just brought to the world champion.
One of the best day in my life. Yes, I feel very great, and I have nothing to say.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 84th edition of this Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, welcome. Unfortunately remotely, but how are you today?
You know, I was going to say it's a shame that it's so early in New York, but the real shame is that I couldn't be on site with you commentating this wonderful event. But Fiona, I'm really looking forward to it. It's our first huge classical event of the year.
Absolutely, and we've got some big games to look forward to already. We'll get back to that in just a second, but it's such a pleasure to be here. So I'm on site in Wijk. You can recognize the blue background, and the players will be arriving shortly. But Robert, let's first have a quick look at a little bit of the history of this event.
Yeah, as you said, it is the 84th edition. The first term was in 1938. It moved to Wijk in 1968, and it's sponsored by Tata Steel since 2011. So it's commonly referred to as this Tata Steel Masters Tournament, but it has a tremendously rich history, sort of called the Wimbledon of chess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, I think, the only tournament that has run pretty much uninterrupted for the whole time. I think it was only in 45 that the war stopped the tournament for one edition, but one of the most traditional and always such an exciting event with a very mixed field. We'll get back to talk about that in a second as well. So yeah, absolutely a big traditional tournament and a very exciting one. Let's have a quick look at what's at stake here this year.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, he made it very clear that he wants to get to 2,900 FIDE. That is no small task, but his journey starts here. We'll see if Jorden van Foreest can retain his title. He was the surprising victor last year, and he is such a phenomenal force and a second of Magnus Carlsen. Of course, it's one of the biggest, the best events of the year. So we'll see who wins Tata Steel. And Fiona, speaking of huge events, I mean, the Candidates Tournament is taking place later this year. We see Duda, we see Caruana, we see Karyakin, these types of players, and of course, some of them are taking part in Tata Steel.
Yeah, it will be very exciting to see, to have a look at these three players, see how do they behave in the opening. Are they going to go all out? Will they be playing some sidelines? It's always tricky to play a big tournament like Tata Steel in a run-up to what will surely for them be the main event of the year, as we look to find the new challenger for Magnus Carlsen. And then we have to see, will Magnus play so much chess intrigue this year, Robert?
Remains to be seen, but we do know that Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. So watch the players you see on the screen in front of you, including Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and more as they battle out for their chance to face Magnus. And tune into Chess.com/TV to enjoy exclusive footage of the playing hall and expert commentary on every move. For now, everyone should be paying attention to Tata Steel. Go to go.chess.com/Tata Steel 22 to find out all the information about this event. Fiona and I, we're going to be back shortly, but go on chess.com/events to follow this one. We'll be back soon for the start of the Tata Steel Masters 2022.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're getting closer and closer to the start of the tournament. Less than 10 minutes to go until we kick off here. And Robert, we've already seen a few players, at least one player I saw has arrived in the playing hall. The others tend to be often a bit not late, but they don't want to arrive too early, let's say.
Yeah, if they're not exactly on time for the start of the round, then you're early. That's how chess works. We see players run up to their board at the last possible second, but some players, they like to sit and relax in the playing hall, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I think different approaches for different players. I think it's a very personal take. Some like to arrive early, settle in, while others prefer to avoid the cameras. Unfortunately, there's not too many people here. Once again, the tournament is closed to spectators, so only a few accredited press people are allowed to be in the playing hall. Let's hope we're back to normal next year. But for now, Robert, let's maybe have a look at who's playing in this year's Tata Steel Tournament.
Yeah, the Tata Steel event is never quite the typical participant list, but I love this event, Fiona. We see the 14 players taking part on screen here. Praggnanandhaa in his maiden Tata Steel Masters event. We'll see if he can handle all of these top players. But Fiona, you were there in person last year as well. You saw these players firsthand. I mean, Esipenko and Jorden van Foreest, those were kind of the two stars.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we'll be talking about them plenty today. I think Esipenko last year, for me, was really the standout moment when he beat Magnus. For those of you in the chat who were here early, you will have seen the little video, which always makes me a little bit even emotional. I mean, I was here last year. I interviewed Esipenko after the win, and it was really a very special moment. As you mentioned, Jorden, of course, he is defending a title, which was just a simply incredible result. And there we see Esipenko actually has arrived already at the board. For a second, I wasn't sure, is that the footage from last year or is it this year? But no, it is live footage from the playing hall. And what's your prediction, actually, Robert, for this big matchup between Esipenko and Magnus Carlsen?
Oh, gosh. So I'm going to buy myself some time. Nobody has to know. And I'm just going to talk about the format and the schedule. And then I'll think about what my prediction is, because there are these 14 players taking part. The time control is a long one, so the players have plenty of time to think about their moves. Scoring is traditional. Fiona, I really am just buying time. I hope you know that. I'm just,
I didn't notice. It's a good way to buy time. I mean, we'll have plenty of time to discuss it. As you mentioned, I think the time control is the longest on the circuit. So I think every day you guys in the chat will have to make do with us for at least 6 hours, sometimes more. So strap in for a long and exciting tournament. And let's have a quick look at the schedule. So the schedule, the tournament, once again, one of the longest on the tour, will be here for over 2 weeks. The first round, well, it kicks off in just over 5 minutes, and then we'll have 3 rest days, the first after 4 rounds, and once again after 4 rounds, and a last rest day on January 27th. So write that all down. And yeah, Robert, now that you bought your time, what is your prediction gonna be?
Well, speaking of predictions, before I make mine, I want to remind everybody to vote on chess.com/events. You can vote on the result of today's games. If you go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out. And remember to vote on all of the games. All right, Fiona, I bought all the time I possibly could. I know we're looking at the pairings for the round, some great matchups, and the one that I'm sure everybody is most looking forward to is the one you've asked me about, Andrei Esipenko and Magnus Carlsen. So as we see all these great pairings, I'm going to buy myself my last few seconds. Fiona.
I love those videos. I love that these are back. It's always so great to see the players on the day before the tournament starts. They do these video shoots and photo shoots, little interviews you will see throughout the tournament. There will be those portrait videos where we hear a bit more about the players. And yeah, just it even adds a little bit of drama, a little bit of je ne sais quoi, I think, to the build-up.
It certainly does. And we see the great pairings on screen for everybody. All right, I'm just going to go through this. Andrei Esipenko, Magnus Carlsen, I think that game will be a draw. I know that Andrei won last year. Everyone was rooting for the kid. He was so happy. You interviewed him from the live on site. He was just jubilant. But I think that Magnus Carlsen holds with the black pieces. I don't think he goes too crazy. He doesn't need to win just because he lost previously. So I'm going to go with the very exciting pick of a draw. Fiona, what do you think?
Yeah, well, if Magnus concedes a draw, we talked earlier about what's at stake during this tournament. Magnus has come out and said his next big goal is hitting 2,900. He actually, do you know what score he needs in this tournament, Robert, to hit it during this Tata Steel Chess Tournament?
I actually do know the answer. I don't know if that's sad or impressive, but either way, he needs 12 and a half out of 13. So let's be honest, he's not getting anywhere close to that. He's not reaching 2,900 in this event, but maybe he can gain a few points here and there as he works his way towards that record.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with your prediction of a draw, but I also would not. It's a tough one. Where it's hard to call what will happen. We'll see also last year Esipenko had some very impressive preparation. What's it going to be this year? The players, of course, haven't played that much, although Esipenko also had a very impressive World Cup, lost actually at the hands of Magnus Carlsen, but only in the fast time controls. And what's interesting about this matchup as well is that Andrei Esipenko is actually the only player in the whole field to have a plus score in classical games against Magnus at the moment.
That's a really good point. And it's one of those records that Magnus Carlsen tends to hate. I know when he had a losing record against Anish Giri, he was always, the trolling couldn't happen because Anish had a winning record against him. But now that Magnus is on top, he can continue his trolling. But there's other great pairings here in round one. I'm looking at Fabiano Caruana, who has taken a hiatus from his illustrious commentating career to go sit at the chessboard and play. He gets the white piece against Karyakin. I'm going to go with a Caruana win in that game, Fiona. I think that Fabiano will come out sharp, well prepared. And for Sergei Karyakin, he's a formidable opponent. We know he took Magnus Carlsen to the wire in the 2016 World Championship. But I think Fabi, he's energized, and his recent rapid and blitz performances were also quite impressive.
Yeah, I feel like I can't agree with you everywhere, so I'm going to go with a draw there. I'm going to pick a couple of winners only for today. I'm going to pick Duda to win, and I'm going to pick Anish, and that's it.
Okay,
Very brave, I know.
I like those picks, and I'm also going with Jorden van Foreest with the win with the white pieces against Niels Grandelius. He saves his absolute best for Wijk on Zee, and last year that was no mistake. He's here to play. He's here to try to win the title once more. And we have Anish Giri sitting here. Obviously, he's a fascinating human being. He's very fun to follow on Twitter. We both know Anish pretty well. And he is so serious about winning this event. He's come close. He's tied in several events. Is it his year at long last?
Yeah, well, we will see. I think last year was a devastating blow. And, well, just as we say that the clocks have started, we see no handshakes today. So we see no handshakes in the tournament. It's nothing personal, but the players have been asked to not shake hands before the round. And we see that Esipenko against Magnus is off, and 1d4 is on the board.
Okay, and that was a Sicilian a year ago. So seeing d4 on move one, perhaps Andrei, he's choosing a whole new repertoire, or he's avoiding specific preparation for this game. It remains to be seen, but we are in, of course, the very early stages. Magnus not surprised about d4 on move one.
He shouldn't be surprised. We'll see. He often actually takes a little bit of time and then adjusts all the pieces, which we see him do on camera now. And then we'll see how fast is the reply going to come. And what do you predict, Robert? Do you think Magnus is going to take a solid approach or a more ambitious one?
I think the more interesting question is, did he say adjust? right? That's the question that everybody wants the answer to. We're all going to freak out. Did he say it on move one? But to answer your question seriously, I think a solid approach. And he starts with d5. I really don't think he'll take risks today, because a year ago he did take risks in the very nature of his opening with the black pieces. He really doesn't want to lose again. And there's like that psychological pressure. I'm the world champion. I stated my goal to reach 2,900. I need to start winning. With the black pieces against Andrei Esipenko, who's a rising star in chess, I think he's going to play this one safe.
I agree. I think nobody wants to start a tournament with a loss, especially like this kind of, in this situation where Magnus has a minus score. He doesn't want to give Esipenko any more grounds. And just to answer, I saw in the chat earlier when we were talking about Magnus wants to reach 2,900. So just to be clear, he didn't say he wants to reach it here. He just wants to reach 2,900 full stop. Doing it here will be a little challenging.
Yeah, he is a very confident individual, but he's also realistic, and he's not going to reach 2,900 here, but that is his quest, and we see him on camera. Magnus, he's ready to play no matter what tournament, no matter when it is, and Andrei Esipenko is not scared of Magnus. And, so far, it is a very natural start for the players. We can go back we only have 3 moves, but the move e6, it shuts in the bishop on c8. So your bishop has to remain passive for now. And that's a large reason why White doesn't rush this capture, because if White does, then Fiona, right, e takes d5 is the response, and that bishop has new life.
Yeah. So we see instead Esipenko developing a knight. It's always a matter of preference. Which of the knights do you develop first? By developing the knight to f3, you avoid certain lines, of course.
That's right. And right now we see knight on f3, Magnus still sitting and thinking here, but it's early stages. The players really just getting a feel for the tournament and for the game itself. So we can hop to whichever game catches your eye, Fiona, and we can actually just show everybody every game.
Fabiano, who's the second seed here. He will be looking as well. I mean, I think a lot of the players will be looking to win this tournament. It's very often it's quite an open field, but there were a few runaway performances, and one of them, of course, was Fabiano 2 years ago when he scored an incredible 10 out of 13. I think one of the highest scores to have been achieved here. And you mentioned it, and after the commentary stint, he's back at the board, and I think he'll be very eager to get off to a good start here with the white pieces.
Yeah, he would love to get a victory over Sergei Karyakin, who he'll face at least 2 more times this year in the candidates. It started with d4, Karyakin went knight f6, and then we had an early d5. So if this position looks familiar, it's because this is what we just left in Esipenko and Carlsen. Here we see the capture on d5, e takes. So I was just saying how you don't want to capture too early. Fabiano says, you don't know what you're talking about. Let me do just that. But the bishop is open on the diagonal now, though White is not unhappy to play in this manner. Quick development, natural moves, and that way there was no capture on c4 available for Black. Sometimes you go for these more dangerous and tactical lines.
Absolutely. So also here, a solid start to the game. Do you want to jump around a little bit more or stick here for a minute?
Let's go to our bird's eye view, because we can show everybody what's going on in every single game. We have all 7 games available to watch. It's honestly difficult for me to look at this scene because I don't know where to focus my attention. I'm like, wait, there's that opening in Esipenko against Carlsen. But if I go in the bottom right, look at Van Foreest against Grandelius, a quiet line out of the Spanish. And then I see in Vidit against Shankland. Wait, is that just the same position as we saw in Caruana against Karyakin? Or are they going to find their own territory here? So it's really fun to be in this scene, but it's a lot to take in. I mean, look at Dubov against Mamedyarov in the top right. Like,
yeah, maybe we can go there for a second. That's, I think, another matchup which a lot of chess fans were very excited about. 2 really creative players. Shankland Mamedyarov, he was as high as world number 2. The last few years haven't exactly gone his way, but such an experienced, absolutely top elite player. And Dubov, a lot has been said about him recently. Famously, he was on Team Carlsen for the World Championship match against Nepo, and not surprised that Carlsen would want someone like him on his team who always comes up with such creative and interesting opening ideas.
He really does. I mean, look at this game. We haven't even started from move one, but as I sit here and look at this position, the last move play was pawn to b4, which clearly attacks the knight. And often what black wants to achieve is to create a pawn chain that's safe and sound. So if this knight moves out of the way, which it can right now, let's say it goes to a4 just to get out the way and show a move, then black can play this move c3. And oftentimes you want to create this pawn chain here, which can be very difficult for white to get rid of. That said, the bishop on g2, clearly better than the bishop on b7. It looks like white has a lot of pluses despite those pawns, Fiona.
Yeah, it's maybe we can see how we got here, because we can see both players have played very fast. So it looks like both still familiar with what's going on here. Let's see how we got here.
And we go back to the beginning. So d4, d5. We started off with a little bit of a Slav. Both sides not dealing with the tension in the center, not taking on c4 for black or taking on d5 with the trade just yet. And here we see after g3, finally Mamedyarov takes in c4. So Fiona, these lines, at least historically, they're known to be as sharp as they come. Are you the least bit surprised it's Dubov and Mamedyarov with this opening?
No, I'm glad actually, because we were a little bit worried that these matchups that look so promising on paper, sometimes they disappoint us, but not this time.
Yeah, well, here the capture on c4 says, I'm ready to fight. Let's do it. Bishop g2, b5. So black is playing with all pawns, and we know from the Queen's Gambit, the Caro-Kann is all pawns, no hope. Here it's all pawns and an extra one. So let's just try to be ambitious, says Mamedyarov. The move b5, of course, defends this pawn on c4, although it opens up this diagonal. So the bishop on g2 is happily sitting here and trying to expose that diagonal. So knight e5, a6. And Fiona, this is a really interesting moment, because this pawn on c6 can be captured. And if the knight takes on c6 here, it's like, wait, am I winning an exchange? Because if knight takes c6, bishop takes c6 is check, and it's also check to the rook in the corner. But it's a good lesson that when someone captures your piece and you can capture back, you don't necessarily have to. You're not forced to. And so after knight c6, the move, in fact, is queen to b6. And that way, if the white knight captures the black one, the rook gets off the diagonal.
And this is the kind of stuff I think that the players have to be familiar with. It would be very difficult to figure all of this out at the board, but they are following their preparation here still. So Dubov decided not to take on c6, which I think a lot of people, myself included, would probably do on a whim, but instead...
Yeah, instead in the game of take on c6, he went, oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. He went castles, and after bishop b7 defending the pawn, we saw b3, and that's where we left off, or where we started really with the game, is b4 by black, because black can take on b3, but in exchange for the pawn sacrifice, Fiona, white gets all these open files and open lines. What's your preference? Like, do you prefer material or the activity, generally speaking?
I probably prefer the material. I'm very, very greedy like that, because I find I struggle to play with the initiative. Like, sometimes I want to give up a pawn or two pawns and it looks great, but you know, the opponent defends, and there I find myself a few hours later in the end game down a pawn or two and not having any fun. I think it's really an art to learn, and it's so important to become a good chess player, to learn how to play with the initiative. And it's also something I think a lot of the players mentioned here during the interviews. The focus was a lot on technology, how the engines these days are proving that you can really give up a lot of material for compensation, that you can take more freedom with that compared to what chess used to be a few years ago.
That's entirely true, and there's a reason why Magnus Carlsen continues to hire Daniil Dubov as his second, because Dubov helps him prepare for the World Championship, and Dubov is known for his creative ideas. You say material not as important as the initiative in some positions. Dubov's the king of that. The amount of games we've seen of his where he's down 1 pawn, 2 pawns, but all of his pieces are active and aggressive. He loves these types of positions, and so does Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He is not as young as Dubov, right? He's more of a veteran player, and he has a wealth of experience. But it seems like Dubov is that new generation of wild chess that the computer at first glance may be like, I don't know about that. And then you leave it and to sit and think more deeply about the position, and it justifies those sacrifices. So Dubov is such a creative player, and right now he's down a pawn, Fiona. And the way I look at it, I sort of agree with you. I look at these pawns on b4 and c3, and I put them in yellow. I don't even like that color. I'm gonna put it in blue now because I like that better. That they look like they're here to stay. So what is White going to do to deal with these pawns, which look like a thorn in his side?
I have to say, I'm somewhat surprised to see Daniil sink into his first thought of the game here, really. I would be shocked if the last couple of moves came as a surprise, because what Black played, this b4 and c3 pushes, looked like at least one of the natural responses. So I'm curious what's going on. Is he just trying to remember? And he, just as I say that, he was about to make a move and he's played knight to c4.
Wow. So he's looking at some of the looser squares in Black's position, these dark squares. So b6, maybe a5 in the future. This bishop likely coming to f4, and there's no bishop d6 to fight for the diagonal. So I completely understand what he's going for. It's just this essential question of, I can visualize it, I can see it here, but how to assess it? And that's always the difficulty when you reach new positions, is these top players, they can see 8 moves from this position without really breaking a sweat, but it's about assessing those positions correctly. And right now, this is such a great position. I mean, honestly, for our viewers who are watching, I would recommend putting a position like this on your boards. And instead of just having the engine assisting you, just try to think, what would you do here? And even with the engine, right? I look to the side of my screen here, it says what, minus 0.1, and Black is up a pawn. We mentioned how these pawns on b4 and c3 look very menacing, and yet the position is about level. It just went back to equal here. So how to assess this position? Let's start talking about it, right? Black has these great pawns, one of which is a pass pawn on c3, all the way in White's camp. But in exchange for that pawn, look at the bishop on g2, better than the bishop on b7, which is a defensive piece. The knights on c4 and a4 are hopping around into some of these squares, the b6 square, the c5 square, can always go back to e5, maybe d6 is White's for the taking. But Fiona, all that being said, I can see those pluses and I can point them out, but we need a concrete plan, right? We can't just hope that we'll have compensation. We need to find the compensation.
Yeah, so I guess one of the ideas for Daniil could try and fight in the center as well as on the dark squares, maybe try and get in e4, then think about where is he going to put the bishop from c1. I guess that might be happy on f4, maybe on g5. But indeed, I think one of the reasons these positions are so hard to understand, like for myself, I'm sure even players maybe a bit higher rated than myself, lower rated. I think it's so hard to understand because there's no concrete threats. It's not like, oh, I'm threatening this and this is how I'm going to prove my compensation. As you said, it's all about that piece activity and the initiative. And we see now the players have sped up a little bit. Mamedyarov had played a5 very quickly, and that was met by a3. So Daniil, he wants to challenge this queenside pawns.
Yes, and a takes b4 can open up the a file. Who knows if that will pay off for White? The rook on a1, the rook on a8 might have a bit of a stare down. And Mamedyarov, we're speaking about his experience. He's no stranger to these kind of crazy positions. Like, he's been doing this for as long as he's played chess, and he plays this move, bishop a6. See, this is the type of game, Fiona, where if you show this to a student, you're like, don't ever do this yourself. Please look at this game. I'll walk you through it, but do not play like this yourself, because what Black has done is moved one piece that's not a pawn, and it's gone to a6 and it moved 2 times already. White, on the other hand, is castled, has both knights out into the action. The bishop on g2 is developed, right? Like, how do you even explain this to a newer player? And I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. Fiona, it's all you.
I think you just don't explain it. You just show it to them and say, don't do this, whatever you do. I think it's really very challenging, and maybe you can explain it to us. But I think very often these days, especially now that I think chess has changed really a little bit with all these, AlphaZero ideas, AI, and all these neural networks, which I know absolutely nothing about, so I'm not going to go into it. But it's become even harder to understand games, because I think when we look at some of the classical world champions and we looked at their games, I think the ideas were a bit easier to understand because they were following more classical principles. And these days, it's just sometimes very, very hard, I think, for a lot of people to look at these games and understand what is going on. So maybe, Robert, you can try and explain to us what is Schach doing by moving this bishop once again, and
Absolutely.
What is his idea?
And I do agree with you, by the way, that sort of traditional games from, let's say, the early 20th century, they had a very clear plan. There was the Romantic era where they're sacrificing all their pieces. Plenty of times it wasn't a correct sacrifice, but also plenty of them were correct. But nowadays there's all these crazy computer lines that are influencing the way we play, as you mentioned, neural nets as well. So bishop a6, what's the point of that move? Well, it does close the a file for the moment, which can be important. It shuts the rook on a8 away from the rook on a1 if there is some exchanges on b4. So that's one point to notice. And also, this bishop can come to the b5 square, where it protects the c6 pawn and allows the knight on b8 to develop. So you may say, let's go back a move. Why not just play knight d7 right away? That's a nice developing move. The bishop on b7 still protects c6. And then you look at this position here and you're like, what is Black's plan as a follow-up? What the knight on d7 doesn't do is help Black cover the d6 square. So bishop f4 comes in very naturally, and now I'm looking to play knight d6 check. And if you have to take on d6 with your bishop, I control all the dark squares with a bishop firmly planted on d6. Now b4 is loose. c5 is available for white. You can't castle because the bishop on d6 will prevent the king from castling because it can't go through check. So knight d7 looks like a useful developing move, but doesn't do the trick. So let's go back a turn and play bishop e7, right? Let's just develop until we can castle next. And what does that give up? Well, maybe there's the b6 square to take advantage of for white. That's something that you have to keep an eye on. Or maybe knight c5, where I'm just planting my knight here, again saying, please take me, because your bishop on b7 is under attack now. And if you take, well, I have the d6 square available for my knight. I have the b6 square available for my knight. I am down a pawn, and I'm happily down a pawn because Black has way too many weaknesses to really be thrilled about the resulting position.
So that brings us back to, well, all the things that Black wanted to avoid. And also bishop a6, let me ask you, if white were to pass here, would we want to simply take the knight on c4?
It's a great question. It's not my first instinct because it does give white another pawn towards the center, a more advanced pawn. But there are times where you do just take that knight because the knight can be a threatening piece. Then Black has two pass pawns that are unopposed there that can walk up the board if white is not paying enough attention to it. So bishop takes c4, we'll store that in our back pocket, I'd say, but I would not rush that decision by any means.
There's probably no need to rush, as I don't think white can do anything concrete in this position. We see Dubov is still thinking, while Schach is looking, Schach and Mamedyarov looking very relaxed. When we saw the side camera, he's just, sipping his tea, looking away from the board. And from his time management, it looks like he is certainly still familiar with this position, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. He does look pretty confident. I personally would not be. It's such a shaky position, but Mamedyarov, he has lived for these types of games throughout his career. So why don't we hop back to the bird's eye view? We can just sort of talk about every single position that we have between these players. I'll start with Vidit and Shankland. It's still early stages there. I mean, that's known theoretical territory. So neither player should be out of their element just yet. Fiona, when you look across here, I mean, what stands out to you? Because for the most part, we're still in the opening stages.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to look past this Dubov, Mamedyarov board, because I think our eye is always caught by boards where there's messiness going on. It also somehow it feels like these guys have twice as many pieces as the other players by some miracle. I think the game between Anish and Praggnanandhaa also looks interesting. Whenever the queen is out sort of early, you kind of wonder what's going on there. And I think it's a big game with Pragg, making his debut on the highest stage. So that looks interesting to me, but I think all in all a pretty quiet start to the tournament. Not too many extravaganzas apart from Dubov, Mamedyarov.
I am with you there. So most of the games still in theoretical territory. So we can continue to analyze the positions as they leave the book. But this game between Anish and Praggnanandhaa, as you mentioned, that one is fascinating because there's a black queen in the center of the board. White has moved some pieces backwards, the knight to e1, and there's a pawn e4 for black. And it's one of those big questions in chess, like a pawn e4 in this position. Is that a pawn that's gone too far? Is that a pawn that's happy to be there because it did just kick the white knight back, and it takes away the d3 square as well as f3. So it's a nice looking pawn, but it's one that, and there we see it, the move f3 was just played. Let me challenge that pawn, open up files, and there's a queen in the center. And we often don't like developing our queen so early because it can be kicked around quite a bit, but Praggnanandhaa has been moving pretty quickly. So Fiona, do we think that Praggnanandhaa had something like this planned for this opening, or how are you feeling about the time management and what that says about the players opening?
Yeah, it's hard to say because I have to admit that Praggnanandhaa, I'm not too familiar with the openings that he usually plays, so I don't know. Was this all? Was he following his usual repertoire? Was there a surprise at some point? Maybe we can quickly actually go through the opening moves and see how we got there. But I think the time usage of Pragg doesn't necessarily mean that he was surprised, because I think it makes a lot of sense for Pragg, who's making his debut here in the Masters. He's the youngest participant in the top group. It makes sense to take your time on the first day, especially I think, to sort of ease into the tournament and not rush.
I agree with that. I think that it's important for him to find his footing here in the early stages of this event. It's game one out of a 13-game event. It's a grueling tournament, and there are no easy opponents. So Anish did play knight f3, which invited the move e4 in this game. We saw similar ideas throughout many top-level events. Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, and the like have played this opening a number of times. And so knight c2 is the choice. Now, e3 may look like a great move for black because you open up the diagonal and the rook on h1 is under threat. But after e3, white can just push f3, and now you have to take on d2, and you're actually helping white's development. There's a queen in the center that will soon be kicked out with knight to c3. If you take on d2, the bishop simply captures, and you see the evaluation bar going up because it's not looking good for black. So e3, hoping that your opponent doesn't see the rook is hanging, not going to work out. So instead we saw knight f6. And Fiona here with this queen on e5, and he just worked around it. So he went bishop g2, knight a6 to try to get this knight potentially to c5, or as in the game went to b4. But look at this move. I think this is the fascinating moment and is in fact a novelty by Anish. Knight to e1. So what a decision here by Anish. You don't just like retreat your knight and play like this unless you've prepared it, I would say. And he quickly plays knight to e1. So that must register shock for Praggnanandhaa. Absolutely,
and it's actually the move I was going to ask you about, because I saw in the chat, I think Chesspionage was asking a very good question. What is the idea behind knight e1, which looks at first like a weird move? You're retreating the knight to a square where it has, at the moment, no future, because both d3 and f3 are covered by the pawn on e4. But I think with the move that we've seen, meanwhile, f3, that is probably giving us at least part of the answer to what the idea was behind knight e1.
Right, to challenge that e4 pawn that's been sticking out and to take back with the knight, which attacks the queen. And then we get this pawn structure that is certainly not symmetrical, where white would have these two pawns in the center, and then black has these two bishops pawns, the c6 and the f7 pawn. So white has a nice looking position for the start of the game when there are more pieces on the board. You tend to want pawns in the center because they restrict enemy pieces. And so if Praggnano does take on f3, which I don't know if he will do that right now, but then the knight captures on f3, the queen has to move d4, e4. We see white advancing here, and black's pieces are not harmonious. In particular, this knight on b4 doesn't look ideally placed. So I would like this position for Anish, and I think that's why he went knight to e1, and so he could take back on f3 with the knight.
Yeah, so let's go back and let's see what are the alternatives for Pragg if he doesn't take on f3. What options does he have?
He can throw in queen c5 check first, and that way when the knight captures on f3, there's no attack on the queen. So like king h1 would likely be played after queen c5 check. And now when you take on f3 and white recaptures, say, with the knight, we get to a position where black doesn't have to spend another turn moving the queen, and in fact can castle here. So I would think that queen c5 check is an important move to throw in, and eventually this queen will dart all the way to the king side and maybe even be able to attack the white position.
Yeah, you are making a good point here, because the white king, we see the black bishop from c8, which is looking down that white diagonal. We could picture it coming all the way to h3, potentially after the black queen has found its way to h5. Also, the knight could join some attack via g4. So I would like to see this kind of action unfold, but we will see. Of course, Pragg also has to worry about his king safety. The king is still in the middle of the board. Do you think that there's any alternative to castling kingside here, or will we just see?
It's a great question. I think that actually, yeah, you can delay your castle because the king is actually very safe in the center. We suggest castling, and especially newer players, they learn that you play in the center, develop your pieces, and you castle. But you don't have to castle without thinking about it. Here, the king is safe. So actually, you're right. Maybe you can develop this light squared bishop. So start with queen h5, perhaps, and then go for ideas with bishop to h3 and castle queenside. And that way you can really attack the white king. That said, black's king will also come under fire on the queen side. So it's kind of a battle in this position rather than having kings on the same side of the board.
Yeah, exciting stuff here. And Pragg, we see him at the board. He is still thinking. If we go back one more time to the live position after f3, so we looked at taking on f3, which we didn't like. We looked at queen c5. What about a developing move like bishop f5, developing one more piece and trying to defend the pawn?
Yeah, I'm a little worried about exchange sacrifice. That was like my first thought. Is like, is this rook going to be able to sacrifice itself for one of these minors on the file? And I think the answer is yes, because we see pawn takes e4, and you don't want to take with the bishop on e4, even if you don't lose material, because then you hand white the bishop pair. And if you take with the knight on e4, then it looks like a situation where maybe rook takes f5 is a move. d4 also comes to mind, just simply hitting the queen here in the center. And well, after rook takes f5, knight c3, pawn takes c3, this position has to be amazing for white. Maybe I just take on e5 actually, and your knight gets trapped down in enemy territory. So pretty much no matter what white captures, it's going to be a problem for black, because this knight now here is stuck. So b3, and I'm going to develop my bishop and get your knight here. It actually looks like it's just completely lost.
Yeah, so it looks like that's not an option. So maybe there aren't that many options in the current position for Pragg. If he can you think of any other move? I'm trying to think, is there anything else which is even a candidate move?
I mean, most moves lose a pawn, so that's why we keep highlighting e takes f3 ideas or bishop f5. So I think you have to take on f3 at some point, and if that's the case, I do like the queen c5 check thrown in first, just to show one more time. E f3, knight f3, and let's say you play queen c5 check, then white just plays d4. And d4 was not available if you started with queen c5 check. I think that's really important to show, Fiona, because there's a certain rule in chess. It has this, it's a French sounding name. I can't remember what it's called, but there's this move and people will say you're cheating, and d4 does the same thing, right?
I'm looking at the chat because I know they love the rule. Who's gonna be the first en croissant? That's exactly it, Groovy Moni. Got it in one.
Exactly, right? Because when a pawn moves 2 squares on its first turn, you can capture it as if it moved 1, and then e takes d3. En passant here gives me the pawn, opens up the check once more, black steals material, and of course is with a huge advantage. So that's why queen c5 check first is better than taking on f3.
Yeah, so we'll see. And oh, Prague has just played, and did he took on f3, or am I
think he did in fact take on f3.
Interesting. I'm curious. You had convinced me, Robert, for your queen c5. I was completely on board. So we'll see what Prague is planning here after. I guess knight f3 is the move that makes sense, hitting the queen, maintaining those central pawns.
Yeah,
there he goes.
And one more thing is this king on h1. Like, it may not seem like a big difference, because if he plays queen h5 here, we can get back to the position we were talking about, but the king is on g1 rather than on h1. And those things do end up making a difference, but we can leave the players to figure out, you know, what's in store for them, because I believe we need to go to our first break of the day, Fiona.
Let's do it, Robert. But some exciting stuff here already. Some big clashes. We saw some really, really good action in the Dubov Mamedyarov game. So stay tuned here from the first day from Wijk and Tata Steel Chess, and we'll be right back.
want to say I know it's early.
Yeah.
It's early for all of us. But Fabi, you're looking fresh.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
Chad likes it, man. Looking good.
What about me?
All right, guys, let's go. Run a show back. Here we go. And Fabi, this video series was great, by the way. People love it. They really do. By the way, again, dude, you're just looking fresh, man. I love your new haircut.
Looks good. Hey there, how's it going? I don't even recognize myself, you know? It's a whole new me. Hey, Fabi, Danny, how's it going?
Hey, Robert.
Hey,
What's going
man.
on,
You know, just trying out a few new things here and there. The day's beautiful, sun is out.
Cool. Hey, Danny.
Yeah.
Forgot to mention that haircut's looking real fresh on you.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cool. Appreciate it.
You serious? What does a guy got to do around here to get noticed?
What are you talking about?
That seems a little out of line, a little uncalled for. You know, you already can't spell chess without him. What more does he want?
Welcome back to the 2022 Tata Steel Chess Tournament. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni, and still with me is the fresh, the smooth Grandmaster Robert Hess.
Well, I'm glad you say it because nobody else was. You know, they were complimenting each other the whole time. And so I just had to find a way to get them to notice me. It didn't work, but I appreciate you, Fiona. I'm glad to be commentating alongside you. And I mean, I'm just so happy that there's more chess to be played.
Absolutely. Well, we have just lifted off here in Wijk aan Zee 43 minutes ago exactly. And I think we're just going to go back to the bird's eye view to get an overview of what is happening on all the boards right now, and then try and go through all the games. And the chat, Robert, wants you to know that they do notice you. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone have as many fans as you. So I don't know if I buy the act. But anyway, Robert, let's go back to the games.
Well, we have all 7 on screen for the viewers here. And I mean, I'm looking at them. Some games farther along than others. I don't even know what to focus on. I'm serious. Whenever we get in the bird's eye view, I both love and hate it because I love it. There's so much chess to look at, so many interesting positions. I hate it because I'm distracted and I feel like my neck is on a swivel.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Of course, Dubov Mamedyarov is the one that still catches the eye with the pieces. They almost look like they've been thrown on the board at random. So we'll definitely have another look at that. But things are starting to happen. Of course, it's still early doors. Robert, where would you like to start? Maybe a game we haven't seen yet?
Sure. Let's go to the game between Vidit and Sam Shankland. Both players have many, many fans. Both players are, I think they're sort of overlooked, not underlooked. I would say underappreciated, but that wasn't the right word. Overlooked in a field like this because people focus on Magnus and Fabiano, and then Esipenko beat Magnus last year, and Jorden won last year, and Anish Giri seeking his first title. And then you have these 2 players, Vidit Gujrathi and Sam Shankland, who are both super grandmasters, incredibly strong, talented players who work so hard at their craft. And then it's like, wait, no one picked them to win, but also we shouldn't
we should not discard them, absolutely.
Yeah, like not at all, because they can beat any player in the field, and we know how talented they are, and we are 10 moves into this game. So let's go from the top here.
Actually, let me just say, it's funny that we would have watched your barber skit, because Sam has also pulled a skit on us yesterday when he came for his interview. He had this big beard, but today a nice and fresh trim. The beard is gone.
Oh, wow. I see you were at the live opening ceremony. I didn't get to see it, so I didn't even know that, but he is looking sharp. He really tries to play his best chess, and he's shown great results in Tata Steel, right? He beat Vladimir Kramnik.
In
Was
the
that last game?
His last game, yeah, incredible. He ended Kramnik's career single-handedly.
Oh, well, that is both an honor and for Kramnik fans, something that you don't want to hear. But either way, Sam Shankland, he is ready to play whenever he is called upon. And for Vidit Gujrathi, he was unable to play in the Grand Swiss. We know he's taking part in the Grand Prix, and it's great to see him back at the board. He has so many fans, deservedly so. So we got off to a start with early D5, C takes, E takes. So we talked about keeping the tension here, unlike the Dubov Mamedyarov game, where Dubov left the tension for so long that Mamedyarov was able to take on C4. We get a position where there's a simple trade, and White quickly plays his bishop G5 move. So the start of this game is very standard. Black reinforces the pawn on D5. That way, if your bishop takes F6, queen takes F6, the queen isn't needed to defend this D5 pawn. So everything here is normal. E3, bishop E7, and Fiona, I mean, the start of this game here also featured a knight retreat. So Anish played knight E1, Sam plays knight E8. I think we can understand why Sam did this, though.
Yeah, we can. So Sam is looking to exchange the dark squared bishops. To be honest, one of the things that surprises me a little bit about this game is the time consumption, because all the moves that we see, that we've seen so far, I don't know, have we already seen a novelty? It all feels quite standard. But well, it is what it is, and after knight e8, Vidit said, no, thank you, I don't want to swap my dark squared bishop, so I'm going to go back to f4. And Sam said, yes, we will exchange those bishops. Bishop d6, and now there's no escaping the trade for Vidit any longer. So he said, at least let's trade the bishops on my terms. I'm not going to take you. Instead goes queen f3. And they're playing this little game of like, who's going to be forced to take the bishop first? And I don't know, does Vidit have to take now? I guess we don't want to allow black to capture our bishop in this position to avoid being left with an isolated pawn on d4, or how do we feel?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think taking or knight to e2, both moves make sense. But I do like the game as you described as cat and mouse because Vidit's like, I'm not going to trade pieces. And Sam's like, oh, yes, you are. But the reason why Sam is so focused on this is because when you have less space, when you're a bit more restricted, you often want to trade pieces because if you have too many pieces, they step on each other's toes. So, for example, in this position, the knight on e8 wants to go to d6 or f6, so a trade would help black get developed in a better way. And the reason why white has more space is because look at what white did. Played the bishop on d3, which means that the f5 square was covered, and then played the move pawn to h3 as well, which means that the g4 square was covered. So the bishop on c8 just doesn't have the same promising diagonal that the bishop on d3 does. So that bishop is very strong on d3. The bishop on c8 is worse than its counterpart. And so that's why Sam is looking for some trades.
Yeah, and I'm sure he would love to trade. I'm looking at bringing the black bishop out to f5. I don't think we can work it. We can make it work now, or
no, unfortunately not, because
you will take on d6 and.
I think I actually stopped. Yeah? My favorite tactic in chess, stopping one square short of expectations, because
very nice.
Bishop takes d6, knight takes d6, and then the knight protects the bishop. But here I go, bishop e5, your queen's under attack, so you have to deal with it. And after the trade, your queen is still under attack, and then this bishop is lost on f5 thanks to the bishop and queen teaming up on it. So it's my favorite tactic in chess. I also think it's the easiest tactic, or one of the easiest to overlook, and especially when rooks are on the same line. Like you're like, oh, rook is coming down to trade rooks, and they stop one square short of your rook on the 7th rank. And like, oh, wait, now my position's falling apart. So I love tactics like this. And unfortunately for Sam, that means he cannot play bishop f5.
Yeah, so the move that you would like to make, you cannot make. So will we see Sam now take on f4? I don't think he wants to, because he would keep improving white's pieces. What do you think? Vidit would probably take with the knight and keep the queens on the board, or would he be looking for a queen trade?
It's such a good question, because my first instinct is just take with the knight and continue my initiative. But even queen takes f4 does look better for white, because if we trade queens, let's say black takes, white takes back, white has 3 minor pieces developed and black has none, right? Black hasn't moved any of the pieces besides pawns off of the last rank here. And so white should be better, can play g4. It's a type of move that I think we underestimate, because we think g4, there's no attack, but it's not just about the attack. It's restricting squares from the opponent. So if black were to play knight d6, just to go one move deeper, g4 says no bishop f5 for you. And so white gains space. And we're just talking about how when a side has less space, they want to trade pieces. No bishop f5 trade for you, no knight f5, nothing like that. And so white is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it looks like it's nothing dramatic is happening yet, but certainly a position that's a lot more pleasant to play for Vidit with the space advantage. And Sam will have to figure out how to get his pieces out. I suggest we come back to this game in a little bit. Maybe we jump back again to the bird's eye view, or we just jump to another game. Well, here we are in the bird's eye. Let's see, what else haven't we seen? We haven't seen Duda against Rapport at all. Should we go there for a second?
I mean, it's the World Cup champion. I think that it's always worthy to go to Duda's games, and he also he lost the tiebreaker to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the World Blitz, but he tied for first place in the World Blitz, won the World Cup. What a 2021 Jan Krzysztof Duda had. So let's go to his game, and he's playing Rapport, who's, I think, one of everyone's favorite players, because he's an electric style. And I just saw the move rook to b8 played, and so my first instinct is, ooh, I don't really like black's position, because there's a rook on b8, a very valuable piece simply defending a pawn. But then I look at how solid the position is for black. All the minor pieces are coordinated quite nicely. It's a harmonious looking position. But Fiona, what's your initial gut reaction to this position?
I think my gut feeling is I like white. Whenever I see a bishop and a queen aligned like that, I already get some dreams of sacrificing some days. It's making something happen on the light squares. I don't think it's going to happen. As you said, the black position is rock solid. Black is probably just going to castle kingside, maybe even on the next move. So then I think, okay, instead of getting excited about non-existent ideas, probably what I should do as white is get my king into safety. So I guess castling must be one of the candidate moves, and then another candidate surely would be developing the knight from b1. I would say that c3 is the natural developing square, unless you think there's something to be said for knight d2.
The only thing I guess that can be said is it leaves the C file open, but I'm not really that tied to the idea of knight d2. I like knight c3. But if I guess as I'm racking my brain and you were just talking there, I was listening to what you were saying, like, is it one of these positions that optically looks really good for white, but then you sit and think and like, but why? Like, is that just my gut reaction that's maybe not accurate here? I think that's what I'm coming to a realization about, that I like white, but then I have to think about, why do I like white's position? And it's maybe because rook b8 looks strange. But then again, black can start trading pieces and is so solid here that I'm not really sure what white's plan is. I like the look of the position, but what is actually going to happen here that should leave white with anything real?
Yeah, I agree with you. And we see Duda has just started with knight c3. One of the questions I have is, can he get the e4 push, central pawn push in? If we can make that happen, is that going to give us anything? At least it will give us more control over the central squares, but it's not so easy at the moment. Black is covering that square twice. So I was thinking maybe we castle rook e1, but all of that takes some time to prepare the e4 push. And then I wonder, can black strike? Maybe try and attack our center with c5 is not possible, unfortunately, because the bishop on d6 would be hanging. So I wonder, what are the ideas? Like, how is does black even want to stop us from playing e4? Does black simply want to trade on g3, which also looks like a very reasonable option?
I think that looks pretty decent, right? Where you trade and you can play for c5. You can also throw in this b5 move, because white can never take on b5 since you walk into a pin. So I was hating on the move rook b8. Like, I didn't like the look of it. But now that we got here, I'm like, wait a second, that rook is really useful where it sits, because now I can play b5. You can't capture, just to show that, so everyone can see that no matter if you took with the bishop or the knight, you lose the piece. That is a pin. So whatever captures on b5 can't move without losing heavy material. And if you have to retreat back to e2, then your move c5 makes perfect sense to me. And all of a sudden, black is pushing forward here in a way that doesn't look very pleasant for white.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely correct with what you were saying. I think when we first tuned into this position, it's very easy to get a feeling of like, oh, this looks nice for white. But so often when you sit down and you start actually thinking about what is going on in this position, what are the ideas for both sides, and you've convinced me. I think that Richard Report probably has quite a comfortable position here. I would say even very close to equality.
Yeah, it's one of these things where it can get dicey if you're not showing pinpoint accuracy. And maybe white can make black's life a little bit more difficult, because I just castle thinking, of course I'm going to castle. I'm getting my king on the center. But one question that really needs to be asked, because we keep talking about c5 breaks for black, that was your idea, Fiona, and it's a great one, that maybe white at some point can consider taking on d6. I don't really like it in terms of playing for an advantage, because if we make a symmetrical pawn structure, black is about to play d5. Yeah, you're not quick enough for white. Like queen a3, oh, double attack on your two pawns. It's not real. Like, you probably can't take on a7 in most positions anyway. But even still, white can just, black can just play the move d5 and protect one pawn, move the next one to a6, and what are you doing as white, right? You're not really playing for an advantage.
Yeah, but it's a good point you're making. I had seen earlier a comment in the chat pointing out that the a7 point is weak, and I kind of dismissed it at first. But then when you pointed out this tactic, it's something that black at least always has to be on the lookout for, because certainly you can take the pawn in every situation, but there might be some situations where you can, and you don't want to be caught out.
No, that's very true. And well, we did see the move b5. So Report lashes out, says, you can't take me on b5. Duda very quickly retreats to e2. And it's one of these moments, Fiona, where we were talking about b5, but then I also wonder, was it too soon? Like, because he played b5, now he has to deal with that pawn on b5. Like, if the queen moves away from b3, then you have to either protect the b5 pawn or push it. So you sort of made your intentions clear, which can be good in some positions. And other times, like, wait, now White can change his entire plan. And now there's squares that Black may have lost if you can't play the move c5. Like, then White will stop c5, and then you have these squares c6 and c5 and the backward c7 pawn.
Yeah, very interesting positional battle, this one. I suggest that we leave Richard to it and we will come back here. Maybe it's time to go back to our world champion, Magnus Carlsen, and see how his game against Andrei Esipenko has progressed.
Okay. Always a good idea to look at Magnus Carlsen chess games. And Andrei Esipenko, has a position here which is very solid, but these positions hurt my head, Fiona. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I look at them, not a single piece. Oh, as soon as I was saying now, a single piece has been traded, he takes on d5. But to that point, not a single piece had been traded. And now the question is, okay, I can't even ask my questions because they're answering them before. It's like, well, do you take with the pawn on d5? You have to, because the h7 pawn was hanging if the knight took on d5. But there are some positions where you do take with the knight rather than the pawn. And so, Fiona, we're here. Hanging pawn type of structure. Do you think Magnus is feeling good about his position? Because based on time management, both players have been thinking approximately the same amount.
Yeah, it's the kind of position where, I mean, I really struggle to fully appreciate all the nuances of these pawn structures and the slight differences in where you develop your pieces. But I always think that's the kind of position where surely Magnus, I think he is really at home. He has the best chess understanding in the world. He's so well versed, I think, in all the classical chess structures, pawn structures. So I think he should definitely, I think he'll be happy not to have gotten like a sharp opening battle like last year, where I think Andrei is somewhat surprised him. So I think Magnus will be happy.
Yeah, I think he sort of learned his lesson of what to do, what not to do against Andrei Esipenko. And sometimes that just comes with getting those games under your belt. And Magnus is the best in the world. He has been for so long. But that doesn't mean that in every single game he will win or be the best player in that individual game. And so right now we see this position where White can take on c5, leaving Black with this choice. Do I play b takes c5, known as the hanging pawn structure? And in the hanging pawn structure, your pawns don't defend one another. But if your pawn moves forward, let's say c4, then you hand White the d4 square. And if you push forward with d4, then you hand White c4 and e4 squares. So those pawns, they can be at risk for White's rooks attacking in the center, but there are tactical motifs here where Black pushes d4 and that bishop on b7 is unleashed and take that knight on f3, and all of a sudden, with first the light square bishop, then the dark square bishop, the White king could be in trouble. So I've always been a fan of hanging pawn positions, not because I understand them, but because every time I watch the games, it's like a tactical melee, and it's fascinating stuff.
Yeah, and I'm curious, what is Andrei going to do if we go back to the current position? So as you said, he could take. I think he isn't going to do it for the exact reasons that you just talked about. I don't think you want to give Magnus that kind of dynamic possibilities. I'm wondering, what would I do instead? Can I simply maybe continue my development, bring the rooks? You highlighted those two squares, c1, d1, I think are natural squares for the rooks. So do we simply start with that? Do we have any other options? What do you think?
I think rooks to d1, c1 make perfect sense. I'm not sure which to play first. It's one of these situations where I probably play rook f to d1, just because there's potentially a hanging pawn on d5 if Black's not careful. But I think the plan is clear: rook d1, rook c1. And one important note here is that at some point we can take on c5, but we don't need to rush that decision because black isn't going to take on d4. Like, let's play rook d1, and if black plays pawn takes d4, then white very happily can play knight takes d4. Black still has an isolated pawn. This knight is hopping in the center, maybe to f5, maybe to b5, and now it's white's bishops that are very happy, and this bishop on b7 is stuck behind a pawn on d5. So since c takes d4 isn't really an idea that black wants to go forward with, I would start with rook d1, maintain the tension, but also potentially putting a rook on an opening file.
Yeah, and I think, I was saying I think Magnus will be happy, but I think Andre will be similarly happy. I think white has no problems here. I think white has probably the slightly more pleasant position to play. I know, Robert, that you love the engine bar and evaluation.
Oh gosh, you know me so well, Fiona.
So I saw the chat was going a little bit crazy when it said plus 0.7. Now it's gone down to plus 0.5. But what do you think? It doesn't mean necessarily that Esipenko is much better, but I guess we would both prefer to play this on the white side.
Yeah, and I think that we're in a pretty standard position. So when the players are looking at this, they know from experience, from preparation, from all of their practice games against their trainers and seconds. So they're in relatively familiar territory despite the time consumption. So I don't think that they're thinking of this position as in engine terms, because they know that most positions, 11 moves out into the opening, will be slightly better for white. But it's really about how you handle the next, let's say, 8 moves, because with the potential of a hanging pawn structure, that could end up in a very precarious situation for black with the pawns being targets, or it can be an attack unleashed. As soon as this d4 pawn is gone from white, black will be considering d4 on like every single move, right? Like after dc5, bc5, black will consider the move d4 pretty much at every turn to open up this bishop on b7. A fianchettoed bishop is on the longest diagonal. It wants an open line in front of it, so the move d4 has to be considered move after move. So I just think that it gives black some additional options. And if I were Andre Esipenko, I don't want to hand Magnus any play whatsoever. You are going to passively sit and wait until the coast is clear. And one more thing to note, Fiona, before maybe we either look at different game or just different lines, this pawn on d4 is so strong because there's a knight 3 squares away. A pawn just controls that knight's forward progress when it's 3 squares away from the knight. So there is no knight e5. There is no knight takes c5, which is also a possibility after dc5 if white were to choose that move. Black doesn't have to accept hanging pawns. You can accept an isolated pawn and take with the knight on c5. This is a stylistic preference, but the knight is active, the c file is open, and so instead of having hanging pawns, you could accept the Steil-Antoni in the center and play for the open lines around it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Although the position looks very standard and relatively simple, there are no complications yet in the position. I think there's a lot to consider here for both players, and I think you're absolutely right that I think in the next few moves we will see which turn this game will take. For now, how about we check in with the defending champion, Jorden van Foreest, who is playing white against Niels Grandelius. We haven't seen too much of that game yet, so let's go there maybe.
Okay, well, here we are, and we haven't seen too much of it because I'm doing a quick count. Precisely 0 pieces have been traded. And just because there have been no trades doesn't mean that it's not an interesting position. But this one in particular, there's no tension. There are no pieces attacking one another. I expect that at some point white would like to play the move d3 to d4 and create some of the tension. But Fiona, when I look at a position like this, I'm like, oh, it's totally fine. And then when you play, rather than look at this position, you have to calculate every single turn. Is the move b4 for black really an idea you want to play, or does that allow bishop to a4? Now that the pawn is pushed, the diagonal is open. Does white want to play d4, or maybe black can take on d4, opening the e file, or does black want to maintain the tension and keep a pawn e5? I know I'm sort of spitballing lines here, but the point is that's how these players are going through a position like this. And there's a reason why Niels Grandelius is down to an hour and Jorden has an hour 25. He typically is very fast in the opening, but the point stands that you have to be careful. The engine off to the side here says zeros. but the position is actually very complicated. It's full of ideas. So Fiona, if you look at Niels, that's a good friend of yours. Is he looking comfortable here?
It's a funny moment to ask me that. He's looking very thirsty. No, I think the time alone is always an indicator. If you spend, so he spent what? He spent 40 minutes already. Well, more with the increment. I wouldn't say he's necessarily not comfortable, but also I think there's also the psychological element that this game is actually, as Jorden put it last night in the opening ceremony, they are continuing where they left off last year, because this was actually the last round pairing with the same colors, where Jorden beat Niels last year to reach the playoff against Anish Giri. So I think that always gives you a little bit of a psychological edge. And then, as you say, I think from the position, there's all these different breaks that White has. There's so many things you need to check at every turn. So I think Jorden will certainly be quite happy talking about last year as well. Last year, Jorden had attributed a lot of his success to his second, Max Warmerdam, from the Netherlands. But this year, the second teams have been mixed up quite a bit, because Max is playing in the Challengers group himself. So Jorden is helped by Grandmaster Ernst Sipke, who I believe was one of his early day coaches, and Niels is helped by Grandmaster Rasmus Spane.
Wow, and you can see actually, not just the players that we've been focusing on, but all the players in the Masters and the Challengers tournament. So Max, he's a little bit busy. He may not be seconding any of the players, helping them with their preparation, because he needs to help himself. He's playing the Challengers section. He would love nothing more than to represent his country in Wijk aan Zee and play in the Masters section next year if he can win the Challengers group.
Interestingly enough, Max has his own legend here. He's played in Wijk aan Zee so many times before. Max second is none other than Luc van Veli.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's it's funny how it feels like there's a cycle of seconds here, right? Like we know that Anish has worked with Erwin for so long, but Grandmaster Lamy is playing in the Challengers. So who's Anish here with, right?
Anish also very interesting. Second, Anish is working with Aryan Tari.
Ah, okay. And Aryan Tari, a compatriot of Magnus Carlsen.
Which is funny, because Aryan used to work with Magnus and Jorden used to work with Anish. And then it seems like there's been a swap.
Well, it's just a game of musical seconds at this point.
And there we see, for those of you who are not sure who we were talking about on the screen, that is Max Warmerdam, who was here last year as a second to Jorden van Foreest, but this year he will be looking to make some waves on the chessboard himself.
Yeah, and he is a great player in his own right, as many of the seconds are. You mentioned so many illustrious grandmasters working with these players, trying to help them stay in shape for this tournament. So if we dive a little bit into this position, so we can actually rewind and go through the moves, because we're not in a particularly unique situation. We saw Spanish, a6, bishop a4, dropping back, knight f6, d3. So Jorden commits to defending this pawn on e4, but what that indicates, as we see the game continue, is a quieter position. You want to strike with d4 at some point, but the pawn e4 needs a defender, and that's why the players can play in this manner. g6. See, I'm going to fianchetto the bishop. I don't have to play bishop e7. I'd rather fianchetto and get ready for that eventual d4 push. So Fiona, I mean, this has all been seen many times. I've played both sides of this position a bunch, and it's all about that first break. And we see the move coming up here, b5, the first real pawn push getting active, but it still doesn't indicate what's to come.
Yeah, actually, sorry, Robert, I was getting sidetracked because I thought of yet another subplot to this pairing between Jorden and Niels. I think Jorden was actually the one who replaced Niels on Team Magnus, because Niels worked a couple of times, 2 or 3 times as a part of the match team for Magnus. And this year, I think the only change was Niels out, Jorden in. So we'll see if Niels will be looking for revenge. But I think both players, yeah, very well versed in the Spanish opening, I think, from both sides.
So you're saying there was only one change in the makeup of the team, and then suddenly Magnus wins all of his games. So I'm not going to blame Niels for the draws in the previous World Championships. You said it, not me. I'm just reading between the lines.
I didn't say it, but we'll let everyone draw their own conclusion. But sorry, Robert, you were just saying about the game. What were you saying about B5?
Oh, I was just saying that, Black was sort of the first to strike forward, even though it's not attacking anything. The move B5 indicates that Black's not just going to sit and be passive. Mm-hmm. And there's a move on the other side of the board. How about G5? It's something that you have to consider from both points of view, because when you play the move G5, you're, of course, attacking the bishop, but it's not just about that. It's about freeing up your pieces. So the bishop will retreat to G3. The piece sacrifice will not be good here. So we retreat. But now this knight can come to E3, and this F5 square becomes vulnerable. And White can try to take advantage before Black is able to make this move pawn to F5, because if Black could jump forward and push pawn F7, F5, that's sort of a way to justify these pawn pushes. But when you have pawns 2 squares apart like this, the square in between is your opponent's. And now knight E3, which is what was the plan anyway, with D4 on the horizon, it could be a long-term issue for Black to deal with, even though at first it looks like Black is gaining some momentum in the position.
And I think that's another reason, actually, why Niels is spending so much time, because if he is considering moves like G5, those are very committal moves. Once you've made that pawn push, you cannot take it back. Pawns don't go backwards. So I think it's normal for players to invest an extra amount of time if they are considering committal moves such as G5.
That's correct. And well, we'll see what Niels plays. He's spending a lot of time at this point. Why don't we go to the Fabiano game against Caruana, because it's the one game we haven't pulled up on the full screen here. And it's a game between, I don't even know what Fabiano's current ranking is. I was going to call him the world number 2, but I know that Ali Reza Firouzja fans would have just jumped on me for that. And it was just, I'm used to saying Fabiano Caruana, world number 2. He was number 2 for so long. He's what, number 4 now? Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
Okay, so I corrected before I could even make the mistake out loud. I just wanted everybody to know that I was wrong. So here we see a position. Well, okay, at first glance, I really like White's position.
I thought you were going to be really happy because there's less pieces on the board. So less work for us here.
There is a bit less work, that's true. But I'm just looking at the position. White is active and aggressive. Black is passive. And now if there's any player on this planet who can successfully fend off this position and make it look like Black was never worse, it's Sergei Caruana. The amount of games where he has what looks like a dubious position and then he makes like an easy draw or even wins those games, it's just unbelievable. So he is perfectly content to sit in a position like this. Will he play C5? That's a really important question. On one hand, it gets rid of this target on C6, but on the other hand, it makes D5 potentially vulnerable. And Fiona, one other thing I notice here is just like the placement of the knights. White's knight on C3, I mean, of course, is better than a knight on the rim. And the knight on F3 can jump into E5, and the knight on F6 doesn't have the same opportunity on E4. So I really like the look of this position for Caruana, but I'm going to say that, and then Sergei is going to do something and just make a miraculously easy hold.
Also, I mean, you pointed out that the knight on F6 doesn't have the same opportunity to jump to E4, but also the knight on F6 is not defended by a pawn. So there are also potentially some weaknesses along the dark squares around the black king. So I certainly agree with you. I like Fabiano's position a lot. But as always, the big question is, how do we make progress here as White?
I would make a quiet move. I would make the move H3 because I don't think that Black wants to play C5. Like, it's one of these moves where you do want to play it, but then you immediately, immediately after you play it, you're like, wait a second, my d5 pawn, because we just talked about this in the Magnus game with Esipenko. Like, it's not like playing c5 just makes all of your problems go away. And here, there's no bishop on b7. So that pawn d5 could become a true weakness, a vulnerability. Maybe Black can get away with it, but you're going to have some long-term issues to deal with. And so I still prefer White's position, even with a quiet move like h3. That was just an off-the-cuff move, but the point still stands. That I think that White can waste a little bit of time, as Black, even after striking with the move c5, is going to be worse.
Yeah, and I think it's also, you know, you were saying, of course, Sergey is so well known for defending these difficult positions, but I also think, and you know it better than most people, I think Fabiano is also excellent at converting these small advantages. So I think we're going to see a very interesting battle here with Fabiano clearly the one pressing.
He certainly is. And well, we know that Fabi, he's looking fresh. His chess is looking fresh. We're going to try to freshen up because we're going to head to a break just to, get some water, see what the players have in store for us when we return. But there is much more to come from this 2022 Tata Steel Chess event. You will not want to miss the action.
See you very soon.
I have no insights as to whether or not Magnus will take his revenge, but you can get insights on Chess.com. A new way to understand your games on Chess.com has arrived. Check out Chess.com/insights to see detailed stats and analysis across any time frame or time control. What time of day do you play best? How often do you Botez Gambit? These questions and many, many more are answered at Chess.com/insights. And back to Tata Steel, we go in Wijk. Magnus Carlsen, he just got up from his chair, and he's playing Andrei Esipenko, the player who defeated him. And Fiona, actually, we didn't talk about this, but is that the last game that Magnus Carlsen lost in classical chess? Yeah, he lost to Duda in the rapid tiebreak, right, in the World Cup, and
someone in the chat that knows everything. That is all knowing. I'm sure someone will. Oh, excuse me, Robert. My mic is lying on the floor.
I was wondering why it was much more difficult to hear you, and I wasn't gonna say anything in front of all of our viewers. It wasn't gonna be me who made that known, but. Yeah, I guess your mic was...
No, I literally just ran to bin my empty water bottles, and I left the mic lying on the floor, but it should be all good now. Apologies about that. I think they should be able to hear me now. Yeah, yeah, okay.
That was a literal mic drop.
Literal mic drop, exactly. And so we're waiting for someone from the chat to enlighten us about. Was that the last classical game Magnus lost? I can't think of any from the top of my head, but I'm sure we will be informed. And the game here, not too much has changed. Andrei did decide to go for Rook D1 at the moment where we left it off, which was, I think, one of the moves that I think you had pointed out, is putting this rook on the d file, the pressure on the d5 point. Magnus responded with rook e8, and the other rook came to c1. We called this one pretty good, and Magnus plays another quiet move, a6, taking away the square on b5. But do you think he might also be preparing a b5 push? What are the ideas behind a6?
I think he's mainly taking away the b5 square, say from a timely knight b5 or even a bishop b5. And you can play b5. I'm just worried about these isolated pawn positions, because if white were to take on c5 right now, black will take with the pawn on c5 and create the hanging pawn structure, d4 coming. We talked about all these tactical threats where I think white's actually worse at this point. I would take black's position. So if you play b5 for black, then white can take on c5, and you have to take with a piece, which leaves you with this isolated pawn, and white has control of the square in front of the isolated pawn, which is very important. So I don't think he's going to play b5, at least not in the near future, but it is something to keep in mind as the game continues.
Yeah, so now that we have put our rooks to the natural squares, c1 and d1, I was just going to ask you, how do we continue? But Esipenko has just made a move, so he's going to answer that for us. And the move he played was bishop f5.
Oops, sorry. I didn't refresh. Bishop f5 here, which makes sense. You're getting more aggressive. You're anticipating rook c8. Not that the pin is that meaningful, but if the rook comes to c8, the knight will in fact be pinned, and you're opening up your deep file all at once. So I totally get that move. I think that Magnus probably still can play rook c8. There is nothing wrong with it tactically speaking, but there are times when after rook c8, like there can be crazy moves like knight e5. It's not a move that should be played right now, but the point is that this knight on d7, if it moves, you lose the rook on c8. But if you take and say something like this happens, and a rook takes e5, there's a bishop on b2, and there's a rook on e5, which isn't happy to see that bishop there. So these kind of positions can actually be very tricky, and so black does need to be careful at the moment with that bishop on f5.
And sorry, Robert, to interrupt you, but Magnus was just pulling a funny face. Like, I think in general, Magnus is is a player, when he's in a bad position, I think we all know those facial expressions he pulls, but he's making a different face today. I know that you and Danny over there have perfected the art of the different faces. What is it, the how many faces of Hikaru? So what do you read into this Magnus look here?
Please don't put me in the same sentence as Danny when it comes to reading faces. Some of us read books, others pretend to read faces. That's all I have to say on that. But
Point
Magnus,
taken.
I think he's he's fine right now. He's up on the clock. His position is very solid, and I'm starting to wonder at what point will he try to play for not a win. You're not playing for a result, but saying, let me be a bit ambitious here, take a risk perhaps, because Magnus, he really loves to fight, and we'll see if he can find some sort of fighting line that allows him to play not just for a solid position to hold, but in fact to play for more.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think he enjoys just sitting and waiting and defending. So for sure, at some point, I think he will start looking for some active ways, but we will let him have a look. Doesn't look like it's quite there just yet. And maybe we can go back to Daniil Dubov and Mamedyarov. I saw in the chat around 10 minutes ago, some people were saying that Daniil's position was already looking close to collapse. So let's maybe just catch up with what we've missed here. Okay,
well, knight a4, we saw this position c3, and at first glance, like, how could you allow those pawns to inch forward in this way? Black's position looks great. Knight c4, a5, and then a3 was played. So we left off here where black went bishop a6. So to my eyes, the move bishop f4, Fiona, that looks incredibly logical, developing a piece, fighting for some of these dark squares. Bishop b5 played by Shock makes perfect sense to me as well. You're protecting c6, so the knight can develop from b8. You also can take either knight at some point if this position calls for it. And wow, that was the move that the engine really didn't like. And it's move pawn e2 to e4, which they say is best by test, the best first move. But apparently on move 14 in this position, it wasn't that great of a choice. And I think we can get behind the move in terms of the ideas. You're pushing a pawn 4 in the center. You're taking control of the d5 square. Maybe white at some point could try to break on d5. You can push that to e5 to attack the knight, but you're also closing in your bishop, Fiona. And as we know from many Catalan types of positions, that once you play e4, you oftentimes, you want to take that move back.
Yeah. I mean, also the bishop on b5, we just talked about it, that bishop just came there. You said, it's looking at both knights. But also that bishop is now becoming more powerful. Now the knight on c4 is suddenly pinned to the rook on f1, so maybe that rook will need to go to e1 at some point. But now the light squared black bishop just gets a lot more possibilities in this position as well.
Yeah, it's one of these positions where, like, we talked earlier about this tension, and in general, keeping the tension or not. But I'm wondering if this kind of pawn trade, who that favors in such a position, because the open A file, as black's king is in the center, if I can move my knight from a4 at some point and just take over the A file, maybe that's the kind of compensation that white is looking for. And perhaps just queen c2, try to move this knight next. And as I said, fight for the file. But black is ready to move this knight from b8. It doesn't have to stay put. It can go to d7, which means the queen defends the rook on a8. And that means that white isn't just winning the file for nothing. So I don't know. It's a hard position to assess here. Having the eval off the side doesn't really help me, honestly, as I look through it. But the move e4 in general, in these positions where the bishop on g2 is so strong, it often is a move that you can regret. So e4 was played, and look at this, knight to b6, the rook just slides up to a6, and now black wants to take 2 pieces for the rook. And Dubov played a4, trapping the bishop on b5. And you know what that means, Fiona, look at these pawns here. Look at this chain. I mean, you can't get rid of that pawn chain, ever.
Yeah.
I don't like
those
this at
pawns
all.
look very scary, especially because of the fact, as you say, that now we just simply cannot get rid of them after a4 has been played. And now the question for Shah, what are his options? Of course, the most natural move to look at is bishop takes c4. But I guess the question is, can we take on b6, or what's the alternative?
Such an interesting position because rook takes b6. If white were to take on b6, white can just give up because after bishop takes f1, you take this bishop back and you lose a knight, and then black ends up a full piece ahead. You see the evaluation bar says, what is that, minus 6.7. So clearly winning for black because you win a piece. So after rook takes b6, you have to take the bishop on b5. And now after rook takes b5, black is up 2 pawns. But in fact, Fiona, I don't really love this position compared to just bishop takes c4. I have more material, but when you have fewer pawns, you have more open files. And the rook on a1 is staring at this a5 pawn. Black's position in general looks kind of awkward. White has the 2 bishops, and this bishop on g2 is unopposed, at least on some of the diagonals.
Can I do something
go ahead, yeah.
crazy and take back on b5 with the pawn?
Ooh, I think it's interesting, but a5 does fall. So I can even take on b6. And after queen b6, I can take on b8.
You're just going to take everything.
But
yeah, I wanted to keep those pawns.
But you still have the more important pawns. So even if you lose b5, I strongly believe that black has great compensation because of the pawn on e4. So even if this pawn is going to be lost, you have b4 and c3. So black always will have compensation. But with open files and with an extra rook for a minor piece, yeah, black has to be not as thrilled as some of the other possible.
Yeah, no, this looks a lot less interesting now that you've taken my a5 pawn. I thought I could cook up a storm here with my 4 pawns, but the 4 is better than 3. This one here I'm not so interested in.
Yeah, if you could keep a5 for sure, that would be ideal. So, I mean, here after a4, bishop c4, knight takes c4. So you keep this pawn for white, which by material says, oh, that's good for white. But by the look of the position, well, black is covered all around. There's no targets. It's I think a stylistic preference. If Mamedyarov says, I can get this second pawn and my a pawn isn't too much of a problem, then of course he should go for it. But keeping the position a little bit more closed, especially because you have this pawn chain very safe and sound here, it looks extremely promising for black. The one thing, Fiona, I'll add on top of what I've said already, is where to from here? Like, it looks great for black. You have a protected extra passed pawn, but then how do you make progress? Because if you ever play c5, you got to watch out for d5. And white has great control with these pieces here and these pawns in the center. So it's one of these positions where extra material, a solid plus with the passed pawn on c3, and then what is really the question.
Yeah, I wonder if long-term can we somehow try and put pressure on the white center, try and put pressure on the pawn on d4. So long-term, what I'm looking at is I want to get castled at some point and then just try and bring as many heavy pieces as possible, exactly like this, onto the d file.
But you're saying that's not legal? I can't play rook h8 to d7 right now?
It'll take a bit more time than that, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. The castle, move my queen, move my rook. Too time consuming for me. But you are, of course, right that if black can apply pressure on this d4 pawn, then that could be a big issue for white. But that said, white's pieces are great. White has more space, with the exception being this pawn on c3, which is a great protected pass pawn. But white's pieces are looking excellent here. So I wonder what Mamedyarov will choose, because if you know, rook takes b6, pawn b5, rook takes b5, we like sit and really try to take in this position. 2 extra pawns for black. So we mentioned the open a file and some pressure against a5. Is white just going to play like rook a4 and start attacking that pawn?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Shah does, but I think he has the 2 options are, I think it's not like he's choosing between one option that's going to leave him in a significantly worse spots. So, and he's about to make a move, reconsidering, and he goes for the capture, I think, on c4. Oh no!
Oh no! That looked like rook takes b6.
Capture on b6.
He took on b6. Yes, he did. So he likes the material. He says, I'm going to be able to keep my passed pawns. And honestly, once we look at a b5, just optically speaking, I do like this choice. At first, I was kind of like, I would rather keep the position closed. I know I have an extra pawn. But from the mindset of trying to win this position, I think that Black has maybe some more losing chances. Not that Black is going to lose. Black is still better. We see the eval bar. And I think just it's clear that Black should be happy here. But I think Black has increased some of the losing chances, if there are any, and also increases the winning chances. So from that perspective, I really like the decision that Mamedyarov just made.
Certainly a great decision for us as the spectators of this really exciting game. We will come back to this in a little while. I saw there were some requests in the chat to have a look at Anish Giri's game. Let's have a look here at the bird's eye view first and see if we have any dramatic developments which call for our immediate attention.
I just saw Mamedyarov like staring right at the camera. You know, you were talking the bird's eye view and what the chat was asking for, and I saw Mamedyarov like staring into our soul.
He's very, very focused. I think he can smell the blood here, and if you can win your first round game with the black pieces, I mean, every win is so valuable in these round robin elite events, and especially so with the black pieces. Also so nice to get off, you know, on the winning ways. So I think, yeah, very focused, very intense Shankland Mamedyarov staring us down here.
Well, I'm not sure I should admit this publicly, and Danny, you mentioned him earlier, he's going to be a little upset with me, but I don't watch the Chess.com lessons, okay? Like, I'm not trying to improve my chess game, but I did watch Mamedyarov's lesson series, which was fantastic. He goes through a bunch of his best games and some really critical moments in them, even saying, I'm going to pause, you know, to let you figure it out. So Mamedyarov did do a great lesson series, and I have to say, I watched it and I enjoyed it. So Shaki can't hear me, but great job. But
yeah,
Anish
go
Giri,
and check it out, definitely. I think Shak's such a fan favorite. I think for a lot of people who, you know, maybe came to chess over the last couple of years when we had this huge chess boom, I think to a lot of people, Shankland Mamedyarov might not be such a big name as Magnus or Hikaru or, you know, Fabiano. But I think for you and me, Robert, as players who sort of grew up in similar generations as Shachya, he was really an incredible player. He still is, of course, but a big fan favorite, such a fantastic attacking player, and I'm really, really happy to see him here in the field at Tata Steel this year.
for sure. And I don't know if he's a fan favorite, if he's loved, hated, you know, but he is a Twitter troll, and that's Anish Giri. Praggnanandhaa, his opponent, the youngster from India, you know, in his first super grandmaster tournament like this in Wijk, and you know, he of course has great experience playing in many of the Tata Steel India events, that Rapid and Blitz in particular. But in classical chess, this is probably the biggest tournament that he's been invited to. And right now, Fiona, I'm looking at this position. We thought that the Dubov Mamedyarov game could be unrivaled in terms of how interesting it is. Look at this one. There's a king in the center. Yeah. There's an extra pawn for black, but there's also an open file right down the center for white here. This looks extremely scary for Praggnanandhaa.
I was just going to say, I mean, at first sight, once again, we talked earlier about, you know, how do we explain this to the viewers? And I think here, once again, I mean, it's hard to explain, like, why is the black king not castled yet? If that king had castled a few moves earlier, we wouldn't find ourselves in this spot, which is incredibly, incredibly scary. I agree with you. So let's maybe take a closer look at the position. So the last, or maybe we can just go from where we left off, yeah, after knight takes f3.
Queen went to h5. So again, no queen c5 check here because d4 would be a tempo move against the queen. Queen h5 makes sense. d4, knight d5. And there's a huge difference, I'm now realizing, Fiona, about where the king's placement is. If this king were on h1, and I'm just actually going to go back to the moment white went f3, that here, queen c5 check, king h1, pawn takes f3, knight f3, and let's say we go forward with queen h5. And just like the game, we play d4, knight d5, and e4. So we're just trying to transpose the position. After knight takes, pawn takes, knight takes e4, there is no rook e1 because knight f2 check would win the queen.
True.
So the rook has to stay put, and knight takes g3 is also a threat because the king's on h1. So these little moves make such a huge impact on these games. So queen c5 check would have forced king to h1, and that's probably the reason why queen c5 check was better than taking on f3 right away. Not that this line is forced, but the game continuation looks very scary for black, and that would not have been possible had the king been pushed to the corner. So I didn't really know at the time why queen c5 check, for sure is better. I liked to include it just because I didn't want it to become
like it was your first instinct at the time was to go queen c5, and I think time has given you what's the word I'm looking for? Not wrinkles. No. But you've been in the right here. I really think it makes a big difference, as we can see indeed where the king is. I'm seeing, by the way, a simple game in the chat saying huge blunder by Dubov. I saw a lot of comments earlier. I've understood that the Magnus blunder comments are always jokes, but this one I believe could probably be true. So we'll go back there after this game. But first, let's have a look. Now, after rook e1, the knight on e4 is hit.
Yeah, and I mean, where's it going to go? Because you can protect it, right, with a move like bishop f5, but that doesn't look like stable defense. There's already a rook on e1. This knight on e4 still feels loose. And after bishop to f5, I'm trying to figure out what the right move is, but there's something tactically available here. I can't move my knight because there's a queen trade. Maybe bishop f5 is possible, but I really can't believe in it, Fiona. I don't.
Can we get the queen out of the way, like queen b3?
So queen b3 just to attack b7 looks like a good move. Yeah, why not? Now the knight can move away. The bishop will attack the knight on e4. The knight on e4 still pinned here. This looks really bad for black, and it's kind of funny where in some of these positions, I feel like you can even play this move queen c2, which looks ridiculous walking into a discovery, but any discovery has a flaw, and it's a fatal flaw at that, that once this queen moves, this bishop's already under attack, but then the knight is threatened. And so if I make a move like queen to b3, I'm going to take b7. Your rook's going to be under attack. This bishop's threatened. This pawn is under attack. I mean, your whole position is collapsing. You have two pawns, you're losing one in return, and then you're losing much more than that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, this you can never really. I mean, queen c2 is a funny move. It's a move that I would probably never play in a million years. But I like your illustration of how it is probably another option here.
Yeah, I like queen b3 more. Just pointing out that queen c2 is possible despite the discovery. So, oh my gosh, if you can't play bishop f5, I don't believe in f5. I'm. The golden pawn should not be moved.
I was going to ask you about f5, which was suggested in the chat earlier. It does look incredibly scary.
It hurts my heart, honestly, to see the move f5, but it does make sense because f5, you're up a pawn. So even though queen b3 removes your right to castle, you can't castle through or into check. When I look at this position, I think maybe black can retreat the queen to f7. And we get a situation where if we trade queens, yes, white can play knight e5 check and then get this knight and restore material equality, probably with a slight edge for white, just based on the fact that this king like this go the back rank. And once it goes somewhere, I don't know, let's say e8, and we trade here, this pressure along the e file, the king doesn't have true safety. So I do like the look of White's position. It's just much more difficult for Black to play, even if objectively there is going to be this like a line, just one line that can keep Black in the balance. It's not easy to find. And I think that it's a very risky setup for Black.
Yeah, so Prague definitely has some tough questions to answer here after Rook E1. With Anish really putting him here to the test in this first round. So we'll come back here, but shall we go and have a look at what happened in the Dubov game, where we're hearing Dubov just gave up another pawn apparently.
Okay, so we left off right here, a takes b5, and Dubov went rook a2, so he can go and win the a5 pawn. But after castles, queen a1, oh my gosh, let's see that again. So queen on d1, minus 1.2 apparently, approximately, and then queen a1 minus 3.
So okay, the pawn that's hanging is the pawn on d4, I guess.
Yep. And do I just take it? Like, do I get fully greedy? I'm guessing the answer is absolutely. I just take your pawn. Yeah. And wait a second. Oh, wait. What are you doing, Engine? That's why I don't ever have you on, because I believe queen takes d4 is a good move, and then you scare me, so then I'm gonna quickly change my mind. But this position looks. It definitely looks good for Black. You have a protect. There it goes. Okay, go back. Go back.
Yeah, it hasn't, because it's not gone all the way. It's hard to imagine there's a better move than queen d4, but is there?
I don't know. This looks amazing for Black. Like I don't care what the Engine says. I'm just gonna be honest. Every tournament that I do now, they force me to have the Engine on. I don't like it. I've never liked it. I hope you all know that. I'm here to be incorrect. I'm happy to be wrong, because I'm wrong. The players in this tournament, they make mistakes sometimes. Nobody's perfect. Oh, God, I think we need to go on break.
But tell us how you really feel, Robert.
No. Okay, before I lose it, we are going to go on a break. We'll see you soon, and I will stop talking about my absolute love and affinity for the Engine.
We'll all have a glass of water, calm down, and we'll be back with the continuation of round 1 here. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Fantastic.
Hello and welcome back here to round one of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. Your hosts for the day is still Grandmaster Robert Hess and myself, Fiona Steil-Antoni. And we see, Robert, that Shahryar has gone into deep thought here. He hasn't captured the pawn on d4 yet, but do you think he will?
I think he will. This is such an important pawn for White's position. And if there are no grave consequences, it's a great pawn to capture. The queen can retreat back to a7, which is important because if the queen takes d4, let's say rook to d1, we were just looking at this position briefly, that the queen isn't trapped. I mean, it doesn't have any central squares to go to, but it can go to c5 and to a7. So moves like that are possible, allows the queen to escape. And this pawn on c3, I mean, that's what this game is all about, Fiona, is there is a protected passed pawn on c3, which is just such a problem for White to deal with.
Yeah, and it's honestly hard to understand what Dubov was thinking when he played his last move, queen a1. So does he just want to capture on a5 or?
You know what, I get the feeling, and I could be incorrect, but he is pretty disgusted with how the game is going. Yeah. So he just like making moves that create threats and causing Mamedyarov to think. The problem is that Mamedyarov has more time than Dubov does. So Mamedyarov is a calculator up with the absolute best of them in the world. He is going to be able to work through the complications, and he is fully justified and then some his decision to play rook takes b6. Let's go back to that moment again, because you suggested it, Fiona. It was you wondered what would happen after rook takes b6. He says, I agree with you that this is the move that I want to play because I win a second pawn, and I understand that White will get some play against the a5 pawn. But the problem is that Dubov went for it right away, and he is paying the price in terms of the evaluation by this position, queen takes d4, scooping up a central pawn, giving Black temporarily a third extra pawn. And I mean, there's just no way around it. This pawn on c3 is so good.
I was just having a look at how quickly Daniil played that move, queen a1. He played it extremely quickly. Less than a minute, even only 26 seconds. And I don't know, you have to wonder, is there already, I don't want to say tilt because it's too early, it's day one, but Daniil did look, maybe disgusted is too strong, but he didn't look happy, let's say, for the last while when we were looking into this game. But still very strange to see him make a move like queen a1, giving up the protection of one of his central pawns so fast. And we see Shah, I mean, he has so much experience. He's not going to make the mistake of taking the pawn, instantly. As you said, he is going to take his time. He has plenty of time on the clock still to think things through, but definitely looking very good for Shah here today.
And I'm wondering if queen d3 was a better alternative than queen to a1, because it keeps the d4 pawn protected. The rook on f1 can swing over to a1 to put that pressure on the a5 pawn and try to win it. So I guess that, yeah,
there
Daniil,
he goes.
Queen takes d4. He tried to cash in, not cash in, but he tried to win back some material a little bit too quickly. And in the process, he gave away this d4 pawn. Mamedyarov just took it, as we saw. And again, the issue is after rook d1, there is even queen c5 because the queen doesn't quite get trapped. It looks at first like bishop e3 might trap the queen, but the queen does have the h5 square. I don't like the look of queen c5 regardless. It just feels like it's out in the open. So even in the event of like a knight d6, and if you have to take, your queen could just come under fire in many positions. So I like queen a7 as a retreating move. And yes, White can take this a5 pawn, and sure, the queen on a7 is in the line of fire somewhat, but it's just not enough here. And the queen does a great job of defending a lot of Black's position. You can just move the queen out of the way. Where to, I'm not entirely sure, honestly, but the queen can move and Black remains well ahead.
Yeah, and I think Shahryar really an overwhelming favorite. It's curious. It's almost a little bit reminiscent of the Carlsen-Nepo match, where when things were not going Jan's way, we saw these self-destruction moments almost. So I'm a little bit scared for Daniil here as to how he's going to proceed. Maybe the position is already objectively lost, but I'm also worried that he will not put on maximum resistance from here. But I hope he proves me wrong, and we will of course keep an eye on it. Robert, shall we have a look at the bird's view, see what else has been happening while we were gone on a short break?
Yeah, and if I'm being honest with myself, and I'll be honest with everybody, I'm still trying to calculate this position with the Mamedyarov game, because it does look quite complicated. We do benefit from having the eval bar off to the side to know that black definitively is better, but the position remains really sharp. So if Dubov came back in this one, I wouldn't actually be that surprised. But we have Fabiano Caruana on screen. Let's look around at the games here. It looks like Praggnanandhaa did play f5 and Anish played queen b3, so we were more or less expecting that. What other games are catching your eye here?
I see that Vidit against Shankland, they are into the endgame. The only game actually here today so far where the queens have come off. So actually very exciting, 2 hours in. I'm always happy when queens are on the board, allowing for a little bit more action. I see that things have been happening in the Van Foreest Grandelius game as well. So with some queenside action there. And finally, what's happening? Maybe we can go back to Magnus. What do you think, Robert?
You just gave me so many options that I don't know what to choose from. We can start with Magnus, because I think we've highlighted many of the important nuances, but if we go to the current position, things have in fact changed. We see that black has the hanging pawn structure and white put the knight on a4. So black's last move was rook to c7, and you see the eval bar saying, I don't love that decision. Of course, it can be a little bit finicky. With more depth, the engines get stronger and stronger, and there are probably tons of possibilities in this position. Maybe black at some point will be able to strike with d4. We mentioned that as a possibility earlier. From white's point of view, these pawns here are what you want to go after. And I'm looking down the C and D files, and I really want to win one of those pawns. It's just not possible, at least not yet. So, Fiona, I said earlier that I liked some of Magnus's chances if we got to a hanging pawn structure. I still feel that way. I really do. And the clock.
I was just going to say that I think Andre has to start watching out on the clock, because we are only on move 16 here in this game, which means that there's still 24 moves to go to reach the first time control. And those 32 minutes, they tick down very quickly. We see Esipenko on the screen, though. He's looking calm and collected for now. But I agree with you. I feel that the tide is starting to turn ever so slightly. And yeah, I think Magnus definitely happy, and he will be looking for his chances now to maybe even start off here with a full point.
Yeah, I would be pretty nervous if I were Esipenko, and it's not just because he's playing Magnus Carlsen. He beat Magnus last year, but this is a totally different game. In any individual game, all the players in this field, from Praggnanandhaa as the lowest rated and youngest player, all the way up to the second seed in this event, Fabiano Caruana, can beat Magnus. All the players know that. Magnus knows it. So that event last year, it's a world away. In this current position, what I'm looking at is the possibility for black to play this move d4, because once d4 happens, there is the threat of taking on f3. And even if you protect that knight with move queen c3, I still kind of like the move d4. It's a pawn sacrifice, but after e takes d4, saying, give me that pawn, my queen defends this knight, so you're not going to take it. The move knight d5 comes to mind, hopping into f4. There's potential sacrifices on g2. The knight is threatening to go to e2 with check. This queen is open on the diagonal. Well, let's stop on f6. We'll be able to get to g5, maybe even all the way to h4. It just looks very scary for white to deal with all of these tactical threats. And so that's the reason why, as soon as I saw the hanging pawn structure, I said I like Magnus's chances because he's well ahead on the clock. And in an instant, the position can change from, does black need to deal with these pawns, hanging pawns that can be attacked and aren't protected by pawns, or can black use the pawns to push one of them, open up the entire position, and then white could be in big trouble.
Can we maybe just go back for 1 second and see how did we end up with the hanging pawns?
Sure. So bishop f5, rook c8 was played, and then this is where he decided to take. And I'm not sure I love that decision. Like a move like queen b1 looks awkward if you want to get off the c file. But you can make these sort of slower moves in a position like this because black really does not want to take on d4 and leave this bishop behind the pawns. So I'm not positive of how exactly to proceed, but I know that when I see a position like this taking on c5, to me, and that's a preference because you see the eval bar state about the same, I just wouldn't have gone for this structure, especially not against Magnus. I would have kept the position more tame.
Yeah, and we will see well how Esipenko deals with this opening up of the position. I think this d4 move you're highlighting definitely looming and a scary prospect. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on this one. For now, I was thinking maybe we can. I see you hovering. I was thinking a quick look maybe at Van Foreest, and then I'll let you pick the next one.
No, honestly, I wasn't even trying to pick a specific game. I was trying to anticipate what you were going to say. So I was quickly hovering over the other games, seeing what's Fiona going to say. And there's, really, it's a great choice always to check on Jorden van Foreest's position, especially when it looks like this.
Yeah, it has changed quite a lot since we left it off.
Yeah, so h6, this was the moment we left. Bishop h4, a4 played by Niels, knight e3, natural move considering the knight went to d2 to f1. Its plan was to go up to e3, and now bishop b7, c4. So I in principle, I like this move c4 because this pawn a4, it sticks out, and if the b pawn rather is removed from the board, then a4 is a target. So c4, it causes some very concrete issues for black, which Niels decided to deal with in a tactical manner. But you see the eval bar off to the side. It likes white's position after this move, Fiona, because it is a pawn sacrifice.
It is a pawn sacrifice indeed, and Jorden considered his options and decided to take on b5. So things are sharpening up here. Queen d7 hitting the pawn. And now Jorden decides to take on f6.
He does. He says, I'm going to get rid of my bishop for this knight. And one important thing here is that we often talk about the bishop pair as being a two bishops advantage. That's at least how at the highest levels it's often called and considered. But this bishop on f6 doesn't look like much of an advantage to me. When a position is closed, it's knights that typically reign supreme. So the bishop on f6 is not a great piece. And so now bishop takes a4 was played, taking a second pawn and defending the first extra pawn. So Jordan's 2 pawns ahead temporarily. Knight takes on d3, queen takes d3, and rook takes a4. So it's a 1 pawn advantage. There are 2 bishops here for black. The e4 pawn is under attack right now, but it seems like white can just protect that pawn, remain a pawn ahead, and this looks like a very difficult position for Niels. I don't really like it for black. He has some activity, but the extra material, I asked you that question earlier, Fiona, do you prefer material or activity? Here, I definitely prefer the material.
Yeah, I think Jorden is going to solidify his position, take care of that pawn that's under attack on e4, and I think even those queenside pawns look somewhat scary. You could easily see at some point b3, a4, and the pawns just start running.
Yeah, this pawn on b5 is doubled and not that easy to defend, but it's going to be a good one. And so, like, let's say you play knight d2, right? We protect our pawn on e4. There were 2 pieces attacking it. And here, after knight d2, what are you going to do? Because b3, a4, your idea makes perfect sense. You can go after this b5 pawn, but that's not the end of the story. Like playing rook to b4, let's say, attacking 2 different pawns here. It's not just about that. The c7 pawn is a target. although actually rook b4, at least at first glance, looks like it could be a bit of a nuisance to deal with, just attacking two different pawns at once, saying, I'm going to win my material back. But I do believe that I would just give up the b2 pawn and play a4 and say, I'm happy to have this for sure. The rook might get trapped down here, actually.
Yeah, it's a curious position with the rook sort of trapped in the enemy lines, but the engine seems to be firmly on Jordan's side, and I believe he must be a big favorite to win his opening game here. Before we move on, speaking of Jordan, it's the first of our portrait videos that is ready, so let's hear what Jordan had to say before the start of the tournament.
My first memory would be being here with my grandfather and my little brother playing here for the very first time. I was playing in the amateur sections and really desperately trying to get a look at the top players playing. So my best memory would have to be definitely winning here last year without question. A couple of years ago, we started getting neural network chess engines into the chess world, and they really changed the game, the way we see the game very differently, and it has improved our understanding of the game immensely. So it's a very interesting development, and the way they play chess is really magnificent. So it's very nice. I have a chessboard at home, so I like to bring a chessboard to my tournaments, but 90% of the work, I think, does take place on my laptop and using technology. I always think that the engines we currently have, they're the strongest there can ever be, but they keep on getting stronger, so who knows what's gonna come in the future. I've basically played in all of the groups, and indeed that just coming here as a kid and now playing on the highest stage is, of course, very special to me.
Very nice to hear from Jordan, and what a long way he has come indeed from playing here in the amateur groups as a kid with his grandfather to winning the tournament last year. I mean, it's just simply incredible, Robert.
Yeah, he has been playing in these events for so long, and now he was a kid playing in them. Now he's not kidding around. He won last year, and he could win again this year. There's no reason why he can't repeat his performance. I don't expect that to happen by ratings. I don't think, mathematically speaking, most people do, but still, he is such a great player. His preparation is elite, and his play matches his preparation level. He's just really a phenomenal force in the top of chess, and it's great to have him back in Wijk on Zee. But Niels Grandelius probably isn't so happy to see that Jordan is back, because right now, Niels' back is against the wall. He's down a pawn. It looks like there's going to be potential to just rush those pawns up the board. Even if Black is able to, try and win a pawn back, it's not going to be easy. And so Niels is down on the clock, down a pawn. I don't like his chances.
Yeah, and just as we speak, Jordan has played knight d1, so defending the pawn on e4. And yeah, I agree with you. I think things looking great for Jordan. Apart from all the things you highlighted, he also last year started working with Magnus Carlsen. So we'll also see maybe, of course, these things don't necessarily always show in the first event you played, but for sure that's gonna be a big step in Jordan's career when you work with the world champion, especially during world championship years. So we'll see where Jordan stands at the end of this. Well, now, Robert, I did say I was going to let you pick the next game, so where will you take us?
Well, first I have to say I love this knight d1 move. Retreating the knight, opening the rook to defend, knight c3 coming. He's putting his knight from e3, which looked like a great square, to another excellent square, c3, which defends all the pawns. When the knight gets to c3, it is going to defend e4, it's going to defend b5, it's going to defend a2, and also protect a4 for when the pawn goes up there. So I think it's a wonderful decision from a fantastic player. The knight on c3 can't be attacked by the bishop. To show after knight d2, maybe bishop g5 was suddenly an option, where we talked about how bad that bishop was. Let's trade it off for a knight in this one and maybe try to win a pawn back. So I really like the move knight to d1. Great choice by Jorden, and it goes to show that while retreating moves may not be top of mind, you need to consider them, because one step back doesn't mean that you are really on the defensive. It could be one step back to take 2 or 3 steps forward. And so knight d1 was a really great move by Jorden, recognizing how to improve his pieces.
I also really, going back, I really liked Jordan's decision, which I think in the moment is not always so easy to understand, when he took on f6, also on move 17. Because very often we wonder, why would you give up your bishop pair, especially unprompted? But I think that decision, with all the moves that Jorden played, has completely paid off. And yeah, Jorden with a borderline winning position almost. So we'll see if he can convert. But picking up where he left off this year, well, where he left off last year at the moment.
And there's actually a really good illustration of why bishop takes f6 was so important. He recognized what was going to happen. You could call him prophetic. He was just calculating and visualizing the state of the board. Because if bishop takes a4 was played right away, and black threw in g5, bishop g3. Now, if we go to knight takes d3, as we saw in the game, queen takes d3, rook takes a4, there's a huge problem in that now it's not just 2 pieces, but 3 black pieces are aiming at this e4 pawn. So black's going to win that pawn. The bishop on g3 is not very good. And so that is why Jorden took on f6. He saw what was about to happen, and he realized that I need to include this trade to make my position be strong, because this is actually worse for white if he allowed g5.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jorden showing some great understanding there of the position. And we'll come back here, but a tough task ahead for Niels.
And a game we can go to is the one between Duda and Rapport. I think that one is quite interesting because of a moment that just happened here. And I sort of see, based on what the position was to where it is now, as I pull it up here, that in this position here, the move b4 was played by Rapport. And speaking of great calculators, great tactical players, Rapport is up there with the best of them. He's so innovative. And b4 looks like a huge blunder, because knight c6 is a monster fork against the queen and the rook. If you move the queen, then I just take your rook and I am able to steal some material. The problem is that I'm going to give you my queen and play b takes c3. You'll take my queen with check as well, so I'm not even getting your queen back. But after bishop takes e7, white is unable to play queen takes c3. This is the problem with having your king in the center. If the king were castle, queen takes c3 would be great. Now queen takes c3 runs right into bishop b4, and black is up a minor piece and completely winning. So you have to move your queen away to something like a or c4, and then c takes b2 happens. And I don't care what the evaluation bar says. Nobody wants to see this happen. I'm sure it's just good for black. It'll keep going down. But at first glance, this looks amazing for black with 2 minor pieces and a pawn that's about to promote for the queen. No, you're not doing this from the white side.
Yeah, what an incredible line, and no surprise that Jan Christoph had no interest in going knight c6. Although I think it's a move that, especially in faster time controls, myself, and hopefully I'm not alone in this, would probably play on a whim. But now that line with the queen sack, not just beautiful, but very, very strong. So
yes.
Instead, Duda here went knight to a4.
Mm-hmm. And Rapport decided to take on e5. Can't take with a knight. You can't trade them, because after the pawn takes, there would be a fork of the minor pieces, and that would be bad. So bishop takes e5, pawn takes e5, and now knight e4 played. So the bishop on g3 is under attack and can be captured. Honestly, Fiona, I think that there are 2 different storylines happening in this game. One is that black is playing very active chess, this pawn all the way down to b4. But on the flip side of that, or maybe because of it, there is some backward pawn on c7. White already has control of the d file. So it's like, it's dynamically equal. But I would say that in the near future, there are some problems for white to deal with. This e5 pawn being loose, probably the biggest thing, right? Knight takes g3, knight takes e5. But there are some issues here for black if this rook could swing from h1 to c1. Like all of a sudden, there's a lot of pressure.
Which side would you rather play here?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question.
I mean, it's such a weird position.
It is. I'm gonna go with black. I mean, I wouldn't have expected myself to say it because optically, aesthetically, it looks like a position I'd want from the white side. But how do you defend this e5 pawn?
A great question. I mean, once again, there's this f4 move. We saw early f5 in Prague's game, but again, it doesn't look like the kind of move we want to make.
Yeah, f4 with our king in the center. It does save the pawn, but I'm not totally buying it. And nor is the engine. It says you can play f4 all you want. You can defend your pawn. But in this position, I'm even looking at ideas of knight to c5, trading off knights rather than winning your bishop. That looks pretty awesome to me because, well, I don't even know what I take with. I'm spoiled for choice. Probably queen takes, honestly. Just take this. This is weak. Here, there's a threat of bishop c2 at the end. I mean, not the position you really want
no,
from
absolutely
White's
not.
perspective.
And we see that Duda, he stopped one square sooner. It didn't go f4, but he went f3.
Aha. So he knows the types of moves that I enjoy. You expect f4, and they grab the pawn and then just boop, f3. So what's the idea of knight g3, pawn g3, knight takes e5? One can consider that an extra pawn for black, unless I'm missing some material. No, that's an extra pawn. However, perhaps you can push the g pawn or the e pawn, kick the bishop back, and with an open h file and an uncastled king, there is some outside potential of an attack, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm also a little bit, especially if I go e4, then my own king might also be a little bit exposed. I don't like how weak the dark squares are. I don't know how much of a problem it will be. But for now, although I love, attacking. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. But here I'm a little bit skeptical about how I'm going to proceed with this attack without being too vulnerable myself.
Yeah, this bishop on g6 both deserves red highlight and green because it's bad, it's staring into a pawn, but it's great because it defends h7 and there's going to be no attack. White can play for like a bind, queen e3, hitting a7, but also stopping c5 from happening, at least for now. It will lose a pawn if you play c5. Maybe you can sacrifice that pawn. I don't see why you'd want to, but these kind of positions are very interesting. The dynamic is such where black has the material, white has better control. Who is actually better? The current evaluation says that black is. I would probably take black in this position, but I also see the merits in white's setup here.
Well, we'll see, because Richard has just taken on g3. H takes g3 is on the board, and I'm very curious to see. I think Richard is going to take some time here, but I'm curious to find out if he decides to capture the pawn on e5.
Because it's a pawn that is hanging for sure, but it's not a forced decision. And now that you sort of say he'll think, it makes me want to think. And now that I'm thinking, I'm looking at alternatives. And one alternative is this move knight c5, because it still forces the knight trade. The queen has nowhere to go without dropping a piece. And after this trade here, this e5 pawn is loose. Bishop c2 is a threat in many positions. Black's pawn structure is better because white has double pawns. So a situation like this could arise where Report is not unhappy to see this position. So you don't have to take a pawn just because you can. You should really deliberate and think, hey, maybe I can win it another way. Or instead of winning material, I'll gain some other advantages in the position.
Yeah, and I think Duda, difficult start today. I think Rapport has been absolutely true to his style. Playing in interesting fashion, and I think certainly being rewarded here.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to score a win with the black pieces. Too early really to speak about results, but I like the play. I think it's a great start to this tournament for both players. But for Duda, you need to make the most of your white pieces in a tournament of this caliber. We'll see if he's able to in this game. So we can go around. I'm just like hovering over boards.
Yeah,
should we Should we look at the end game? I know you said end game, you prefer to have queens on the board, but no, I love end games.
Okay. Because it's you, Robert.
We don't have to. We can go to other games as well, but
it's
I
fine.
think
Quickly, we'll have a quick look.
I think there's at least one Vidit fan out there and at least one Sam Shankland fan out there. So we're gonna make those fans happy by looking at the position. And I get it. There's not too much going on, Fiona. But
well,
I mean, come on.
I don't know. There might be some, h5. Try and open the h file and mate on h8, king g7, rook h7 mate. That's the dream, right?
I know you're laughing, but I also know you mean it, because h5 is a real idea to open up the file. Black just played the move g6, which was by no means forced, but likely didn't want to see this knight hop forward and also wanted to create luft for the king. So the move g6 invites h5, as Fiona's talking about. I totally get behind h5 now or in the future. But really, when I think about this position as a whole, when I look across the board, I don't really see how Black can get active play. So while there are no queens on the board, there are fewer options because there are fewer pieces. When I look at this position, I think that these types of endgames can be super difficult for Black to play. That oftentimes players would like a position where the engine says, oh, it's over a full pawn better for my opponent, but at least I have activity and have calculation to make the game complicated. Here it's very clear. White is better and there's nothing Black can do about it. Maybe Sam plays well and holds, but he's not playing for an advantage. And unless Vidit makes some really huge mistake, and I don't see that happening, it's playing for two results. Either Vidit will push and get a win, or Sam will neutralize, play accurate defense, and hold the game. But Sam is not looking to win this game. And so a move like h5, your first decision here, I really like it, Fiona. Why not? Play rook h1 next. And without queens doesn't automatically mean that the king is safe. No, there's a checkmating net right at the start of this position.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe there's even no need to rush with h5. I guess that move isn't going anywhere, but I think as long as our pawn on g5 is safe, which we want to make sure of, then I don't see why not just go for it immediately.
Yeah, and there's no way for Black to get to that pawn. So I like that we paused. And you said, wait, we don't need to rush that because maybe we want to play rook h1 first to really show what our threat's going to be. But you can't get to g5. So I'm totally with you, Fiona, that h5 looks good. And really, Sam will have a defensive task. His position, he can put his knight on f8. He can continue to hold on and make sure that everything's defended. But do you really want to take with the f pawn on g6? Like, that's a huge question here. And you're almost certainly going to have to take with that pawn because opening up the h file looks disastrous. And let's say, just to put a position on the board where you take with, I'll make some like very quiet move like a6, takes, and you take with the f pawn. Like, I look at this position and now I really like it for White. There's a target that is pretty permanent thanks to this pawn on g5. You can't play h file, take en passant. Don't forget about that fancy French rule. And then we'll maneuver this knight. Right, this knight can go to e2 into f4. This king, don't forget about king marches. That king can walk all the way up the queen side at some point. I know that looks ridiculous, but it's something to consider. And you can play for a pawn minority attack. I wouldn't go for that because it frees up squares like c4. But you have all of these different possibilities. So we shouldn't take positions like this for granted. And I really like Vidit's position. It's actually one of my favorite positions of the entire round.
Yeah, absolutely. I am being convinced that no queens doesn't necessarily mean no fun. I was sorry, I couldn't stop laughing. Like, I'm such a sucker for these like memes or whatever you want to call it, like Vidit in the not like this pose. It's just too funny.
Wow, he really is. Oh my gosh.
He really is. He really is indeed. But he has no need to be not like this thing because he's doing great. I agree with you. A game for two results. Still plenty of time on the clock to make the first time control. I was reading in the chat, a few people mentioned this, that apparently Magnus was given an opportunity by Esipenko, which he failed to take. So maybe we can go and see what the story is there.
Okay, so I just brought up the board, and here's the current position. But let's go back to where we were. So now we know there was an opportunity. We have a hint. The players don't have those hints, so they have to find it on the fly. But we have a hint. So there was an opportunity, which means that d4 at some point is the move. I don't know if
I think so. I even saw that some people were talking about d4, which was the move you had highlighted last time we looked at this position.
Yeah, we were talking about this even before the pawns were traded. I said, if White ever takes on c5, then White always needs to watch out for d4, and Black should be, of course, looking for that. And d4, bishop a5, I am sure is what Magnus was concerned about, because that is a pin here. But bishop takes f3 coming. You can't take on e3 because the bishop on d6 is loose. This is not that clear. Like this is, blunder is strong. Magnus, of course, considered the move d4. But you look at this position, and then what's Black's move, right? Mm-hmm. We can go, I mean, we have the eval bar, but we don't have the lines that tell us what moves should be played. But when I look at this position, I'm like, it's complicated. I could see Black having some serious play against the White king. And so I would calculate it, but it's still not abundantly clear what the correct continuation is. So I think that, as we sit with in the comfort of our home, sipping tea, looking at the engine, we say that's a blunder. Some moves are obvious and the players just miss them, and then that's a blunder. Here, Magnus, of course, thought about d4. I'm sure Esipenko thought about d4, but they both came to the same conclusion, and it might be a faulty conclusion that d4 wasn't sufficient because of bishop a5. But I look at this position, I definitely like how tactical it is, how sharp it is, and Black should have something.
Yeah, but I guess the sharpness is probably not going anywhere, which is the nice thing. I think it's not a position where now this was missed, the position is gonna go back to being dry and boring. Let's see what happened instead. So Magnus, instead of going d4, which was certainly, as we've seen, well, a possibility, Magnus went queen e7 instead.
Mm-hmm. And the bishop came to a5 and rook c6, and now he's like inviting d4, but there's a rook in the way.
Yeah.
Like I was like, wait, why would you play bishop c3? You're like, d4 is just so good, and then I realized you can't play bishop takes f3 because that's not legal. There is a rook sitting in the path. But
could Magnus invite? I don't think he's interested, but do you think he could invite a move repetition here?
He might be, because White might be threatening a move like bishop takes d7, and then this d5 pawn is loose, right? So let's say, I don't even know what a rent, like king h8, some move that, hey, it's not even that bad apparently. Wait, isn't it funny how that happens?
Let's
like king
just
h8.
make a waiting move. Oh wait.
Yeah, let's just do it. But bishop takes d7. If queen takes d7, then bishop takes f6. If knight takes d7, then rook takes d5 is what I was looking at. And you steal a pawn in the center. This rook is swinging into the attack. This is terrible for Black. So I don't really understand how king h8 isn't bad, because something like, because there's no rook takes d5. Maybe that's the key. There's no rook takes d5 because of tactics. Like, I mean, it's a ridiculous move, king h8. But
yeah, I mean, it's a crazy position.
If you have to take with a queen on d7, I don't think Black is happy to consider this. Like, at least in our heads, when we visualize, like, that looks terrible. Double isolated pawns to the king side, an exposed king. The center is still in danger of falling apart, but it is the case where Black can hold things. I need to go back to this position.
Yeah, there's also a question in the chat from RT Bloodfeud. What is the benefit of the rook on c6 blocking the bishop? So let's maybe just go back to that moment after bishop a5, because there were only two options, and I guess both are not super tempting.
Right, because rook c6 blocks the bishop, but rook c8 walks into a pin. And I think that both moves are fine, like both make sense. Magnus chose rook c6 to avoid the pin. But we actually, we might see a repetition you asked about. Sorry he went rook c7. So he's inviting bishop a5, and then maybe he will play rook to c8. But I guess Magnus is saying that maybe White has no better than to put in the bishop back here, and he can still play rook c8 if he wants the game to continue. I don't think rook c8 is a bad move. I think it's a perfectly good choice. And if that move were played, maybe oops, sorry. We said
So
we're gonna move bishop
Esipenko
A5.
has gone bishop a5, so it looks like he probably is happy with the repetition. We'll see if it happens a third time, but now the decision in Magnus's hands, rook c6, likely to lead to a draw by repetition, or he can decide to play on with rook c8.
Yeah, not an easy choice, because drawing Esipenko with black, good result, but he's up so much time. So I would really think before I make this move, because if Magnus wants to make a draw, he can spend 15 minutes and then play rook c6. It'll likely end in a draw. But if he says, let me buckle down, and if rook c8 isn't a bad move, which it doesn't appear to be, let's go for that. But you know, what I wanted to address here was this moment with d4. I mean, bishop a5, bishop takes f3, just to get into the heart of the quote unquote blunder. Like, even in this position, I mean, I see the move knight e5 and maybe queen a8 and things like that. And I do get it. Like, this is something that ordinarily speaking, Magnus would just go for, and he's able to work through the tactical sequences. But like, if you don't have sufficient compensation, which we know you do based on the engine here, your whole position just collapses. Like, you may, if you don't have a serious attack that you can sustain or that really is a knockout, your position falls apart. But it does seem like with knight takes f3 is a threat. This bishop on d6 staring towards the king side. If this knight moves away from f6, the queen comes out to g5 or to h4. I'm with everybody that this is something that looks so tempting. I just tend to hold back a bit before being brutally critical of players missing things, just because it's very complicated. There's so many different possibilities, and the engine will say something but doesn't explain the why. And so that's what we're here for, of course, Fiona. Just it's something that, of course, Magnus can and should see and did see. And I bet you in the post-game interview, it's one of his first questions.
I was just going to say, I'm curious. And by the way, Magnus has gone rook c6. And from his body language, to me, it looks like he will be, if Esipenko repeats, I think he will take that repetition. And yeah, I was just going to say, I'm curious as well. I hope we get an interview with the players. It will be interesting to hear their thoughts. And especially because, for sure, Magnus did consider d4 and what his thoughts were of that moment. Esipenko here, this is also typical. I think even at the highest levels, there's always this look at the score sheet, counting how many times exactly. And what is it? If now rook c7, we see Magnus doesn't look too happy, but I think we will see a repetition here. What do you think, Robert?
I think he's considering king h8. No, I think we'll see a repetition.
That would be funny.
That would be unbelievable. And it has happened in my commentary before, where I suggest like a throwaway move. And then I'm like, wait a second, that's actually really interesting. And it happened in the World Cup when Magnus was playing against Wojtaszek. I was like, oh, and if this move is played, and that exact sequence happened. And I was commentating with Ben, and Ben's like, even when you blunder, it's a good move. And I was like, I don't know what just happened. That was extraordinarily random. But here, it's hard not to repeat for Magnus, because d4 is the main idea that black is going for. But with the rook on c6 in the way of the bishop, you're not playing d4, and you do have to be concerned that your position just collapses.
And there is the handshake, rook c7, accompanied by a draw offer, which was instantly accepted by Andrei Esipenko. And there we see the post-mortem. So a different image this year. Last year there was the image of Magnus leaving and Andrei sitting at the board in disbelief. But this was also a very solid start to the tournament for Esipenko. Robert, what did you make of the game?
It was solid. I mean, Esipenko is a growing player. He's only 19 years old, and he's over 2,700. And a draw against Magnus Carlsen, that's probably a good result. I think one could say that. But don't get Esipenko wrong. He didn't come into this game thinking, oh, I just want to make a draw. He wants to play, and he felt that Magnus had equalized, and he didn't see a way that he could play safely for an advantage, and thus repeated the move. So they just were talking about, I could the move was actually played on the DGT board. So like, oh, what if I played knight b6 in the final position? But ultimately, Magnus decided it's not worth the risk. Let's just call it a day, and tomorrow's a new one.
Yeah, and I think it was very nice actually to see the interaction between the two players there with Magnus. We don't know, of course, exactly what was said, but Magnus with a smile on his face, giving a thumbs up. And I think, yeah, a very interesting game. Our first result of this Tata Steel Chess 2022. I'm sure we'll hear at least of one of the players. So definitely stay tuned. Anyway, you don't want to go anywhere because we still have 6 very exciting games going on. So let's see the bird's eye view.
So you said 6 very interesting games. So I got my hopes up. I'm looking at the Mamedyarov game, and he just played bishop c5, so that looks awesome. I see Duda's king on f2 and rook on d7. That looks like it's a good deal of fun. And I see Shankland playing the move c5 to meeting h5 with c5, trying to strike back. Looking pretty exciting. Jorden has Niels' rook in a pickle, but Niels is trying to open up those bishops. That looks pretty fun. And then Giri with knight and bishop against 2 bishops, but a better king. That looks pretty interesting. And then finally, last but not least, Fabiano against Caruana. Okay, that one's not as fun. I'm going to be honest with you, Fiona. I was saving it for last because it's just a worse position for black that, as we said earlier, if anybody can deal with it, it's Sergei Caruana, but everyone would prefer to have the white side.
Yeah, so let's revise my statement to 5 very interesting games. And one game I think that's going to go on for a long time, Caruana, Caruana. We're also slowly but surely approaching the first time control. So that's going to be in an hour 20. I always get excited when we reach that mark, which means that the time is ticking down for the players. And I see you've opened the game. So let's go there. Dubov against Mamedyarov, and let's catch up. We haven't missed that much here. So let's just see the couple of moves since we left off.
So queen takes d4, rook d1, the queen retreat all the way to a7. And here after knight takes a5, I was saying this isn't that easy of a position. And then look at the move that Mamedyarov plays is bishop c5. Like, our first instinct is, wait a second, there's a rook here, there is a queen here, rooks win showdowns with queens. So knight takes c6 is a pretty serious threat. And so he says, no, it's not. Bishop c5. Wow. And I think his plan is this.
Sorry to interrupt you, Robert, but I think we're getting ready for an interview. So we will come back to this game in just a second.
To be honest, I think we were both trying to trying to win, but it became clear that although it looked like White had some interesting possibilities and good activity, Black could sort of sidestep it, and he runs serious danger of being worse if he's not careful. And he found this idea with bishop a5 and bishop c3 back, and I couldn't find a good way to avoid the repetition. So I think overall, yeah, that's just what happens.
Yeah. According to the engines, at some point you could have played d4 with a sort of edge. Did you consider that during the game?
Yeah, I didn't really see that. Maybe I could. I don't know.
Last year, of course, you lost against Esipenko. Was this special in a way that you want to take revenge, or is it just another game for you?
No, it's I wouldn't say just another game, but he's a very strong player, and not somebody whom I expect to beat every time with Black.
Thank you.
So we see Magnus there giving a lot of credit to his young opponent, Andrei Esipenko, saying he didn't see anything better than the repetition in the end, and surprisingly didn't really say much about this d4 possibility.
Definitely was an option, and it looked really interesting. I thought that he would go for it, but I see. I guess we're going to have Esipenko on for an interview as well, aren't we?
I hope so. But I hope so. We will see if we get Andre. For now, let's go back to this very exciting moment here after bishop c5. So you were saying it looks like we need to do something about knight takes c6, but Mamedyarov says no.
Yeah, I mean, bishop c5 is a wonderful move because knight takes c6. If you take on c6, it looks like a free piece, but then you remember that your queen's under attack. As we say, Magnus, what Mamedyarov has up his sleeve is bishop takes f2 check. Because if rook takes f2, now we can trade queens. I take the knight. Black is up 2 healthy pawns, including this wonderful passed pawn. So in this position, after bishop f2, let's say you play king f1, I think you can even sacrifice your queen in these positions. Like if you take on c6, oh, maybe not. I would thought I had it, but I didn't. I take it back, but I don't know what move then. This is clearly what his intention is. And so what is the follow-up here? Is just, I don't know. I wish I did.
Yeah, but what a messy position. I see, by the way, that Esipenko is getting ready for the interview, so we'll hear from him in a second as well. But what a mess this is, and we're yet to figure out.
Yeah, maybe just moving the queen, but I was going to sacrifice the queen. I love sacrificing other people's pieces. So trying to take a rook and a knight and then 2 extra pawns for the queen, but maybe just move the queen out the way and say, you can have this knight on b8. That's not really doing things for you. My knight's coming to g4. There's checkmating attacks everywhere, and the white king is in big trouble.
And I don't know exactly. I mean, this position is way too complicated to figure out. But what I do know is I think Mamedyarov will be right at home here. He has played the move bishop c5, so I'm sure he will have given it some thought. But also here the time is ticking down. Half an hour for Dubov, only 20, just under 24 minutes for Mamedyarov, and we're only on move 21. So we could get some fast action here at some point.
Yeah, the good news is the moves are pretty forced for Dubov because otherwise he just is losing. So he's going to have to make these decisions, and it seems like he still is in trouble because if he doesn't take on c6 or do something like that, and he in fact just did take on c6, then Mamedyarov has an easy position. So bishop takes f2 check undoubtedly is the reply here, and Mamedyarov is about to go for a huge attack, and I don't see Dubov surviving this.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the focus, I think, for the next while. I think this game has the potential to be our first decided game, but I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Do you want to stick around here a little bit longer, or should we jump around a little bit?
Yeah, maybe we can just look a little bit more into this variation because bishop f2 check, we were talking about rook takes f2 after the queen trade, but you need to do this wisely because if queen takes a1 right away, I'm now seeing that there's this move knight e7 check. So I was trying to trade queens and win the knight, but no, the knight comes with an intermezzo and then you win the queen back, and now white is up a piece. So this would be a huge blunder. So you do not take on a1.
And we cannot trap the white knight. Yeah, it looks like the white knight from e7 doesn't have too many squares, but we'll be able to defend it, I guess.
Yeah, we'll be able to survive and get out of there. So you take on c6, and by taking the knight, you protect the queen. Now black really is up 2 clean, healthy extra pawns, and that's a terrible situation for white to deal with. So bishop f2, king f1 or king h1, but the king on f1, queen b6, knight takes b8. Like this position, to me, still looks very interesting because if you play knight g4, there's no checkmate threat, and this knight can come to d7. The knight survives. It lives to tell the tale. So
incredible.
Maybe just e5, the simple move, cutting off the bishop from the knight. The rook protects the pawn, and then you win the knight back, and that's what the deal is. But there's still so many pieces hanging everywhere. My head is pounding with all the tactics, but black is clearly decided for choice.
To be honest, I feel like that's the kind of position where I would need to sit down at the board for like 1 hour with someone, ideally with someone like you, Robert, to talk me through all the lines. And maybe then I would have some chance of understanding what's going on. But the players don't have that luxury. So let's see. So bishop f2 is on the board.
It is, and Dubov is playing with a piece, it looks like, and going to figure out how to continue. And you just sort of inspired me, Fiona, because a position I would recommend, and now people know the answer, but this is the type of position that I would definitely show like students. And I'd say, you know, it's Black's move here. What do you think about the position? I don't want to say anything leading. So a generic question, what do you think? So they don't know, oh, Black has a tactic. Because people, when they're given positions, they almost always think, where's my winning tactic? But that's not how you think about chess. Like, you can't be results oriented, think I'm going to win this game, where is it, let me find it. You just have to find the best move, and here would be a great example of that, because when we first saw the position, I was trying to figure out what to do, and I was like, I don't know where to move any of my pieces, this looks scary, what goes on here? And then Mamedyarov coolly plays the move bishop c5, which is a really wonderful choice, and it just goes to show that with strong calculation, there's a reason why Mamedyarov has been the #2 rated player in the world and is still one of the top and most fearsome players in the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And although we see the engine bar that's pretty much all the way down to the white side, meaning Black is winning according to the engine, this game is far from over, because it's the kind of position, it's not like an extra piece +4 advantage. It's still a mess. So if Black goes wrong, the evaluation can turn around very quickly. But I very much fancy Mamedyarov's chances here.
And you say it's not over, but Dubov's face kind of says it's over.
Yeah.
He is not looking particularly pleased to be at the board. Mamedyarov is playing a nice, sharp game with accuracy, and Dubov, you know, he invited the tactics, but he has not been informed in this game.
To be fair, Dubov hasn't looked pleased at any moment in this game, really. I think as soon as we tuned in, if we go back a little bit, I don't know to which moment, like very on, this decision to give up the pawn was certainly interesting, but it somehow seemed to backfire surprisingly quickly, with Schach especially playing so quickly in the opening. So I'm curious as to what happened there.
I think this moment where he played for e4, and I don't blame him because it looks like a natural move in a position like this, but he played e4 and then quickly his position collapsed. And that's sometimes how chess works, is these top level players, they're making moves that you'd say, oh, that's a principal choice. E4, gaining space, pushing your pawn forward, taking away squares from your opponent, and yet he made this move and then his position collapsed very quickly. And Mamedyarov, to his credit, figured out a way to develop. In Dubov's knight went, but it really didn't do anything besides get in trouble.
Sorry to interrupt you, Robert, but Esipenko is now ready with the interview, so we're going to go back there and hear what he has to say. No? Okay, we're going to, I think, listen to the interview later on. So for now, shall we go to... Huh? Oh, we have the interview. Apologies. Let's go to the interview.
Yeah, of course, but I didn't like the way I played, and yeah, after the opening, I thought that it should be slightly better position for me, but then I realized that it's not that clear, and it's maybe I'm just worse somewhere. So. It's a quite good result, I think. Yeah.
Were you the one who actually offered a draw?
Yeah, I think so.
And did you expect him to accept it? Because that's not very common for him.
I didn't expect that he will accept the draw, because I thought at this moment that maybe I'm slightly worse, but I didn't see where exactly. So when he accepted, I was like relieved a little bit.
Last year you beat Magnus. Does this game make you famous in the chess world? Keep people reminding you of that?
Maybe. I think yes.
Okay, thank you, and good.
Thank you.
And Andrei Esipenko, they are clearly happy and relieved to get away with the draw, and I like his candid honesty about, yes, I am still famous for that win against Magnus last year. Robert, I think we're going to take a quick break to recover from all these emotions from our first decisive result. And our first result, not decisive. We're still waiting for the first decisive, and we'll be back after a very short break. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the World Rapid Championships from Warsaw, Poland. We're about to get going. Magnus now forcing the king closer. Yeah, this is very, very tricky for the Georgian player. No, and he blunders his rook.
Oh my gosh.
He blunders his rook. And Magnus wins the game. And that was a lesson in just pressure, pressure, pressure. Duda, he has 3 pawns more than his opponent. Duda has won 3 in a row. He's getting off to a fantastic start. Gunina and Kostenyuk, 2 players with a perfect score. They're going to be facing each other. Kostenyuk once again has turned it around. And for the first time in the game, Gunina is down on the clock. Gunina is going to have to resign what initially looked like an amazing game from her. Magnus still has the threat on the pawn. There's the threat of rook f2. Magnus was actually very clever in how he just avoided the trade. And Shiro has lost on time.
So we have 3 players in first place right now in the open section.
This round, it's Alireza Firouzja and Magnus Carlsen.
I think Magnus is going to wrap this up really quickly.
The king moves away from the check. Magnus maneuvering his knight to a superior position. And Alireza resigns the game. The number 1 and number 2 players in the world right now. And Magnus Carlsen coming out there victorious, needing a win here if he is to have a sole lead. Magnus just simply retreating the king 1 step back. There's no stopping him from getting a queen on the next move. He's gonna win it. And he's gonna take the lead in this tournament. Carlsen playing against the youngster from Uzbekistan.
Abdusatorov has beaten some really strong players in this tournament, and that makes me kind of optimistic about his chances against Magnus here.
And Magnus now is going to give up another pawn. Wow, look at this. For the second time, Magnus is giving up pawns in order to just get rid of them. There's a check coming in here from Abdusatorov, and Magnus resigns. Abdusatorov takes the lead after a win against the reigning champion. Carlsen will have the opportunity to strike back with the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi.
Magnus is probably regretting this knight cd5. Now he's definitely forced to be playing for the draw.
He's not going to be catching Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That was surely a very disappointing game with the white pieces.
It's the big matchup of this round. If Kostenyuk makes a draw with the black pieces, she will be crowned world champion.
I would have to give the edge to white in this position because of the permanent nature of black's king problems.
I agree that this is an advantage for white. What? It's over. Kostenyuk is the champion.
Yes, Kostenyuk, she had a wonderful tournament, a very convincing first place with 9 points.
Alexandra Kostenyuk, the new women's rapid world champion.
Nakamura facing off against Carlsen. We've been waiting for this pairing, and it couldn't have happened at a better time when everything is on the line.
Magnus moved his rook and no longer is trapping that king on the edge of the board.
Yeah, I mean, rook a5 is a pretty good move, but also king g2, as you said.
And Magnus gives it up. It's a draw, and the rules of the event stipulate that only the 2 players with the best tiebreak score will be allowed to play the playoff. Third place, then, the bronze medal for Carlsen. It is Abdusatorov getting ready for the game. He will be facing Jan Nepomniachtchi of Russia. And Black's king doesn't manage to get back to defend the pawn. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is steering this game towards a draw. And that means Norderbeck is going to have the match ball with the white pieces in the next one. Nepomniachtchi getting rid of that last black pawn. Norderbeck getting rid of the white pawns. The guys shake hands. The white king is trying to run away from the checks. The rook just keeps checking in on that white king. Can the king get away? Both players are down to just 10 seconds on the clock. The king is finding shelter on the side of the board. Now he's returning to that checkmating idea that Irina identified earlier on. And now here comes the new queen.
Yes,
the new queen comes in, and then he's going in for the checkmate. Mamedyarov will have to, and he resigns. Nordirbek Abdusatturov is the new rapid world champion.
Wow, this is an amazing turn of events. I mean, what a special moment that we're witnessing.
The world rapid champion, Nordirbek Abdusatturov. That is going to be a name to remember for the future. Only 17 years old and already a world champion.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top women and top juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize final. It all starts at 9 a.m. Pacific on Saturday, February 12th, right here on Chess.com. For more info, head over to go.chess.com/RCC. But right now we are in the Tata Steel Tournament. Fiona, we still have 6 games remaining in the first round here. I haven't enjoyed the bird's eye view this much, honestly, in a long time. So what do we look at? Whose game?
Yeah, I think as long as that Dubov Mamedyarov game is still going on, I think our eyes will always go there. But I also see that in the Van Foreest Grandelius game, somehow that H-pawn has also dropped off the board now. Things are happening there, so maybe we can check in with Jorden and Niels.
For sure. I just brought the game up here, and we see that the H-pawn fell. So let's go back to where we were. It was right here, knight d1, which is a move that we both applauded. Thought that was a really good retreating move to bring the knight forward. Next, rook b4 played, attacking 2 pawns. a4 was played, but that move wasn't loved. So interesting that the move a4, which defends the b5 pawn, is not loved by the engine, which means that sort of a process of elimination, knight c3, even though it gives up the b2 pawn, or not. I thought knight c3, what? Wait, what? Nope, now it's going up. Ha, knight c3.
Isn't this position what we looked at after rook b2 and a4?
Yeah, it's quite similar to a position we were looking at earlier, but you know, knight c3, and just even if black wins this pawn and the rook doesn't get trapped, white has a clear edge because this a pawn is rushing up the board. The bishop on f6 still is not a very good piece, and so white has much more freedom and flexibility. So instead he put a4. Niels decided to strike with d5, which is a great choice to my eyes, opening up the center, trying to get e4 to work, all this tactical stuff. Queen d2, double attack, and here we saw queen d6, pawn takes d5, e4, and queen takes h6, because Fiona, loose pieces drop off, the rook on e8 is undefended, and at least temporarily, Jorden is up 3 pawns here?
3 pawns, and yet the bar has dropped to somehow the middle line. This is getting really, really messy as well now. The bad news for Niels is he's going to have to navigate the complications with only 8 minutes on the clock.
And yeah,
but the queen's coming off must be good news for Niels, I guess. From
a time point of view, definitely. From a material point of view, maybe having like the queen and the bishops and all that was giving him a good counterplay. You know, for example, queen takes d5 here. You could keep the initiative up. There's no checkmating attack. The knight on f3 can't get into the game on the king side. So perhaps queen takes d5 was another choice that was available. But queen f8, we saw a trade, and now knight d2. And it is 3 extra pawns that can quickly become 2 extra pawns. It just feels like a position where white has 0 risk whatsoever and can enjoy a healthy attempt at playing for a win.
Absolutely. But on the other hand, for Niels, the good news is his bishop pair earlier wasn't doing much. Now at least those bishops have come to life. So my feeling is that his chances at least maybe somewhat better than the last time we saw the position, but of course Jorden still in the driver's seat. Just a quick question from the chat. I just wanted to get back to Quantum, who was asking if we were going to interview Magnus. So both Magnus and Esipenko were interviewed. This was live on the show, but if you missed it, you can find all those interviews on the Tata Steel Chess Tournament YouTube page. And we will probably at some point in the tournament have some in-studio interviews as well, but we'll save those for the really, really exciting games. So yeah, back to this. Niels has just captured on d5. Jorden is taking his time. Maybe we can jump around a little bit while we let Jorden think.
Let's do it. So let's just try to go through all the games. We'll go to first Anish Giri against Pragnananda. We have the local star in Anish Giri from the Netherlands playing in Wijk aan Zee here and trying to win his first Wijk aan Zee Tata Steel Masters tournament. He's tied for first on numerous occasions, including last year. Unfortunately, he's never been able to secure the title. And honestly, Fiona, not off to a great start. His position looked interesting earlier. I like the initiative that he was getting, but it looks like Pragnananda, the youngster, has fended off everything in a nice way. And in fact, I would take Black's position here in this endgame.
Yeah, I have to say I'm really, really impressed with how Pragnananda handled what we thought was a difficult position with a king in the center of the board. And when we left off, he actually just played that move, which was hurting your soul, f5. But it seems to have worked out not too badly for him. So let's maybe see what we missed here. A lot happened, of course.
Well, they went for the queen trade line, knight e5 check, king to g8. So I had just quickly said king e8 is a possibility. And after the trade of bishop for knight, the sides now have equal material. But it looks like a position where White is a little bit better in terms of coordination. But look at this move, bishop f6. And then the knight moved away because if this bishop takes on e5 at some point, opposite colored bishops likely just secures a draw in most of these positions. So he moved the knight to c4, also trying to go for d6. But then after b6, bishop f4, h5 played, and your knight gets to d6, but so what? The bishop retreats. Where's this rook getting in? Not e7, not e8, and e6 isn't exactly that tempting. Knight goes back to e4, and then we see a trade with king f7, and there's definitely nothing here for White. And the reason why, Fiona, I like Black's position is that in endgames, having outermost pawns can often be an advantage. And if we look at the situation here, White has this pawn on d4 in the center, and Black has this pawn here on b6. So there are outside pass pawn potential for Black. Of course, the game is equal right now. We see the eval bar saying as much, but in an endgame like this, I like the outermost pawns better, which is why Grunfeld endgames are often pretty good for Black, whereas in the middle game with an extra pawn in the center, that's what White enjoys. In the endgame, Black enjoys the outermost pawn.
Yeah, and I really like that explanation, and I think your explanation is backed up by an Anish who's looking deep in thought and not too happy. He can't be too happy, especially from the position he had to get here now. The question it is Anish to move. The last Black move was rook to a to d1. What do we want to do? Can we try and go in with the rooks? Should we try and bring our king? How should Anish proceed, do you think?
Yeah, he can bring his king towards the center. That makes perfect sense. I think the big issue I'm having is I don't see a way to proceed for Anish. Like, he can make an assortment of moves, bishop e5, king f2, but at best, he's playing for a draw. So even though the game is for sure equal, and with the precise play, which I think we'll see, it will be a draw, which is a great result for Pragnananda with the Black pieces. I just don't see any winning chances whatsoever for White, whereas I see some possibilities where all of a sudden Black gets a move like rook d5, and then you have to think about, is c5 coming? Is rook a5 coming? What do I have to be concerned about? And so I just think as this game continues, it's Black who has the winning chances, even if they're slight. He's the only one.
Absolutely. So I think let's move on from here, because I think these guys will be here for a while unless a draw is agreed. We could check in with Fabiano or with Duda or Dubov if something's happening there. I'll let you choose, Robert.
Oh no, I'm spoiled for choice. So let's go to the Dubov game to see if there have been any updates. It looks like the position has changed a bit, but the evaluation bar has not. After King H1, Queen B6 was in fact played, and Dubov decided to play Bishop takes B8 rather than Knight takes B8. As we mentioned, Knight B8 was met by E5, Bishop takes B8, Queen C6. You could take F2, Black takes B8, and that's just a trade of pieces when Black's up 2 pawns. So nothing really has happened here that should lead us to believe anything other than Mamedyarov is going to win this game because he's well ahead. This is a -4 and change position, and it just looks obviously minus, a bunch for Black. It's not that complicated anymore.
Absolutely. I don't think Shach will let anything happen here. He will be looking to safely drive home the full point. And do you want to, we could see if Fabiano is making progress. We liked his position, risk-free advantage. Let's see how that has progressed.
Well, optically, it looks great for White. You have this pawn chain, little pawn chain here, but that's aiming towards the Black king. So the king on G7, it's not under attack, but it's also not that safe. This knight on G4, it's fine because it can retreat to H6, but the pawns in the center are taking care of many of the squares. So I still really like the look of White's position. And yet I think it's Sergei Karyakin. If anybody is okay in a position like this, emotionally, it's Karyakin. But as you point out, and we're correct too, Fiona, if people push these positions, Fabiano is generally speaking very good at pushing from a position like this from the White side.
Yeah, what do you think? What would you estimate as the chances that Fabiano can win this game?
I think this next move is extremely important. If he makes the move a knight G5, I think he has decent chances. If he doesn't, I could see a situation where Black trades and gets this rook down into the position, can double rooks, get very active, and that means that White won't be in time to strike on the king side. So knight G5 looks good to me, because if we see a trade, in comes this queen to G5. Oh, actually, maybe even pawn takes. Wait, is that knight getting trapped if I take with the pawn? F3 next and bye-bye knight?
Yeah, and suddenly I hadn't even seen the bar shoot up there, but I think you're absolutely right. The knight on G4 is gone.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just going to play queen takes G5 and say, okay, I'm play F3, not realizing that I could trap your knight. Instead, I was going for the attack with queen F6 check and E6 and all that stuff. It's still a very nice position, but winning a piece is better. So after knight G5, you cannot take on G5, which probably means a move like queen E7 should be played. But White sort of can, after trading knights, can bring this queen
and
up,
I think
F3.
He just went knight G5 is on the board.
Yeah, it's a very Fabiano-like move, mostly because it's good, but also because he's not one to sort of dilly-dally. He really likes seizing the initiative. He's great at calculation. So in comes knight G5, and now it's Karyakin down to 15 minutes for 15 tough moves. So both players are in relative time trouble.
Yeah, we're getting closer here. Let's remind everyone, it is a very long time control. The players get 100 minutes plus 30 seconds per move for the first 40 moves, then additional 50 minutes for the next 20 moves. Again, there is always a 30-second increment from move 1. And finally, after move 60, an extra 15 minutes. But I feel very often, especially leading up to the first time control, we don't notice that difference so much of the extra 10 minutes, because I feel very often the players just burn those extra 10 minutes sort of in the opening and middle games, and we find ourselves with the same sort of time trouble situation towards the end of the first time control.
Yeah, the players who play fast will play fast pretty much regardless of the time control. The players who like to think, they're going to be deep in the think tank at relatively early moments. So I agree with you, Fiona. An interesting choice, though, by Karyakin to go A takes B4, allowing knight takes E6 check to mix up the pawn structure. And knight takes G5 isn't a plan because we just saw h6, g5 will trap the knight on g4. So Fabian has a choice. Does he take on e6 or does he just simply go quickly take back on b4? Your move, Sergey, what are you going to do? And one of the really big ideas is to play b5 for white. So queen e7, it does protect this knight, but it allows b5 and the queen is no longer covering this d5 pawn. So if the c6 pawn is gone, down goes d5. This position really looks promising for Fabiano, and I would keep the status quo and take on b4 rather than taking on e6, even if taking on e6 and then taking on b4 is also really nice.
Yeah, I wonder if we need to be a little bit concerned, first of all, about that move you're just highlighting, queen e7, but also about the opening of the f file. I feel I prefer the other line you showed just because I feel my feeling is we give the opponent a little bit less counterplay.
I'm with you. There are fewer options for black after a takes b4. So a takes b4 is what Fabiano just in fact played. And if queen e7 now, there's no pawn hanging on h4 and g5 is already defended thanks to the pawn and the queen. So b5 is possible, trying to break down this little pawn chain here. And if d5 falls, then black is just in a world of hurt. This position is really unpleasant for Karyakin. And I know I keep stating, if anyone can do this, it's Karyakin. But the more I look at it, the less I like black's position. And I think that no matter who the player is, they're going to be very uncomfortable in the current setup.
Absolutely. I also really fancy Fabiano's chances. So we will come back here. There's one game I was curious about. It's Duda Report. I feel we haven't seen it in a little while. That was very interesting. I just wanted to check if we can get an update there.
Whoa. It's a very different position than when we left off.
Absolutely. Shall we go back to where we left off, maybe?
Let's do it. So it was around... So he did, in fact, play knight c5. So he didn't take on e5. He played knight c5. And after the trade, it's more or less what we were talking about, where black wins a pawn, but the queen side is favorable for white, even though black has the material. And rook d7 came up there, and then rook d1. And I mean, you look at this position, Fiona, at least to me, material doesn't seem that important.
No, what we see, of course, is the white king that's on f2. It looks safe for now, but it's also not too hard to imagine black managing to break up this pawn bunker. And yeah, that's actually what he set out to do on the very next move with this move h5.
Yeah, he says, you know, I will go h4, which looks like it's a free pawn, but after queen h2, there's no way to defend. And the bunker is no more. Black is infiltrated, but Duda says, yeah, take that pawn back. I'm just going to organize my pieces in a healthy manner. And this is where I'm curious, because white has all of the fun here in terms of piece placement. Can black make a crazy move like f5? It's not my game, so if it loses immediately, so be it. I can just take it back, explain my thought process, and then make a different move. But f5 is the type of move, when I see a king and I see a rook, I want to open up the file in between them.
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea a lot.
I don't know what the response should be, but it also is scary opening up a rook on the 7th rank. But hey, I don't want to sit passively. I want to try to uncork and attack.
So what if I try and hit g7, if I go queen d4?
So you're trying to say, don't notice, checkmate in one move. And I'll think about it. I'll say, I want to play pawn takes e4. I guess I'll go queen h6 just to defend against checkmate.
And can I play a weird move like king g1? My idea is I want to go rook h2.
Oh.
And I want to step out of the f file.
Well, that really caught me off guard, but that looks really fascinating. Rook h2 to just get this queen out of there and go for, yeah, I mean, king g1 is honestly kind of awesome. I love that move. Wow. And maybe black has to just distract white's pieces and play c5 in response, like get away from my king. But this is yeah, this is very dangerous looking. So I can completely understand why Report didn't want to
very
play F5.
double-edged position here, actually.
Yeah.
In the game, though, Report didn't go F5, which certainly I like the look of it, although I can't even tell this position here. I also certainly like the look of it for white. So Report decided he wanted none of that and went C5. And Jan Krzysztof getting his king to G2, so now the queen has no entry squares. And also, I guess it's in a way a little bit of a prophylactic move because F5 could still be happening in the future. So I think the king just a little bit safer on G2.
Yeah, it's definitely much safer over here. And now it's starting to look promising for white. The rook on D7 is a great piece. The rook on D2 might join the rook on D7, the 7th rank later, if this rook moves somewhere along the rank. And I mean, black, with the exception of F5, I don't see active play here. This bishop now can move away. It couldn't move before because queen H2 check would have been a problem. Now that the H file is covered by the king, this bishop leaves F1, and this is not good for black.
Yeah, also this game here, the time is ticking down. We see both players at the board, very focused. I think we should come back here. Let's quickly check. I'm reading that Vidit is pressing. So let's go back to Vidit against Shankland.
All right, I'll pull that up right now. And we see that Vidit here, he has the white pieces. Whoa, a lot has changed. And the last one was F6. Ben Feingold is saying, never do that. But we left off just to quickly go through the moves. H5, C5, the break by Shankland, saying, I'm not just going to let you checkmate me. I need to open up files for my pieces. And the rook came to C1. We see a trade. Knight F8 is the choice. And this is why the eval bar, the players don't sit in this position and say, oh, it's equal. They think, oh, it's interesting. White has some chances to make moves like rook C5, going after this pawn here. Black says, let me defend the pawn. And perhaps the other rook was better, but how do you know that? You need to calculate. It's very difficult. And once this happened, the rook came to C8, the rook came to D7, and then the knight to E2. And the problem in this position, as the rooks were traded and the knight came to F4, is white is first to the action. White's knight attacks this pawn on D5, which you would love to win. This rook can slide to E3 or C3 and go for the open file. And if you play knight E6, you may just be strategically lost in a position like this. I guess you see the eval bar going up because white's rook will end up on this file. We can take on G6 first, but white's rook will then infiltrate, and then this pawn is a backwards pawn. It's not a situation that you want to be in. And this king.
Actually, can I ask you a question about this this position right here? Because
Yes.
as white here in this kind of endgame, I'm never too sure. Do I want to take on G6 or do I want to go H6 and try and restrict the black king? So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Normally, I would want to play H6 because you restrict the king, try to get my rook to 7th rank. But I think in this position, you can just walk your rook over here. And I think that this just is strategically one for white because when we look at the position, white controls the open file and black can't attack anything. This king can just come to E3 and it's trying to walk all the way up into over here into E5. And let's say you play rook D7 and say, you're not playing king F4 after rook F7. Now I have check. And after king G7, I move like rook to E8 and your pawns are all in trouble. So
basically this position is just already very concrete.
Yes. And the whole position is just falling apart for black. And it's kind of crazy, right? It looks like an even position by material. What's the big deal? No, white is just much more active and has better pawns.
Yeah, so looking tough for Sam. Let's see, after F6. So Vidit decided to take on F6 first.
And I think Sam wants to play king F7 and win this pawn back, but it's probably not that straightforward. But you know, that's kind of the obvious idea, at least.
Well, we have a look. So if king F7, and that's what Sam has just done.
Okay. And how much time? So they both have plenty of time given the position, but I was looking to see, are they in huge time trouble? Because then the game could just end. And I think I would take on G6, and then I would make this move knight D3 to go knight E5.
I like that a lot, yeah.
Yeah, for black, like you can win the pawn, but it's not just about the material count. It's not the quantity, it's the quality. Now my threat is rook F3, rook F7. if you play king to g7, I still play rook f3, rook f7.
Stop it.
Yeah, my knight covers. This is terrible for black. This is really, really bad. And Vidit kept the pressure up. And I know, Fiona, right? We got there. You're like, there's no queens, the end game. And most players feel that way. But the pressure was mounting. And Shankland, he plays his move f6 eventually. And he may liquidate a little bit, but the resulting position is a huge problem for him.
Yeah, it's so tough in these positions. I don't know, f6 maybe was not the best move, but I find it's so hard as the defending side to... I think maybe it was difficult anyway, but it's so hard to decide when do you need to just sit and do nothing, and when do you have to try and defend more actively, and it's a tough balance to strike.
And sometimes you have to think creatively, and we often think endgame's creativity. What are you talking about? But this is a position where I don't want to put a number on it, but I will just because people like that. Let's say 99% of positions, you would never play the move g takes h5. Maybe this is the position where you do play g takes h5 because it frees up a square for your knight. It distracts some of white's pieces in the process. So g takes h5, I don't think I could play that in the game if I wasn't just talking about it. But now that I'm thinking about it, and like this knight coming in that looks really scary, but maybe this is acceptable for black, even if it looks terrible. Like I can't even look at it. I'm going to be honest. But you see the eval bar actually saying that.
Yeah, I'm shocked, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, are we sure? Are we sure? It says plus 0.6, but this looks really bad for black, and yet it's apparently a position that you can just continue it.
Mm. Yeah,
Strange.
no, very interesting stuff here, despite the reduced material. But this one is indeed, I really like your suggestion of knight d3 here.
Yeah, it seems actually quite straightforward. Is improving the...
Does rook f3 make any sense?
Aha, tactical. Yes, it does. I'm wondering if rook d6 somehow is a reply here for black, and then you can play, either rook takes f6 or knight d7 after, but still doesn't seem all that comfortable for black regardless. Like the rook can swing over to c3 at any moment. So,
Robert, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think since these guys will make time control, I'm reading in the chat that a lot is happening in the Mamedyarov games, so let's go back there and we'll come back to this one a bit later.
Okay, here we go.
Wow, and the first thing I see is our evaluation bar, Robert.
See, this is why we never speak of results, because as soon as we say, oh, it's going to be completely this or completely that, it just never happens. And how did this happen? So it's just a few moves have been played. Bishop b8, bishop e5, excuse me, knight e4, bishop d6. And then for some reason, rook d8 is not the correct move. And rook d8 makes a lot of sense, but I'm guessing there are some back rank problems that black needs to deal with. And so rook d8 walks into something. Is it bishop takes b4 somehow? Like, wait, actually, is it just bishop takes b4?
I can tell you, I don't know, can Robert see the notes as well, or is it just me? No, so Robert, I can tell you, I got the answer here. There's only one move here for Dubov that holds, that gets the equality.
And is it not bishop takes b4? Because
it's not bishop b4.
Oh, well then, okay. Look how hard this position is, right? Like, if I see the eval bar shoot up to equal, I'm like, oh, you blundered a pawn and there's a back rank checkmate. So it's not that. Rook a6 maybe? No, that looks not good because bishop back to b6. Now I'm playing this guessing game where I'm not going to get it right, and then everyone can laugh at me. Like, this is such a difficult position.
Because actually, once you see it, it makes sense, I think, because there's a pinned piece in the position.
Oh, right? Okay, then rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2.
You told me, as soon as you pinned piece, I'm like, oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
So rook e2 and f5, there's en passant after.
But okay, wow. I mean, this is still all very far from obvious.
I mean, rook e2 is like, you should go through all your motions and consider the options here. But rook e2, I understand there's a pin piece, and I should have thought, let me attack the pin piece. But there's also back rank checkmate problems.
Sure.
So bishop takes b4 is tempting to remove your rook from the back rank, and then I can try to bring my pieces down to the last rank. So, I mean, rook e2 is such a nice, patient move, taking advantage of a pin piece here. But wow,
yeah, I think it's one of these examples. It's very easy to get tunnel vision, like especially this A-file tunnel. Like you think, okay, these two pieces need to stay there because that's how I can create some counter chances, and then to just remove one of those pieces. Sometimes it's just very hard to consider these moves.
And it's like not even the end of the variation. Like these are the type of positions where you then have to study, like, I don't even know how many, 10 moves. Like, so rook e2, f5. If you take en passant on f6, I could take your bishop on d6 here, and then you take on e4, and then I have all sorts of different moves possible here. But my bishop on f2 is loose, so that's part of the problem. So how do I defend that bishop? I'm not really sure, because the queen b6, you can take my rook here. You can also like throw an f7 check for white at some point, like maybe even before bishop takes e4, I play f7 to bring your king to the f file. Nope, apparently that's not right. Like this is how just wild this position is.
And he's done it, Robert. Rook e2 is on the board.
Okay. And I mean, Mamedyarov has no choice besides playing f5, I believe.
By the way, can we just answer one question from the chat? Because I was wondering the same thing from Ranked. I've lost him, but he was asking what was wrong with queen b1 with the same idea of hitting that that pinned knight.
Queen b1. What is wrong with it? So you attack the knight on e4. That's the good news, but I think you have some back rank problems of your own to deal with in this position. So, oh my gosh, I really have to put my thinking cap on for this game. Like I was happy to be in a position, oh, it's going to be a win. You know, this position looks all calm, but you know, black's just ahead. And then now you're like queen b1, what's the difference here? But I there must be a back rank thing. So let me think about it. So this is the square. Yes, rook d5. You walk yourself into more of a pin. But the point is that if you take with the bishop, I take on d1, and then when your bishop on e4, and if you take with the queen, your rook's hanging, and if you take here, I take with the pawn and just.
That's an incredible move, rook d5.
I mean, this game is just ridiculous. Like it's so bizarre.
And yeah, let's go back. So after rook e2, Schach instantly played f5. And look at the time situation here. We're only on move 27, which means the players still have 13 moves to make each. And Dubov is down to under 6 minutes. Schach only 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is anybody's game at this point. And e takes f6, en passant played. Wait, that has to be the move. But I guess the engine is trying to figure out this position as well, right? The engine being not on the highest of depth, but look, it's thinking. There it goes. Like, oh, it's just a little bit better for black. But I mean, Fiona, the engine tells you the what, but it doesn't tell you the why. So even when I see this evaluation, I'm thinking after rook takes d6, as I mentioned before, do I take on e4 right away, or do I play f7 check, trying to draw the king out into the open? But the problem with playing f7, or the downside, is you no longer have tension on g7, which you may want to have in some positions, or like forcing a g takes f6 at some moment. So it's really interesting dynamic right now.
And also we see on the camera, Shankland Mamedyarov earlier, we saw him sipping his tea, you know, he looked so calm. But now with the time ticking down, and of course the players, although unlike us, they don't see the evaluation bar, I think they still sense, even if they can't put it in numbers, like is the evaluation equal now, or how much better am I? But they sense that they've lost control of the position, that the opponent is back. You can also tell it from your opponent's body language. If we look at Dubov here, like this is not the same Dubov we saw an hour ago. And so, yeah, we see now Shankland Mamedyarov looking slightly more nervous, which is normal. The position is a complete mess. All three results are possible suddenly. And Dubov there, he is also sensing his chance.
And look at this moment here. C2 played by Mamedyarov. The pin still exists, but now the rook on D1's under attack. Would love to take that. So the question for Dubov, do I throw an F7 check? Do I move my rook? Where do I move my rook to? C1 to F1. I like F1 because it attacks the bishop on F2, and the knight on E4 is going to be captured. So I like rook F1. I'm just not sure, do I throw an F7 check first or not? And I don't know how to answer the question either.
Yeah, how do you make that kind of decision during the game? And I think he has reached, yeah, he has gone F7.
Okay, well, it's clear that
King
king F7 was
takes.
4. And now rook F1 for sure.
Mm.
And this is a problem. Wait, I'm not sure at all. Like wait, so if
Wait, I don't know tactics based on knight G3 at some point.
so the bishop
Yeah.
saves the day, but yeah, if knight G3, pawn G3, and rook H5 would be a checkmate, right?
Would
so
be very
that's-
cute, yeah.
yeah, that would not be fun for White to see. But
But we are not in
bishop
time to
still
take
on.
on D6, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, queen takes D6. Let's say we start with that. Then after bishop takes E4, I mean, this bishop is lost on F2 because pinned, and then this is hanging. So you know what, Fiona? You might need to start with this move here, C1 equals queen. This game is
Oh my god.
in the best way. I mean that as like a compliment to the game. Like rook to D1, like that's the sorry, C1 equals queen. Rook D1. I don't know what I'm saying, but C1 equals queen is the move. And then if you take on C1, now queen takes D6, and after bishop takes E4, there's some move here. What is it? How does it survive? I distracted your rook away, but I don't have rook F5.
I don't know.
What a mess is right. But what is the move here? Like, how is it just... I was trying to distract the rook. Where is it? Where's...
What if I take... Can I take on G3? Probably not, right?
Oh my gosh. You know what just happened? You're not going to believe this.
What?
In my head, I thought the bishop was still pinned. Like, I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about moving the bishop because in my head, the rook was still on F1. And you said take on G3. I'm like, Fiona, are you sacrificing your queen? Like, yeah, what? And then I'm like, oh, you mean bishop G? Okay, well, if the bishop can move, then obviously black is still fighting here. Wow, that was a... Whoa, okay. I'm gonna...
But maybe then we also, if you just missed that, then maybe not bishop G3, maybe bishop D4 or...
Yeah, the bishop can just retreat. I was looking at rook F5 doesn't make any sense now that I realized the bishop can move. I thought the rook was still here. Okay, it's been a fascinating morning of chess. Rook F1 is indeed played, and I do think that Mamedyarov has to play C1 now.
Yeah, this is a big moment here. 3 minutes on the clock now each. What if you had to predict a result in this moment of time, Robert? What would it be?
I predict that I will not be able to predict most of the next bunch of moves. But besides that, I would still want to say Mamedyarov has good chances, but his king is the weaker king right now. So in time trouble, usually the side that has to defend the king is the one struggling.
Yeah.
So
I think we will know within the next 10 moves. I think it's very likely to be, this game is very likely to be decided here in the first time control.
yes. And you look at their faces, you mentioned noticeable shift. Dubov still doesn't look like that thrilled. And chess players, even if their current position is pretty good, they're still mad at themselves for like playing badly earlier. So I think Dubov is not exactly happy about this game, whereas Mamedyarov is focused.
On
and
the
he
other
knows,
hand, how many times have you seen Daniil Dubov look really thrilled?
wow, that's a great question.
He's not easily thrilled, or at least he doesn't show it.
Yeah, you really made me think about this, and I don't have a good answer for you. I've played him once, so I stared at his face for hours and hours one time, and I've commentated a ton of his chess, and yeah, you have a point there.
He's one of these players who rarely expresses joy at the board. Like, I mean, it's even rare that you see him smile or look happy, but at least he looks less upset than he did earlier. But I agree with you. It's strange to see him. If we didn't know the evaluation of the position, based on what I was seeing, I would think that he's bordering on loss. But look at Shahriar Mamedyarov, 1 minute on the clock now. Shahriar still has to make 11 moves here.
Yeah, this is such a difficult position. They do have the 30-second increment, which will help his cause. But look at Mamedyarov. He's upright. He's trying to find this move here. And I saw someone in the chat, and I typically don't look at chat, but wait, what? What?
Maybe there was a draw for after rook f1.
No! Oh, look, I say this every time this happens. I understand why players do this to, like, salvage a half point to make sure that they have no risk, but draw offers are so bad.
We've been cheated of a really, really exciting finale here.
I am
devastated. Yeah, so of course, disappointing draw agreement there for us chess fans. This was by far the most exciting game of today. But I think we understand. I think from Dubov's perspective, he knows he was lost. And I think it's an interesting moment for a drawer. And putting Shach in a difficult spot, because Mamedyarov also knows, of course, probably knows he was winning. But just this moment, the tide is turning, and yeah, a disappointing draw for us. But what can we do, Robert?
I'm switching the game. We're going to whoa. So Dude is down a pawn, but according to the EVO, he's completely winning, and it's because Black can't do much of anything. This king is coming into g5. There's a rook on the 7th rank. And no, I do understand it from the player's perspective. Of course, I've played a ton of chess in my life, and sometimes you are nervous, so you offer a draw or accept a draw offer. I do feel like it deprives fans and just the general public of like there's no finality there. It's like the game's ended and you have to explain, wait, why did it end? They offered a draw. How come you can even offer a draw? Why is that a thing? And then we get distracted by that instead of letting the moves do the talking. So I do get it, but I don't like it. And I haven't liked it for a long time and have been very expressive about it. So
I think on the bright side, I think we are slowly but surely moving towards a future where draw offers are prohibited and more events. Like, I think if we compare the situation that we have these days to what it was many years ago, I think we're slowly but surely getting there. But of course, a day like today, certainly very disappointing for us as chess fans.
I'm a little frustrated, but the bird's eye view is here to make me feel better. We don't really care about all of you. It's about making me feel better right now. But in all seriousness, we still have 5 games going. And as I look across those boards here, Jorden van Foreest, he's up 1 pawn and has some passers rolling up the queen side, but his king is in a bit of a pickle. We see Vidit has an advantage against Shankland thanks to the superior placement of his pieces. The knight on e5 is wonderful. The rook on f3 on an open file, while the rook on d8 is sitting a bit passively. Giri against Pragnananda is level, but I still think that if I took either side, it would be black. In Duda against Rapport, we know that Duda is better, even though he's down a pawn, because those pawns are locked on dark squares and might fall off, and the king on g7 is less safe than the approaching king coming to g5 at some point. And then we see Caruana and Karyakin in a slugfest that might peter out with a queen trade, and that's all the games. Because
so which one hasn't reached move 40 yet? Let's have a quick look at Duda. So Duda, we're on move 34.
Just was played. Yep.
We could stay here. Duda is only 30 seconds on the clock. And about to make his move, king g5. So the king is approaching. Rapport instantly responds with rook h8.
And is there there's no mating now. Rook h5, it could share the square to be mate, or f6 would be checkmate. So if you can somehow, well, it's not mate, actually, the king would come back to h4. But this king on g5 is a great piece, but it could also find itself in trouble if you're not careful. That said, it looks awesome.
Yeah, so what do we... Okay, so Duda goes rook c7, threatening, I guess, to bring the other rook to the 7th rank. And also, of course, yeah, hitting the pawn on c5. That's a good point. It's just such a depressing position for Report.
I'm wondering, though, what happens if Black offers an exchange of rooks, because the second rook can land on the 7th rank, but the f3 pawn is loose. And you don't really want to give up that f3 pawn. Yeah. So I'm wondering what happens if Black just chases the rook around.
So rook c8.
Yeah, this
I like that you convinced the engine with your move, Robert.
I feel powerful. You know, rook c8 was in fact played, and if you trade, your f6 check is available. It was even available before taking back on c8, but it's available in the future. f3 needs to be watched. So I think that Black actually isn't in quite as terrible shape as I initially thought. Rook e7 though.
But can we just keep hitting that rook? If
I think so. No, he can trade now that the rook will be on a worse file. I'm not sure if that matters all that much, but it probably does. And actually, at some point, f5 can be considered for white. Like, it's a very weird move, but f6 check is something you'd like to make work. So rook d7, he just goes back to the d7, and there's obviously no rook d8. You'd lose a rook.
Oh. Oh, sorry. We have Daniel Dubov with an interview, Robert, so let's just go down. We'll come back here right away.
Daniel, did you feel in any danger during the game?
Not really. No, I think I was probably lost, but it's not about feeling danger. I don't know, like
okay, that's actually what I meant.
I felt very comfortable, but was probably lost. Yeah, this is.
Comfortable in what sense?
Well, life is good. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. But about the position, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, the position was probably bad at some point, but the overall aftertaste is kind of nice. No, I think it was a weird game. I was probably like much worse / lost in the beginning. Then I feel like maybe like I don't know, like two or three moves before the draw agreement, I was probably completely winning. But yeah,
it's all in the game. That's what you mean.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, also, yeah, I must say sometimes like your results can be good, but you can feel sort of not really comfortable. Yeah, and sometimes it's exactly the opposite. Like in general, like within last year, I was like constantly tired. I was playing like a chicken a little. Like I was playing some solid games, and I mean, okay, the results were fine. I even increased my rating and stuff. But in general, I didn't feel like it's me, you know. And this time, no, I mean, it's me. Yeah, it's like I'm probably far from my best shape, but at least this game you can actually tell who played it as well. Yeah, I mean, just put the bishop on g2, sacrifice pawns for nothing. I don't know, start playing for tricks. No, this is, I mean, feels nice to be back in a way.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, never a dull moment with Daniel Dubov, that's for sure. He's back to himself with a trademark game. Robert, what did you make of his interview?
You know, I'm happy he didn't lose, because this way he gave an interview. It was definitely entertaining to hear his thoughts, and he called himself a chicken, which I wasn't expecting. But the game itself was fascinating. He recognized that he was in big trouble. Then he was so optimistic that he felt like maybe, you know, he could even win. And then, of course, the game came to an abrupt end with the draw. And I'm much more fascinated by this current position, but between Duda and a Report, because what Duda did is really instructive. We saw rook c7, and then we saw rook c8, and then rook e7, rook e8, and then rook d7. It's like, wait, what was all this shuffling about? But the reason is that Black doesn't actually have a good move right now. if you move this rook away from the E file, you lose E6. That pawn is pinned. If you move your king back, in comes the white king going for the crush. And so rook F8 was played, and now he played rook C7, and he might be doing a bunch of the same stuff. He's just waiting, and you see rook H8 was played, and now up goes that evaluation bar. And for black here, there are so many problems. C5 is loose. There's problems in the 7th rank, and that move was not liked at all by the engine. And I assume it's just, let's bring the next rook to the party, and what are you going to do at F7?
Yeah, rook D7, and rook D7 was move 40, by the way. So Duda will now get an additional 50 minutes, which should be plenty to convert this from here.
It's F5. I mean, you just F7 goes down because you can't take with the G pawn after F5. You lose the bishop. If you take with the E pawn, well, then down goes F7 in some way, shape, or form, and I mean, you're just completely crushed here.
Yeah, this looks very much like game over. I'm hearing that Jorden van Foreest is also getting closer to winning his game, so maybe we can check in with Jorden and Niels.
Okay, let's see how that one's going. Oh, many moves. Whoa, 2 healthy, protected pass pawns here, and it's white's turn. Otherwise, black would play rook to C1, and that would be a bit of an issue for white. So what happened here? So it's move 40 was just played by black, so they're getting more time, second time patrol, which means we can take a little bit to go back. Where was it? Here. We saw the queen trade. Rook E3, bishop D4. I mean, black has so much activity in this position. F5, G3. So where did it go wrong? Took. Oh, I think we found our culprit. Bishop C4 was not approved of by the engine. That was
not immediately clear. Why is bishop C4? Do we just not want to put the bishop on the C file because of the pawn on C7, or?
Exactly. Now this one's hanging, and if you take on F1, the F5 pawn's also hanging. So you're just dropping a pawn, and he tried to bring his bishop in for the attack. But look at this move. You don't just take a pawn because it's hanging. We talked about this earlier, because then bishop F3 is quite scary. As rook G2 is happening, you're probably just losing. I'll even show that on the board. Bishop F3, and good luck to your king with rook G2 about to happen. And there it is, losing for white. So instead, rook C1, great move. That way, bishop F3 can always be met by rook C2 with a trade. And now we see rook C2. This is under attack. This is under attack, and it's a lost ending. This is amazing, Fiona, because we get here, and this type of ending is just losing. The king is cut off. This rook can always slide back to the 5th rank and start winning more pawns, and that's why he didn't go for it.
Yeah, fascinating, fascinating stuff. And this one, it was really a topsy-turvy. If we come back to, well, let's get to the current position, but Jorden was better, then things got out of hand a little bit. Niels fought his way back, but now Jorden seems to be firmly back in control. We probably need to deal with this threat of, oops,
yeah, threat of rook C1. Yeah, I mean, B6 deals with the threat, it would seem, although perhaps there's some mating nets that you need to be careful about.
Yeah, I was curious. Let's have a look. So if you go B6, rook C1, 7, there's nothing, yeah?
No, you're a little bit too slow, it looks like rook F1 check, king G2. You need to go rook F3, bishop here. There's no time this way. And if you move elsewhere, bishop F3 is just a single check.
And if I take with the bishop, your king will always escape if I have to.
Yeah, exactly. Check, we have 2, and I'll just go back and run away. You know what's curious to me, Fiona, is at this moment here, after rook C4, he went king E7 and allowed rook takes E7 with check.
Yeah, it's very curious.
He's obviously in trouble regardless. He's just down a pawn, and the knight's about to get out, things like that. But to play king E7 seems quite odd to me.
Yeah, especially with those I mean, the only thing I can see, I think both players were so low on the clock. Maybe he thought he would get that counterplay with the rook coming down to the first rank. But yeah, it looks like that variation you showed with the b-pawn running is just convincing. Just convincing.
Yeah. So that was the problem, is knight d2, rook takes, and then the b-pawn going up would have been a problem. So that's why king e7 was played, and we get to the live position that's just... Sorry,
Jorden goes for knight d2.
Okay.
Which looks good enough as well. Not giving the knight, the king will be able to get out via f2, and basically black is helpless against those a and b pawns just running up the board.
Indeed. So it looks like this one is about to be over. I just out of the corner of my eye saw the Karyakin position, where Karyakin is up a pawn in an endgame. It's going to be a draw. It's a very easy theoretical draw, and I don't like to, state things about results, but here in their game, it's a complete draw. No chance to win, and both players
But
know
an impressive defensive effort. Oh, and just as we say that, the draw has been agreed between Fabiano Caruana and Sergei Karyakin. So we're still waiting for our first decisive game, but it looks like Jorden, the current title holder, will be the one to deliver that, unless Duda gets there first.
Yeah, they're in a race to see who wins. We can come back to this Caruana Karyakin game later, but props to Sergei. He is such a good defender, and here expecting f5 from Duda, it looks just crushing. And yes, by the way, for the clock situation, once the player gets to their zero, with the next move they make, they will be gaining the time. They've already gained it on the physical clock. The DGT relay, the way it works is it will add the time once the move has been made, but they have not lost on time. Don't worry.
And let's maybe just let's very quickly check in with Vidit, and then with Anish, and then we'll go on a short break.
Well, this position, rook knight, 4 pawns per side, and yet the eval bar is sky high for Vidit Gujrathi, a fan favorite. Of course, he is a top player in his own right, the Indian #2, but he's also become very popular as a content creator and a streamer. And look at this position, Fiona, where it's equal material, and yet white is well ahead. And the reason why is after rook f7, your knight on f8 is not going anywhere. If you ever push this pawn, say to b5, this rook can go over to a7. Activity speaks volumes, and white's pieces are just perfectly placed.
If b5, can we not just simply take the pawn as well?
Oh, even better point. I was going for to win a pawn. You said, why not do it directly then? A takes b5, the knight is loose. It's funny. I'm looking at like these longer term thoughts, and you're like, Robert, slow down. A takes b5 is free.
See a pawn, take a pawn.
I like it. Seems like a strong idea here. I mean, black has problems no matter what move is played here. Like you say, play b6. Let's just wait. What's your next move? Right? You just don't have one.
Yeah, it's a really depressing position for Sam, and Vidit has all the time in the world here to decide on a plan. Is he gonna bring his king in? Is he gonna go for a pawn push? I don't think Sam is gonna be able to hold on here.
Yeah, and I don't envy his task. It's one of these positions where nobody in the world would want to have this position from the black side. It's just clear that white has the edge and can press forever, and black will have to play accurately. And what move do you even play as black here? That's another question. Do you play king d6, which will lose the g pawn? But I wouldn't even cash in if I were white. Like, I could take this pawn because I have rook f6 check at the end, but why take it? It's not going anywhere, and black still can't move. And that's why
it's a rough day at the office. Today has not been a fun day for Sam, who really, from what we saw, never really got a chance to get into the game and was just on the defending foot all game long. But it looks like a nice game from Vidit, who will now just need to put the finishing touches on it.
That's right.
And we have an interview with Sergei Karyakin, so let's go there.
Sergei, from the press room, it seemed that today you had to work hard for the draw.
Yeah,
Did you feel the same?
Yes, I got a bad position at some moment. He played a sideline, which okay, of course I didn't expect, but later on I got very unpleasant position, and he was pressing, and I think he was playing very well. And I was lucky that he played Rook C1, allowed me to play C5, and maybe after C5 I'm still worse, but not so much.
But as usual, you defended very well.
It's not that I want to get such positions, but I have strong opponents, and they're really good.
I saw you yesterday at the opening. You seemed very happy to be in Wijk and again. Is that true?
Yes, I'm very happy to be here. For me, it's like my best moments in chess career is to face strongest grandmasters, and before that, many tournaments were not played, and now I'm here, and I hope everything will go well, and I hope to play and to get some experience before the candidates, and basically even without candidates it's very nice to play here.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Good to hear from Sergei Karyakin, who is happy to be back here in Wijk. We still have a few games going on. We've had 3 draws already, one between Magnus Carlsen and Esipenko, between Sergei and Fabiano. And we've just had a result. Let's quickly go there on the camera. Report has resigned his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who becomes the first player to win a game in this Tata Steel Masters 2022. Robert, so much happening today.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting day. We see the players talking about their game. They both have a tremendous amount of respect for one another. And Duda has the lead, the World Cup champion, the vice champion at the World Blitz that was recently held. He is just in phenomenal form, Fiona. And I think that some people, they've thought, well, Duda, he's been 2750 for a little while now, 2760. Like, is that it? And that's already a tremendous accomplishment, but he is showing that he's still improving. He's so young, he's exceptionally hardworking and talented, and it is good to see him win these games, even if you are a Report fan, because Report is awesome to watch as well. It's good to see Duda continuing his climb.
Absolutely. I mean, he said to me yesterday in an interview, 2021 for sure was his best year, but he didn't have such a great event here in Wijk aan Zee, so he's looking to improve on that this year, and for sure he will be looking to get his confidence up before the Candidates Tournament, which is coming on later this year, which will be the main event of the year for the 8 players who are looking to become the next challenger to Magnus Carlsen. And Robert, I think we're going to take a quick break now, and we will be back in just a few minutes with all the remaining action here from round 1. Welcome back to this first round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. And Robert, 3 games remain. One of them is this game we're looking at between Jorden van Foreest and Niels Grandelius. We've had one decisive result so far, Jan-Krzysztof Duda winning his game against Richard Verport. And it looks like Jorden is about to follow Duda into the lead on 1 out of 1.
Yeah, Jorden playing a very good game. Niels stuck with a tough opponent. He finished off the 2021 Tata Steel event by losing to Jorden van Foreest, and he's going to begin 2022 in a similar way. So, we want more good for Niels Grandelius, less of the old, more of the new, and the new needs to be a different result against Jorden. Just tough opponent for him.
Yeah, hopefully Niels, who actually had a great start to the event last year, then things didn't go his way so much in the second half, and we see Niels there just coming back to the board. But maybe we can bring up the big board with that B pawn that is running only 2 squares away from queening, and it's hard to see how those pawns can be stopped.
And black has nothing going for him, not even a passed pawn. If your rook and bishop are tied down to stopping the passed pawns on the queen side, white can also make a passed pawn on the king side. The knight is about to venture over to b3 at some point. a5 can be played. That's 2 clear extra pawns for white, and they're not going to be stopped.
Absolutely. So this one looks pretty over. And then one of the questions is, can Vidit join the leaders as well? He seems to have played a really nice game against Sam Shankland, who is pretty tied down in the last position we saw. I don't know if you want to go there, or we could stick with Jorden.
Okay, I brought it up, but we can... Jordan's game is going to finish very shortly, I believe, but we can have Jorden on screen. Maybe that game will end in a couple moves, but I also brought up the Vidit game against Shankland, which is so promising for Vidit.
Yeah, so what has Vidit, since we left off, he has brought his king to e3.
And this black king is up on f5. There's a pawn on g5 here. I don't know what black's next move is, because knight e6, rook f7 checkmate. I mean, that's the point is that the king needs this retreating square. So the knight still cannot move, Fiona, even though you would like to play this move.
Yeah, I would love it.
So can I just play king f3 and just say, "What? You're up. What's your choice?" I guess it didn't love my move, but it still says it's sufficient for a large advantage. And just to show everybody, knight e6, rook f7 is mate.
Yeah, it's tough to find moves for, even waiting moves are getting harder and harder to find for black. Okay, what if I try and activate my rook?
Okay, so I guess so. Let's get king f3, and you play rook. Where rook c8 is like rook b7 coming at some point. Like check first.
Oh, and sorry, Robert, you were absolutely correct that the Jorden van Foreest game was gonna end shortly, and Niels has resigned. So Jorden continuing where he left off last year with a victory against Niels Grandelius, and what a fantastic start to the tournament for him, with quite a tipsy-turvy game here between the two.
Yeah, it was certainly not an easy win, but Jorden did gain the advantage after Niels played b5 earlier in the game. So Niels went aggressive. Jorden was able to parry off many of the threats, and he secured an advantage and the victory. So good on him. I think a lot of fans will be happy to see him compete, and it looks like Anish Giri's game has come to a conclusion against Pragnanda. The players are talking, and that one was a little bit less exciting than the Jorden van Foreest game, but a draw is held by Pragnanda and his fans. And the country of India should be thrilled, because Pragnanda holds with the black pieces against his much higher rated opponent, and Vidit is maybe on the cusp of victory. So a great start for the players from India.
Absolutely. I just wanted to get back to JXX in the chat was asking, what about an interview with Duda? That did happen while we were on break, so we will show you that just a little bit later. And for now, this has all happened so fast, leaving us only with the Vidit against Sam Shankland game in the Masters. Let's remind everyone, we also have a challengers group here in Wijk aan Zee, but for our coverage, we will focus mostly on the 14 players in the Masters.
Indeed. And we just have this one game left, so we have no choice but to stay present in this one. And wait, was that my analysis or was King F? No, it was my analysis of King F3. I was like, okay, he played my move, but F3, King F3, just a waiting move. I really don't know what Black's going to do here.
So what do you want to do? King F3 or F3?
Let's just play F3.
3. Okay, so what will happen if I try and activate my rook? Rook C8.
Rook C8. So I'm wondering if I can pin your knight and try to just go this way. That's one possibility. I can also move my rook. So you don't have a threat because rook C3, rook takes B3, I win your knight on F8. So it's like, even when you attack something, you make a threat, it's not really a threat.
But I've got to do something, Robert.
I don't disagree. It just feels like something may still be nothing in the end. But
it's so depressing.
Oh gosh, yeah. I don't mean to, be so pessimistic about the position, but
okay. But still, you haven't shown me how you're gonna beat me. So let me make my move. Rook C8.
All right. So
I'm not gonna go and take your B3 pawn. I'm just gonna. Oh wait, no, you did. Yeah. And if I go back to B8.
So you kind of have knight D7, don't you?
That's the hope.
Chess is hard. Why am I? It feels like I should just be winning in a million ways, but I'm not. So maybe. What's Black's next move? I'm still trying to figure that out as well. Like, let's say if I play King F2.
Rook B8.
Oh, you're just waiting. You're just gonna sit and do
what
nothing.
can I do? You've already shown that I can't do anything, so I've resigned myself to my fate.
And if I go Rook B7, you still can't play Knight E6 because it's checkmate on F7. And now your pawn's hanging. Yeah, this looks no fun.
Okay, so I can't leave B8, yeah?
But you also can't stay on B8 either.
Oh my goodness.
It's like the most upsetting position ever. Like, all right, F3. As soon as you leave B8, I can play Rook B7. I can have started with it.
Okay, so what can I do?
Do
I just actually have no move?
You don't really have many, that's for sure.
Okay, but what about B5 now? You can still take it, huh?
I can just take, yeah. Because I have this check.
This is not a fun. Why don't we turn roles around and you try and defend as Jack?
Okay.
I'll play white.
I'll try to defend it. So, okay, you're going to play white. What's your first move here? Because there's so many moves.
A wise man suggested F3, so.
Okay. I really don't have moves here.
To be honest, like what I'm curious about is why does the engine not give a bigger advantage?
That is a great question. I was wondering the same thing. It's like, is it me just assuming that it's winning because it should be winning, and actually Black can just be passive and hold, or what is the reason for this here? So like, let's say we play, I guess Rook C8, right?
Rook B7.
And what was I doing? King F.
You
like
want
King
to
F.
side. Yeah.
I can make any move. So
yeah, sure.
I'm also wondering about Rook G8, like just to pin. You said Rook B8 here. Can I make a move like Knight G6? I obviously can't play Knight D7 because you take and defend, and Knight D7 does feel like an actual good idea for you. So, okay. So I'm going to stick to my original plan. I'll play King F2. and just ask you what's up.
No, I thought I was asking you.
Oh yeah, sorry. You are asking me. You're right. Maybe I'll just go king e6. I'm tired of sitting and waiting. I don't know what else to do.
Okay. So what if I go rook b7 now? We have an interview, so we'll come back to this. We have an interview with Jorden, so let's go there.
Jorden, congratulations. You picked up where you left last year, it seems.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy with the result. But the game itself was probably rather shaky. I missed a lot of things. But it helped that I think I got a good position out of the opening. So I was never worse, I think.
And what did you consider his mistake or decisive mistake?
Yeah, I'm not exact. I think I made a lot of mistakes, but if you're talking about my mistakes, his mistakes, I'm also not exactly sure what was the decisive mistake, but it was quite strange that he took on e3 with the bishop immediately instead of just rook takes b2. That gave me basically an extra tempi, and I always had a lot of extra pawns, and finally only one extra pawn remained, but it was good enough to win the game, I guess.
So a great start. Is it realistic to expect a similar result as last year?
No, it's of course not realistic. But I'm happy with the first game, the result at least. But it's 12 more rounds. I mean, it's just we cannot draw any conclusions from this game.
I always check the bookies. Last year, they paid like 800 to 1 for you, and now that dropped to 30 to 1. Is that a good bet?
It's probably not a very good bet, no. But yeah, I wouldn't put your money on me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jorden being very humble there, but I think, you know, he still fancies, of course he's not ever going to say it, but he's off to a great start, and I think he will certainly be looking to defend his title here at the Tata Steel Tournament. He's off to a winning start, as is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And I think, Robert, we're also immediately going to listen to Duda's interview, which took place just a short while ago while we were on a break. So let's hear what Duda had to say after his win over Rapport.
Christoph, congratulations. Today, was it a difficult position with long-term compensation for you?
Yes, the game was very interesting indeed. I'm not sure about what I have done, to be honest. Like, I mean, the whole sequence with rook d1 95, I just believed it to be very interesting, but probably not that great for me. I mean, black should be fine with precise play. Yeah, but somehow, you know, I was very tempted to play this 95 stuff, and of course the idea was to play against the right square bishop on g6. So yeah, and I temporarily sacrificed the pawn. Yeah, I think that actually playing this rook d7, I mean, I was a bit annoyed on myself when I played rook d7 because I forgot about a5 a4, but then I mean, rook d7 followed by rook hd1, I think made perfect sense, and I was just aiming to get a positional grip I managed to get actually later in the game. Yeah, and once, I mean, he didn't do anything concrete, I think his position was maybe even lost positionally. I mean, okay, once after a3, b3, I didn't see anything for him, to be honest. Like, perhaps earlier, also he could have played f5 at one moment. That was very double-edged, and I actually expected him to play like this because, yeah, Richard Rapport is known from such aggressive play, but yeah, somehow, in general, I played the London because I was hoping, you know, to get a very slow and very boring position, and just you know, withstand this stuff. But yeah, somehow the game was quite interesting.
Well, and especially in the middle game, and in the end, his position collapsed. With what ambition did you come to Wijk and say this year?
Yeah, of course, I'm very happy to play here. As always, I don't expect that much. I mean, obviously in this year candidates will be like everything for me, and here I think it's just a perfect way to have practice against very strong oppositions, against very strong players. So that's my main goal, just to play some decent chess here. And and actually, it seems to be going pretty well right now. I mean, I probably haven't been in such situation before. I mean, in previous editions, so
winning in the first round, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. But also, for the first time, I'm not number 13, but number 6, so that counts for something, I guess.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Always nice to hear from Duda, who of course confirming what we were suspecting. The candidates tournament is the main focus of the year, but if en route to that he can win Tata Steel Chess, he's certainly not gonna turn down that opportunity. Robert, I was also just looking at the live rating list. I don't think that's so much on the player's mind, but with his win today, Duda is back. I think he's back. He must have been there in the top 10. So currently number 10 in the world with his win today, overtaking Vasilij Brishuk and Richard Rapport.
I think this is actually Duda's highest ever ranking. It might be his highest rating, highest ranking. So I'm sure he's thrilled about that. But yes, his honest response was great to hear. For him, the candidates, that's everything. And he does have a realistic chance to win. I would not say he's a favorite, but of course he does have a chance. He's an exceptional player. And I mean, look at Sam Shankland's face, Fiona. That is a man who is not happy with his position.
Yeah, this is a man who is suffering on the chessboard. He's been suffering for a long time today. He is still fighting. Vidit didn't play f3, instead he played king f3, but the questions are the same for Sam. How do we defend this position? How can we find a useful move? How can we untangle? And the problem is there might just not be any answers.
Yeah, an important question to ask is, if a side passes, what is the opponent going to do? And so right now, let's say Black were to pass the move, and we can do that by playing, say, Rook c8. I think White's plan is actually quite simple. Let's say you play Rook c8, Rook f7 check, King e6, King g4. Now the king is just going to win this pawn. The Rook cannot leave the 8th rank because the knight is lost. And if you play knight to g6, I play King g5, knight takes e5, and very importantly, you don't just take back the knight on e5 because your rook is lost. You play Rook f6 check. The king has to step back to either e or d7. I don't think it really matters. And White is completely winning. One pawn on e5, a second pawn running up and joining, and the b6 pawn is weak. The rook can stop on d6 to try to pick up d5. This is 100% over in White's favor. So there's a clear plan, a clear path to victory for Vidit. And so if Rook f7, King g4 is just going to be decisive, I really don't know what Sam is to do here to even have the smallest of chances.
Yeah, I mean, it could also, like, I think it's not unlikely that this game here is over quite soon, and that Sam decides he has seen enough. Like, I just don't know what we can do against this plan that you just showed. And although the engine has jumped a little bit, but it might even be higher than 2.7 at this point. Anyway, it's just numbers. But we also see from Sam's body language, it's almost like we're almost past that phase, you know, where it's head in hands, deep focus. Now it's more like realization. Is that too horrible?
No, I think it's correct. And one of the things about Sam Shankland is he's known for his amazing preparation. And in this game, he was slightly worse from the start. He did have the black pieces, so it makes sense. And then in the end game, it seemed like he was on the verge of neutralizing Vidit's edge. And then he played this move f6 in a tough position. So the position was never completely equal, never easy to figure out. But then it sort of fell apart at the seams very quickly. And for a player like Sam, who is quite emotional, and he gives amazing interviews, especially after he wins games. But I think he can be emotional, and losing a game like this to start the tournament, that's not what you want if you're Sam Shankland or a fan of his. And on the other side of things, Vidit, he's shown that he can be a force. Hasn't gained rating points in a while. Like, I feel like he's been in this 27-20 zone for a while. And if he can win this game, start going over 27-30, maybe have a great event, we could see Vidit eventually overtake Vishy Anand for #1 in India. And Vishy doesn't really play very much anymore. It seems like he's inactive, not retired, but he is not playing very much at this point. Although he did play in the Kashima Memorial, right, in the Rapid Blitz event, and he doesn't seem like he's playing much classical. Let's put it that way. So for Vidit, I mean, now is the time to really start making his moves, try to become the #1 player in India, and not just that, go beyond and try to really punch up towards the candidates, towards the top players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Vidit, we see him there on the camera. We're familiar with the head bob, but this is the next step, the body bob.
He's dancing.
He is dancing.
Yeah, it's like when you go to one of those parties and someone like wants to dance and doesn't want to sit in the corner, but doesn't really know what to do. So they just start shaking a little bit. So there he is. And we can see him from the distance now.
This is me dancing at a party when I'm still sober.
Oh, Vidit. He's a great guy, a friend of mine. And, I am happy to see him succeed. It's been a while since he's been able to play in a classical event. He was not able to play in the Grand Swiss in Riga, Latvia, and he will be playing in the Grand Prix to try to earn a spot in the candidates. 6 of the 8 places decided. He will fight for the final 2. So it's good to see him in good form. But Sam Shankland, it's early in the tournament. Even if he does lose this game, obviously has time to rebound.
Absolutely. Robert, I think we're not going anywhere. The players will be here for a little while longer. So we're going to go on a short break, and then we will be back with the end of the first round here from Wijk aan Zee. So we'll see you very soon. Welcome back to the final part of this first round here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. Robert, welcome back. And interestingly enough in the game, I was going to ask you this one question. Someone in the chat had asked us, and then I didn't get around to it, but someone in the chat had asked, is g4 followed by knight e6 an option? And that's exactly what Sam went for.
It is an option. It was probably the only one. And now Vidit is back at the board and thinking, because Black was stuck. There were no really good ideas to play. So finally, Sam was able to bring his knight out from f8 to e6. It attacks the rook on g7. It attacks the pawn on d4. And that looks like a double attack that you can't deal with. But I do think that knight e3 check, the king has to go back to f6, only legal move, and then rook to g4 retreating. This should still be sufficient for a huge advantage for white. The d5 pawn is now under attack. White is up an f pawn here, and so the game will continue, and Sam will try to hold on as best he can, but you're just down a pawn, and it's a pretty clean pawn at that can start pushing up the board once the king moves out the way. So I don't like the look of this. I don't think that Black has real, at least not very high drawing chances.
Yeah, this looks convincing enough. If we go back to knight e6, could there even be more? Is this the best we can get? What is rook f7?
Oh, are you trying to checkmate?
You can go to g6 because of rook f6 check. So I think once again only move king g5.
King g3, it's like super close to checkmate. But if you go for this, then I think the knight can take on d4.
And Vidit has just gone for the line you suggested and defended his pawn with rook g4. And he now, well, Sam has managed to untangle, but at the cost of a price. At the cost of a price. At the
You've
cost
won a
of
new
a pawn.
car. Yeah, it's a pretty important pawn. And it's a situation because here it's rook, knight, 4 pawns for white, rook, knight, 3 pawns for black. And endgames with knights on the board are most similar, typically, to king and pawn endgames. So being down a pawn is a huge problem in this position. If you trade knights and now we're in a rook endgame where you're down the pawn, then black suddenly would have some decent chances to hold in this particular position, but white's knight isn't going anywhere. It's right here on e3, already attacking this pawn. And I think black is kind of forced to either play knight c7, which looks really bad because you're retreating again, or make this move rook to d8, which still doesn't look great because you're resorting to passive defense and there's no real way to get active.
Yeah, and I'm curious, what will the next white steps be? Are we gonna keep the king on the king side, or is the king gonna go around the other side? Do we activate rook? I guess I like this idea of bringing the king to d3 so that the king can take over the defense of the pawn on d4, and that way the rook is free.
It's just, before black couldn't move, now black still can barely move, but has a little bit more room. And what we're looking at is, here, what's black's move? Knight g5, I guess, is possible, but you might just run into a rook f4, rook f5 type of stuff. F4, f5 is an option. The king can always come to d3. You can't play knight e4 regardless, because knight takes d5, removes the guard. So I see single moves for black along the way. I just don't really see a plan of note.
Yeah, it's not been a fun game. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but Sam is fighting valiantly. He's trying to put up maximum resistance, and I think we can only commend him for that. Like, who said nobody's ever won a game by resigning?
I don't know who was first to say it. I should, but I don't. But we do know that Sam, and I don't really want to, pile on to a situation where he's already unhappy, but he resigned that famous game against Anish Giri in what was a drawn position. And I was commenting on that game. And it's just, remember, just can't do that. And he's, of course, laughed it off, and he's had success since then. But he knows better than to resign too early. And this is not a resignable position, but it will be if Vidit is able to continue precisely. And I mean, seriously, Black just doesn't have ideas here.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a funny memory, that one. Sam mentioned it himself in the interview. He's had many incredible moments here. This one resigning the drawn position against Anish, beating Kramnik in his last classical competitive game. I like that in the chat, Master Chess Dojo saying Tartakova said most of those things. Yeah, it could be.
It
What did I
is.
say? Did I say command instead of command? Did I say we can only command him?
I don't know if they're talking about asking for a command or what.
No,
but
I think they are right. I did say we can only command him when I meant commend. The English is difficult.
I also just don't read chat, so this is one of those things where I'm not going to say I'm right, but I'm not going to complain about my procedure while I commentate.
What's there not to like about chat, Robert?
Oh wow.
Where to start?
Yeah, so about that, we're gonna have to have a conversation, you and I. Chat. Yeah, can we get me off the big cam, please?
Oh, it's such a sad story of unrequited love.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen, and the people
A
know it.
modern day tragedy.
I think they appreciate my honesty, though. You know, it's like someone has to tell them the truth.
Meanwhile, actually, Sam is trying to get active. He has just pushed b5, which somehow the move, I didn't have it on my radar anymore, but now it is, of course, possible with the knight having gotten out.
I actually kind of like it. Like, at least put some pressure on Vidit, who is going to take a pawn in the center. He did for free with check. The king drops back to f7. And what Sam's idea is to trade on a4 and bring his rook into the game. So he's giving up material in exchange for activity. But I think that White can even play them with king e4 right now, and then even use the king as an aggressive piece to eventually go up to e5 to push the f pawn up the board, maybe f4 in the near future as well. So I just think that even though it's a good effort by Shankland, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, and Vidit very likely to join Jorden van Foreest and Jan Krzysztof Duda in the lead. I think, is it tomorrow that we already have another? Of course, every day there are going to be big clashes in this tournament, but tomorrow I think there's one in particular that we can look forward to. It's Magnus Carlsen will be playing White against Anish Giri.
Wow, I think that everybody except for Anish is looking forward to that game. Of course, we respect both players so much, and Magnus Carlsen, the strongest player on the planet, and he's probably not thrilled about how today went, because when he finds out that he had d4 and didn't play it against Esipenko, he's going to be kicking himself about a missed opportunity. And Anish, he had the white pieces against the lowest rated player in the field, and he didn't really ever get anything. It looked like he could have the initiative, but then Pragnanda played very good defense. So for Anish, that's a spoiled opportunity with the white pieces against a player that if you're going to beat anyone in the field, that's a player you're going to try to beat. But Pragnanda, he's young. His rating may not have caught up to his strength, especially during the pandemic with fewer over-the-board tournaments. But Pragnanda, he's a fantastic player in his own right.
There was also a funny little story. There was some trolling going on, and there we see the pairings for tomorrow with, at the top, Magnus Carlsen taking on Anish Giri. Vidit has another tough game to look forward to after today, but he's starting with a double white, which is always nice. He'll be playing Fabiano and Jorden, one of our early leaders. I think you're always happy in general playing someone who just lost. I think you have a small edge, but he will be playing with the black pieces. And Duda might be looking to strike again against the bottom seed of the tournament, Pragnananda. So
I see what you're doing here. Fiona.
I forgot.
Yeah, no,
I went through all the matchups.
Yep, I knew exactly what you're doing. Just like earlier when you asked me that question at the start of the show and I was delaying about my predictions. I see what I'm going to have to announce that Sergei Karyakin is playing his best friend, Daniil Dubov. And we know the backstory during the World Championship when Dubov was working with Magnus Carlsen and Karyakin had some choice words for him about how, Magnus playing a Russian player, you should be supporting Jan. And Dubov disagreed, especially considering he has worked with Magnus in the past as well. So I don't know if that's going to be chess boxing, if it's just going to be chess. They don't do handshakes here for, health reasons, but I don't think they'd be shaking hands anyway. So we'll see how that game goes.
Yeah, I can't believe I hadn't seen that there, because all the time in the run-up to the tournament, I was thinking, I'm curious how that's going to go. And then I literally just didn't see it there. So yeah, that will be for sure an interesting matchup. I was just going to tell a quick story about the trolling that took place yesterday at the opening ceremony. So at the drawing of lots, I asked every player a couple of questions, and one question that we asked to each player with the same question was whether they have a favorite game here that was played in Wijk. And guess what Magnus said? What was his favorite game? Doesn't necessarily have to be a game of their own. His favorite game played here in Wijk.
Magnus's favorite game?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's so many good ones. What was it?
Well, it was a troll answer, so...
A troll answer? So that means
he was trolling his best friend, Anish.
Uh-huh.
So he said his favorite game that's ever been played here was the Armageddon game last year against Jorden.
That's brutal. That is. Oh gosh. Did Anish cry?
He held back the tears.
Oh,
but it was he even, and you know how Magnus is in these spots. He shines. He was like, actually, let me think if there's something. No, that's just my favorite.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Anish is like the ultimate troll on Twitter, but in a positive way. And Magnus is that in real life. Like when he gets these interview questions, he's so good at cracking a joke and, sort of reading the room. And of course, Anish and Magnus, they trade barbs all the time, but it's friendly. They get along very well. So dang, that is a good one for Anish. But also poor Sam Shankland, because the king did just go to e4, and that's where the king will end once they mark the results. The king's on e4 and d5 when white wins. And yeah, this is not looking very nice for Sam. He's just down 2 pawns. The pawns are going to start rolling up the board here, and I don't really see a way that he can even
So what
try
do you do if Sam goes rook b4? Do we just bring the king forward, or...
There's the knight. Well,
oh, there's the knight.
It's okay. I thought a bishop was pinned earlier, and there was no rook on f1, so I get it.
I thought, okay, let me at least attack, maybe take the a4 pawn. No, I get nothing.
No, no soup for you. So I think you have to play rook b2 and go after the f pawn, but that does invite the pawn forward. Maybe even can go 1 square, but I don't see why you can't go 2. The one thing though is you can't be careless if you're white. You can't just like start pushing your f pawn and I'm just going to win whatever. You do need to calculate, and that's why Vidit will spend time ensuring that he secures the full point. You do not want to waste this opportunity.
Absolutely not. No, and I mean he is right to use to not rush here. Of course, he knows he is winning, but I think despite his young age, he is experienced enough to know there is no need to rush here. He still has 27 minutes on the clock, and in 10 moves, he will get an extra 15 minutes. So really, plenty of time to convert this to pawn advantage here.
And now it's just a matter of what to do about this pawn here. I want to play f4. I don't see why I couldn't play that. f3 being a little slower, but perhaps make it harder to attack that.
If you go f4, can I go rook e2 check?
Uh-huh. So king d3.
You have to go to d3, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my only trick. I thought maybe Robert's gonna step onto f3 or f5.
Maybe he'll blunder the d4 pawn in one turn. Let's see what they're doing. F3 was played. I actually do like that more because it leaves the rook defending the pawn on d4. So that does allow the king to go to f5 without dropping a pawn if the rook goes e2 with check. And a more advanced king is usually a good thing in an endgame like this.
Did we miss something? I see that Blunder Panda in the chat is saying that f4 is a draw for. I don't think. Did we miss anything after f4?
Maybe rook d2.
Oh.
Also, it's not a draw offer. It's just a mistake. Those two
Yeah.
very different things. You know how I feel about draw offer. We just talked about this before. I'm sure there's a clip out there.
Robert, I know
Chess.com.
your feelings about chat. I didn't read the comment out as it was written because it said, "Bro, f4 is a draw for. What are you
Was it
smoking?"
What am I smoking?
So I thought I'll spare you that.
Okay. No,
I'll edit the question for you.
Now I have to respond. What am I smoking? I've been on camera for the last 5 hours. You know the answer is nothing. And people are just being wise with their engines, telling them what the move is response. All right, give it a rest. People are just, this is why I don't read chat. I mean, this is just a clear example of why it doesn't happen. Bruh. Oh gosh.
I love those end of day. The end of the day when we break you, Robert.
Yeah, exactly.
You get weak in the last hour.
Just bringing out the internal rage. Anyway.
Anyway, meanwhile, Sam has played rook b3.
Okay, so what does that do? So what's the threat? Because he could have went rook a or rook a2 before to attack the pawn on a4. So I don't think he's that focused on.
Also, in a way, it's not like my feeling is it's kind of nice to cut off the king. At least it feels like the white king could get into some kind of net if it cannot go backwards. But I don't see a concrete threat, right? Or black.
No, I don't see anything. I want to bring my rook to h4 so I can go rook h7 check. I want to activate my rook. So that move is coming to mind. I also want to checkmate the black king. So if I can force your king to the last rank and get my king to e5, for example, or to f5, I'd be happy about that. But I think Sam is trying to line up rook a3 and just keep his rook as active as possible and keep white's pieces tied down.
Robert, we're gonna take just a 2-second break to look at a clip from earlier today with Grandmaster Hess in the star role.
Salvage a half point to make sure that they have no risk, but draw offers are so bad.
We've been treated of a really, really exciting finale here.
I am
devastated. Robert, that draw offer.
I already made my feelings known. I like to express myself. It's important to express your emotions and feelings. For those of you who don't, well, I don't know. You know, hopefully there are people in your lives, friends that you can talk to. But
I've never looked at it that way, as a broadcast, as some kind of therapy for us.
I usually don't think about it that way, but after dealing with chat, sometimes you just. It just is necessary. So anyway, the draw offer, on a serious note, I'm not a fan. I think it really deprives people of entertainment, and it also just adds a lot of question marks where, wait, why did that game end? In no sport can you really just say, let's call it a day and leave. Draws happen. I have nothing against the result, but the way it happens is important.
I agree with you. I think we've both said we understand why the draw was offered, why it was accepted. But I think especially in the moment when nobody is expecting a handshake, I think there's also this confusion when we see the handshake of what's just happened. Did someone lose on time? Did he resign? What's going on? Because I think we just don't expect the culmination of the game as so exciting, and suddenly it's just over. As you say, it is very hard to explain that to chess fans as well, when even we don't really understand it. But it is what it is. I'm sure we'll see plenty more fighting chess from these two players throughout the tournament. And yeah, for now we're still waiting on Vidit. You were talking about you wanting to checkmate the Black King.
Yes, and I also made a draw offer, allegedly, or just a blunder before by suggesting f4, and I was triple checking just now. Can I play f4, or am I blundering my d4 pawn? The answer is no. So there's no rook d3, there's no rook b4, so I think f4 also is a reasonable choice at this. What's with this eval bar? How could f4 possibly be that bad of a move? Oh my gosh, it's going to go back up. So I tell myself it's going to continue rising. Oh no, I went back down.
Okay, let's figure out then why, or do you think it's going to rise?
It says there's like some winning move here. It's just I wanted to play rook h4 first.
Could it be king e5?
But king e5, there's rook takes f3.
Sorry, no, the rook is still on e4. No, I thought I had a check on h7.
I think this bar is lying to itself and thus lying to all of us. So speaking of needing therapy, this eval bar needs therapy. The game will continue. Vidit will continue thinking. I think we got to go on break. I don't even know.
We can do that. Oh, are we gone? No, I think we're still here, but we will be gone in a second. I think Robert needs to cool down. We're all gonna take a breather. We'll calm down, collect our thoughts, and we'll be back with the finale of this endgame between Vidit and Shankland. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Hikaru Nakamura is playing for the win, even though his opponent has a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. It's sensational the amount of risks Hikaru is taking here.
It seems like Black is making some progress, finally, and...
Well, he just made the decision to trade off everything. He did get a draw, but that could very easily have been a win.
It looks like it should be winning for Bibisara. I mean, Black only has that one queen in the attack, and White has an extra piece and lots of pawns. I think we are going to see a little bit of an upset in this game.
And Muzichuk ends up losing on time, and Asobayeva confirms her excellent form by winning that matchup.
This is incredible. Bartosz Sachko is up a piece against Magnus Carlsen.
Sachko, playing in his native Poland, has a winning position, and Magnus resigns. Sachko is on a perfect score, having defeated the reigning world champion.
The lead just keeps changing. Asobayeva has already been in the lead, and now she's going to get it back. I mean, because this game is about to be over.
And Shuvalova has to resign. In the end, she was 5 pawns down. There's no hope saving that.
We got Sindarov and Fedoseev is actually the battle of the leaders on 7 points out of 8.
There's a pawn endgame now, only pawns remaining, and Sindarov is going for the win! Sindarov is going for the win! Fedoseev rushes his king back into defense, and the guys agree to a draw. Oh my gosh, and both of these players remain in the lead. Aronian with an extra pawn in the rook endgame, and Fedoseev, he's unable to do anything about the white pawns in conjunction with the white king just making their way up the board. It's over! Levon Aronian taking the lead in the tournament. Aronian rushing his king over to the left-hand side, trying to get rid of Black's rook. The king is now coming to the aid of the pawn that's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And Aronian is making very good progress here. And Anish Giri resigns the game.
Levon Aronian, 13 points. Fantastic result. He's playing so confidently.
Hikaru Nakamura is not on the list. He tested positive for COVID and had to withdraw from the tournament. Bibi Sara has a 1.5 point lead. She's gonna win it if she wins this one. Look at this. Bibi Sara with her queen can go for the queen trade. If the queens are traded, she's going to win this game. And she does go for it. The queens are traded off the board. The bishop coming in against the white king to give a check. And Goryachkina resigns. Asobayeva is the world champion.
A lot of credit to our women's world blitz champion, the young player from Kazakhstan, making her name known to the whole world.
Maxim making his calculations. Can he stop that black pawn in time? And he thinks he can do that after lots of captures. It's Aronian who's down by a pawn, but Aronian's king is unable to assist against the white king making its way forward, and Aronian now will resign the game. And what a stunning turnaround there. He made a couple of mistakes, and the Frenchman capitalizes on that. Dubov trying to get his pieces pointing in towards Black's king, but Alireza has a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen.
And he has made a queen, and he knows that he can always sack that queen for the bishop, and that is the end of the game. And we're almost certainly guaranteed a tie for first place after the final game.
He's using his queen to help out. That pawn is moving forward, and Aronian now, he's gonna have to resign. The pawn is becoming a new queen. Aronian does keep on playing, but there's no hope. He resigns the game. Was that the championship for Alireza Firouzja? Actually, it's definitely not the championship because Jan Krzysztof Duda has managed to win his game, so there will be a tie. The question is whether or not Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be able to join them, and Vachier-Lagrave has beaten Magnus Carlsen. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be playing for the gold medal. It's less than 30 seconds on the clock for Duda, who needs to figure out this endgame. And he chooses to push his pawn forward.
Exactly. He chose to protect it with this rook b4, not going in for that trade where he might lose a pawn.
Yeah, the pawns are just getting exchanged off, and the guys agree to a draw. The handshake there, a solid game from Duda. Duda is actually giving away his bishop. A strange decision from the Polish player there. He chooses to move the one knight, losing the other.
I'm not thrilled about where White took this position because certainly he's not better at all in this endgame. Duda is going to have to play for a draw. Yeah, certainly I don't see any danger at all for Black. They just agreed to a draw.
Now, to find the victor of this tournament, we're going to play one game at a time. And if someone wins, that is the world champion. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now in the end game. Duda trying to use his king to stop White's king from getting into the game. But here, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is able to capture another pawn on the side of the board. 2 extra pawns for him. Now Duda resigns. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the world champion in 2021. And here we see Maxim Vachier-Lagrave being congratulated. He is the world Blitz champion.
Tata Steel is not the only big, important classical chess tournament of the year. No, in fact, the FIDE Grand Prix starts at the beginning of February, where 24 of the top players in the world will start their fight for qualification to the 2022 candidates. And you will not want to miss Ding Liren, Anish Giri, Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit Gujarati, and many others battle for the right to play Magnus Carlsen. The Grand Prix returns February 3rd with coverage here on Chess.com.
Certainly a very exciting event to look forward to, as you mentioned, Vidit, who we see there at the back of the empty playing hall. All other 6 matches have finished. He will be going to Berlin, unless he skips the first one, which I'm not sure, but straight after Wijk, a very short break for the players who are playing Wijk, as well as the first leg of the Grand Prix. And here we see the results so far today. 2 games ended decisively. Duda beating Rapport and Van Foreest beating Grandelius.
Yeah, so far, just a few decisive games, but Vidit Gujrati trying to make it 3. And right now, he has a great chance to do just that. Sam Shankland is digging in, trying to hold this game where he is down 2 pawns, but with limited material remaining. So we'll see what Vidit chooses. He has several good options. We mentioned pawn to f4. We mentioned rook to h4. There's also knight e3, trying to reposition the knight, and play d4 to d5 to start advancing the passed pawn. So Vidit is deep in thought, though. He does not want to mess this one up.
Yeah, he's gone deep into thought here after Sam's move rook b3. But sometimes this is a tough spot when you have so many tempting moves, and you just have to pick which way you want to go.
Yes, and I like f4 just to play f5, maybe even eventually throw an f6, but it's advancing the pawn in the endgame, and it also makes the black king feel uncomfortable because that king is on the 7th rank. If I can give it a check, I might force the back rank, and then I would love to start a mating net. So but that's the issue, Fiona, is when you have too many options, and right now there are 3 at minimum good-looking moves for white, you start burning a lot of clock, and we are at move 51. He needs to get to move 60 to gain the time at the 3rd time control. But right now, Vidit, he's uncertain about how to continue.
Yeah, he's really, it feels like just a couple of minutes ago that I was saying Vidit has plenty of time. He had 27 minutes on the clock, but only a couple of moves have passed since that moment. So yeah, Vidit just making sure or choosing which of the lines he wants to go with. I like your suggestion of pushing that f pawn because why not? And not like this. The thinking pose is back, but he will have to make up his mind soon. Get to move 60, and then it's such a long time control. Let's remind everyone, maybe we can talk about the time control one final time for today. So the time control, the longest on the circuit, 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then another 50 minutes for the next 20. And even after move 60, there's still 15 extra minutes. All of that also with a 30-second increment from move 1. Which in general I feel is very nice, Robert. I don't know if you would agree, but I feel that it gives the players a bit more time, and I think it's very often reflected in the quality of especially the endgames.
Yeah, I think one rule in the format that would make it better is no draw offers. But besides that, the classical time control, the really long games, but it allows the players to maximize their strengths, right? If they have a good position, they have time to calculate through. If they're in time trouble heading towards move 40 or 60, they can build on the clock. And of course, the increment always allows them to regain some time by making quick moves. So this event has been around for a very long time. It's the 84th edition, I believe, and it was moved to Wijk in 1968. And of course, sponsored by Tata Steel since 2011. So it's just a fantastic event. It's called the Wimbledon of chess, and it does not disappoint ever.
Yeah, and well, today Magnus, who is has announced recently his next big goal is to get a 2900 classical rating. Today he was held to a draw by Esipenko. But Magnus in this tournament, Magnus has played here 17 times before. It's actually Magnus's 18th appearance here in Wijk aan Zee, and he's, of course, in so many appearances had all kind of results. But sometimes I remember he was quite slow to start. Was it a year or two ago, where he made like 5 or 6 draws to start, and then he won a string of games. So we'll see. Magnus, he was in high spirits today at the end of the game. And of course, one of the main intrigues is always, how is Magnus going to be doing? Of course, there's the intrigue of will will he be able to defend his title? So a lot of things to be following here during this event.
And you said the name Jorden, and it made me remember that Magnus started with a string of draws, and then he beat Jorden van Foreest. I want to say that was 2019, and he ended up winning a bunch of games after that, maybe like 4 in a row. But it allowed him to go on a tear. So sometimes Magnus just needs that first taste of victory, and then he's the unstoppable force that we all know about. But other times he can be stressed out and frustrated by his level of play relative to his peak. And it's not good for his overall tournament, I'd say, when he is feeling like he's not playing his best chess. It really frustrates him.
Yeah, and I believe last year was probably one of the years where he had one of his worst showings here. I think he ended up, if I'm not mistaken, in 6th place, which is quite uncharacteristic. But this year, I'm sure Magnus will be eager. Well, I'm not saying he wasn't eager last year, but I think especially after the World Rapid and Blitz, where he didn't manage to win a gold medal in either event, I think he'll be especially eager to win this Tata Steel.
Indeed. And we just saw Shankland play rook to a3, hitting the pawn in a4. So a big question for Vidit is, do you ignore this pawn on a4, or do you protect it? Because he can just play knight to b6 right now, which defends the pawn in a4. And after knight b6, maybe this knight will reroute to c4 at some moment, just trying to attack a5, get towards the center, and the d and f pawns both can start running up the board. So it's a big choice for Vidit, and let's see, he's thinking.
Yeah, it looked like he was about to make a move and then sunk back into reconsidering things for a minute.
I wonder how nervous he is right now. It's a big moment for him. You know, starting the tournament off with a victory would be big, and it looks like he played knight to b6.
Mm-hmm. If I'm not mistaken, he has only played in the Masters group once. So I think he won the Challengers in 2018 and played the Masters, I guess, in 2019. And I think the one time he played the Masters, he did very well. So I'm sure he'll be looking not only to repeat that performance, but even improve on it, especially, as you mentioned, with these very important Grand Prix events coming up.
He's a fantastic player, has a very universal style. I think he tends to shy away from tactics, more so likes positions where he can slowly outplay his opponents from a solid foundation. And he's doing just that in this game. And now after rook to b3, the knight is under attack. So where are you going to retreat this knight to? Knight c4 makes a lot of sense to me. Just attacking the pawn a5, also having knight e5 check up your sleeve, and that means there's no rook b4, Fiona. In fact, like knight to here, rook b4, knight e5 check. The king can't go to f6 because of rook g6 check, and the king can't go to e7 because of knight c6 check. So something like this would force the king to the back rank, and I feel like
maybe we could even bring our own king.
Bring the king up and try to deliver a checkmate. Not out of the question.
Yeah, I like this idea. What are the other options?
Knight c4 just speaks to me. And then the knight can just go e5, knight to c6, things like that. And I just don't see how black is going to keep everything together, especially with white's king marching up the board in the near future.
But Vidit is, yeah, I'm also curious. I don't know if he's nervous. For sure, he's very, very focused. He might get nervous if he, let's say he spends 5 minutes on this next move, which I don't think he will do. But I think that's the, like if he's suddenly under 2 minutes and still like 5 moves to go. For everyone who's watching, if you're not sure, we're currently on move 53. So 7 moves are left to be made before the players get the final 15-minute increment. Not increment, additional time.
Yeah, the increment is there and it will remain. And we see here that Vidit is thinking. F5 comes to mind, but the knight on b6 is under attack. So you want to deal with that threat before you play f5.
I'm surprised he hasn't already played your move knight c4, which looks so natural.
You just get into these moments, Fiona, where you're like second, third, you're just like guessing yourself nonstop, and you want to triple check the position. But I think that Vidit knows that he should win this game. He just does not want to make a mistake. So psychologically, he's just trying to prevent that from happening. But I feel like oftentimes when you're like super worried and you're overly cautious, that's when you don't win one positions.
Yeah, I'm not sure when was the last time that Vidit played a classical time control tournament. I think he played the World Rapid and Blitz, and he also played the Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz in India. But classical, I think it's been a little while. And then I think for a lot of players, when they come back to the board after such a long hiatus, especially then you get a winning position, like I think some nerves or some adrenaline, and I think you just want to keep all that in check. So I think he's doing great as long as the time doesn't take down too low. I think he's absolutely right to be taking his time.
Well, he did just give up the a4 pawn, and he went king e5, which leads me to believe he wants to go f5 next. And ooh, look at this. If he had started with f5, I guess there was knight takes d4 as a tactic, because the king can't take on d4 as there is a problem on the fourth rank, a skewer there. So
very nice.
That's why he would start with king e5, and he's trying to get out of that. But after rook takes a4, pawn f5, maybe there's knight c5 now. There's no, this pawn is pinned on the fourth rank, and that could be a bit of an issue that White needs to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you, these lines show you, even this game, which looked like, oh, it's just a clean pawn at first and then two clean pawns. Knights are tricky pieces, and that's why also Sam is absolutely, I think Sam has done a great job, and I absolutely take back what I said earlier about, you know, he's just sinking in. I was absolutely wrong. And I think Sam has done great to just keep, that's what you have to do. You have to keep asking questions and keep asking questions. And most of the time the opponent will answer all your questions, but sometimes he doesn't, and that's when you get rewarded for putting up maximum fight.
Yeah, and Sam's doing a great job of keeping himself in this game. F5 was just played, so knight c5 is an option. And what else? Because the knight needs to go somewhere. If you're a knight to f8 or some kind of knight retreating move, I'm wondering if White can play pawn to f6, or if the king will try to venture in to a square like d6 and go from there. But I'm still looking for a mating net against the black king. It feels like White is making progress there.
Yeah, I wonder how we can bring our rook, finally get that rook in. It feels like that rook's been standing on g4 for a while now.
Well, I guess once the knight moves, you can play rook g3, rook b3, and go up to b7. That might be what the doctor ordered.
I like that idea a lot. It feels like it's time for our rook to join the game. And Sam is still thinking, where is that knight gonna go? I like your suggestion of knight c5, this tricky little move as well.
At the very least, it causes White to calculate all sorts of things. That knight might come into d3. It might come back to d7 with check. But the d4 pawn is a bit vulnerable. So knight c5 will force Vidit to come up with a reply. And of course, taking on c5, not possible. The rook on g4 is loose.
Justin wants to know how there could possibly be a mating net here with a knight, rook and pawn, and with a king near the center of the board.
How could there be a mating net? So let's try to create one. Let's see, how can I force the issue? It's not easy to do, but like, let's say black kind of plays into white's hands and goes like rook a1 here. And then this rook comes to g7 with check, and the king has to go to e8. Now, all of a sudden, your king's in the last rank, and it's not just getting checkmated, but white also has this passed pawn that you have to deal with. And here, f7 and rook to g8 probably is sufficient for a win. The king can walk into d6 and continue posing problems for this king on e8. So it's just that the king is about to be stuck and facing a vicious attack.
And Sam has decided to not go for it, so he's gone to f8.
Okay. And ooh, there's another mating net. Wait a second. So, okay, king d6 looks good because this knight can't move to d7. So I took away a square. And if you play rook to a1, I play rook to e4. And my idea now is to play rook e7 check and force your king back to g8. So like if you make a move like rook f1, I give you a check, king to g8, knight f6 check, king h8, and this would be checkmate in one if the knight were not in f8. So I'll play rook f7 and bye-bye.
That's a very, very cute pattern with this rook f7 in the end, attacking the knight, and black is helpless. Either the knight is going to drop or they will be mated on h7. So a lovely, lovely tactic there. So king d6, king d6 indeed looks like a nice move for white, with a lot of threats coming up and not clear how black can defend against them.
And I can understand if Vidit doesn't want to move the king there because the d4 pawn is a bit loose, but black has to move and white is just going right after the black king. It's sometimes difficult to put yourself in that mental position of, and there it is, king to d6 by Vidit, and he's playing this so well. And I was about to say, when you have passed pawns, you often want to push them, but you need to maximize the potential of your position, and pushing the pawn up to f6 actually would have allowed that knight to jump out from f8 to g6 or e6. So it's like king d6 played, the knight is dominated by a pawn 3 squares away. I often discuss this early stages of a game when a pawn's on c3 and a knight's on c6, things like that. But this still holds true deep into this endgame here. And just because it's an endgame does not mean that there isn't pressure and isn't an attack. This is a real attack, and black's king is in trouble.
Absolutely. And I mean, we just looked at the move rook a1. It was in this position that you had suggested rook a1, right?
Yeah.
So followed by f6, but it's hard to see another plan. I mean, the knight at the moment, as you said, the only knight square the knight has is h7, and we certainly don't want to go there. The king doesn't, well, the king has one move to go to e8, but that's also not really a move we want to play. So black will probably have to try and move that rook.
And maybe you keep it in touch with the pawn on d4, but the plan is just straightforward. Rook e4, rook e7, and knight f6 check is the knockout to force the king into the corner. So I'm not really seeing much after this rook e4 move coming for black to do to try and hold this game. It looks like white's just dominating all across the board.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree with you. I think Vidit has done great. I think as an outsider, it's easy to get the feeling that, oh, he could have won faster. This could have ended sooner. I saw a few comments in the chat of people coming back and being like, oh, is this still going on? And I think it's just very often harder to convert these positions than it looks like to us. The bar has been screaming for hours, +2, +3, but sitting at the board and fighting it out is always such a different story. And I think all in all, as you said, I think Vidit has done a fantastic job, and I think now he's very close to converting this into a full point.
I agree. And I did see a question. Yes, I read the chat about that line we were looking at. It's a great question, in fact, with the sequence of rook a1, rook e4, rook f1, this whole thing that I was showing, rook e7 check, king g8, knight f6, king h8 forced, rook f7, the knight can't move because there's mate. And so rook takes f5 was the question, because that's a rook f8 check, king g7, you attack rook and knight at the same time. But white has this move king to e6, which is a fantastic move to play because you defend your knight while attacking this rook. So if black takes the rook on f8, then he loses the rook on f5 and white's up a piece. So a really good question. That rook takes f5 almost does the trick there with king to g7 to follow, but unfortunately for black, this king e6 move can be played, and after the rook moves away somewhere, let's say, well, rook f4 doesn't help, knight h5 check, but let's say rook here, then there's a move like rook to g8 check, and because the king protects the rook, that is the game. White wins.
Very nice and a great question indeed. So if it wasn't for that saving resource, this would be a great try for black, but thankfully for Vidit, he has this king e6 resource, and we see Sam is still thinking, but he just gave a slight shake of the head, because I think we just went pretty much through all the pieces that can legally move, and unfortunately there's just no good move here. Not just that there is no good move, but we were talking about playing moves that keep asking questions and keep posing problems. And here Vidit has managed to improve all his pieces in such a way that I think there's just no more resistance. I think Sam has put up great resistance, but Vidit has cleverly avoided any problems.
Yeah, I think that the winning path is very easy to see. Like rook e4, rook e7, both players are looking at that, and Sam's like, there's nothing I can do once that happens to even prolong the game. So Shankland's been fighting. He's been doing really well just to stay in the game this long. But now that we've reached this position with the activity of white's pieces, the positioning of the black king, that's actually in some serious danger, Vidit now is closer and closer to that victory.
Absolutely. And I know I said this 2 hours. Didn't I say 2 hours ago we could see resignation here? Which also I was absolutely wrong. But here I think we could genuinely see a resignation any moment.
I would play it out if I were Sam. Just force Vidit to find whatever accurate moves remain. It doesn't seem that challenging right now for Vidit, and he's fully concentrated and has been throughout the game. And Sam, he has the body language now of somebody who's in the process of resigning. Like he's looking like he's like, this is it. I'm lost. Nothing to do here. But you just have to fight. At least.
So what would you play? Rook c4 to at least keep an eye on the pawn on d4?
Yeah, rook c4, but still rook e4, and I don't know what next. Like you want to push your a pawn, but same problem arises with that checkmate of squeezing the black king into the corner. So yeah, I just don't have answers.
And so what about any of these other moves that we talked? If we don't move the rook, what about king e8 is just too terrible. We're helping, we're walking straight into the net.
Yeah. Rook e4 comes the check, and it doesn't seem like much has been solved there. I think you just have to move your rook and watch the game come to an end.
Yeah, people are asking about knight h7. I had said h7 is the only square we can go to. So, well, let's have a look. Knight h7.
I think the answer is just pawn f6, because now I'm threatening rook g7 check, which wins your knight. And if you take this pawn on f6, white has rook f4 pinning the knight, and that's game.
Yeah, that seems convincing. There's a question, did Sam resign? No, so we are watching the live camera feed. Sam is still thinking, but I think we are getting now towards the end of the game. I agree with you. I guess Sam is going to make a rook move, and Vidit will play rook e4. Maybe we'll even get to that moment where maybe it would be nice to see it play out on the board, this rook e7, knight f6, and rook f7. That would be a nice finish to the game, but we'll see what happens.
And I do feel this way. Of course, players resign all the time. They know the position is lost, and it's often a sign of respect to the opponent. But sometimes it's nice for the fans to get to see a checkmate or a nice knockout, like a checkmate in the corner. It's good for the broader game, even if it doesn't feel good for the player.
They are making up for all the action we missed out on in the Dubov Mamedyarov game.
Okay, and looks like Sam did in fact play knight h7. And okay, f6 is definitely the move.
Yeah, f6 looked very, very convincing.
Vidit has plenty of time, so he doesn't need to rush these choices. As we've been reminding people, there's a 30-second increment with every move made. So even if he gets down to 3 seconds on this move, once he presses the clock, he'll get to 33 seconds and so on. So he is going to play f6. There's no way he doesn't.
And there's no tricks, I guess, after f6. If knight takes, rook f4, but there are no... I was thinking, of course, if black could take the last pawn on d4, that would be a theoretical draw, as you cannot win knight and rook against rook. But I guess there is simply no way.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. Something to keep in mind for people who would like to improve at defending positions like this. If black could take these two pawns, as Fiona was saying, for the cost of this knight over here, then that would be, of course, if the rooks weren't staring at each other. But if, in generally speaking, rook and knight versus rook and just kings, otherwise, that is a theoretical draw. So that's the goal that Sam would like to achieve, but I don't think he's able to do that because the rook on f4 will pick off the knight on f6 while defending this pawn on d4. So the knight will be able to take the pin piece. So f6 is powerful, and
there he goes. F6
yeah, there it is
on the board, and instantly king f8 is played.
Don't play rook g7. That's how you don't win winning positions, because then knight takes f6. This pawn is needed in the defense of the rook that's coming on g7. So knight takes f6, gives up that knight, but the rook would lose its defender. So rook g7 is a bad move in this position.
What if I go knight e7? But I'm not even threatening. Oh no, I'm threatening rook g8 and rook g7, right?
Trying to go for...
No, sorry, wait. Did I just blunder my pawn? Yes, I did.
It's okay. We're all allowed to blunder. It's no rule against that. So if you move but knight b6 comes with tempo. So you actually... Wait, I think knight b6 does what you were just trying to make happen, where you're attacking the rook, and then you play knight d7 check, and you end up with a rook check on g7 in the end. So actually, that's winning by force.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. Knight b6, rook somewhere, knight d7.
And king e8 only prolongs by one move, because there's rook g7 and check, and your knight is gone. Actually, it's just a forced checkmate with f7 check coming, but winning the knight would have been good enough.
Yeah, this looks first, no? And I think Vidit is reaching for the knight. No, for the king. The king comes back to e5.
He wants to trap the knight. Rook g7. Actually, wait a second. Rook g7. There could be like knight takes f6 idea still. So rook h4, but then knight g5. It feels like black still has a little bit of life here.
I'm shocked actually. Knight b6 looked so forcing.
Black's pieces still can't really move very much, can they?
True. Very true. Also very... Now if it were my move, now I could go my knight e7, which I was trying to box through. So what's Sam gonna do? Let's say rook a1, I guess. Try and activate the rook.
I think you have to do something like that. And then even knight f4. I'm just trying to bring that knight into the game. Yeah, this is... And then h7 is trapped over here.
Yeah. And it's probably never getting out. Rook a1 has been played by Sam. And the next move, by the way, is going to be move 60. So after they make the next move, the players will receive 15 additional minutes.
So Vidit not concerned about his clock because of that move 60. And there must be many ways to win, but you just want to win the game. Like you don't want to be in a position where you're still struggling, and that's how won positions are not won. And they do say the hardest game to win is a one game, right?
Absolutely. And I really feel that that is true, like universally true across all levels. It feels different, of course, but I don't think anyone escapes that rule.
No. And Vidit still super concentrated here. He is not for a second taken his eye off of this board. Even when he's walking around, he still has the game in his mind's eye. He's still calculating, and he would like nothing more than to secure the victory. And he's just a few moves away now. He can bring his knight back to f4, threatening knight e6 check, which will be devastating for black to deal with. And then the king can tuck itself on f5 for white, hiding in front of the knight. So while the rook tries to check it a bunch, the knight will be stopping the check.
So let's say if I go knight f4 and you give a check, and I go to f5, and I try to pin you with rook f1.
I think that's rook h4.
Rook g7 doesn't work again because of knight f6, yeah?
That tactic is always annoying. So rook h4 does the trick, because the only way to save the knight is by playing king to g8, and then you have f7 check, and then you're able to sacrifice your rook for the knight and promote. So
very nice. And Vidit has just played knight f4.
Okay, he's well on the path.
G. Peterson in the chat is asking, what if Vidit flags? Well, if he had flagged on the previous move, he would have lost the game. Now he's not going to flag because he now has an extra 15 minutes on the clock. And yeah, for Sam, I think we're getting to the end. Let's remind everyone, for his win today, let's not jinx it, but Vidit probably about to wrap things up here. He will get 1 point, so we have a classical scoring system. It is a 14-player single round robin, one of the longest events and the most traditional of the tour, and also the longest time control. So the players have just made move 60, or at least Vidit has. Sam will make the 60th move with his next move, and they get extra 15 minutes. And
I think Sam is 3 to 4 moves away from resigning. It just, you kind of have to give the check on e1. The king tucks itself on f5 with rook h4 to follow, and once you're down a full piece, it's just done.
Yeah, it's hard to see how you hold on to the knight for more than 3 or 4 moves.
The knights on the rim are dim, and this knight, no exception to that. It's a trapped piece, and white has those pawns that have been pushed up the board. And yeah, that's just matter of Sam making a couple moves.
Absolutely. And then, well, after this game is over, I guess we will be hearing from Vidit. I see there's a couple of people in the chat who are maybe just joining us now, so maybe we can bring up the results so far one more time, since we had a couple of people asking. So far, out of the 6 games which have finished, we had 2 decisive results. Duda beating Rapport in an interesting game, and Jorden van Foreest, same, taking out Niels Grandelius, which was a repeat of last year's last round result. And the others were all drawn. Some very exciting games, especially the one between Dubov and Mamedyarov, in which a draw was offered in a very, very exciting positions, but we're not going to go back there. And so now we're just waiting for this game between Vidit and Sam Shankland to conclude.
And yeah, it has been a fascinating day. 2 wins and about to be 3. So the white pieces are striking in the first round, and that's no surprise. The first move does give the player an advantage. That's long been the case. Sort of the mantra of top players is win with white, draw with black, right? You need to hold with the black pieces and then try to make the most of having the first move edge. And some players were able to do that today, others were not, but it's still early. It's just the first game of a 13-round tournament. The players will be in Wijk for a couple weeks, many rounds to make up. If they are behind the scoreboard, they can string together a few wins, and every player in this field is capable of beating everyone else.
Absolutely, and there we have the schedule. The tournament will conclude on January the 30th, so still, as you said, a couple of weeks away. Putty Panna in the chat is asking, didn't Fiona guess both those results? Unfortunately not. I had Duda to win, but my other pick, I think, was Anish. So I had one correct win. I think Robert had somehow managed to escape the entire prediction. I know he predicted Fabiano to win.
I think I said that. I don't even remember because I was avoiding it. But I do think that I have 0 correct answers.
But you did, I think you only predicted the first 2, and then I took over. I thought I'll let Robert off the hook. It's the first day.
I do appreciate that, by the way. And King E8 played by Shankland. He wants to be able to retreat his knight back to F8. And so the game does, in fact, continue here. I think Rook G8 check, just that's that, right? Because if the king goes up after Rook G8 check, then you lose the knight by Rook G7. And if the knight retreats to F8, the knight G6 is a winning move with a pin of the knight on F8.
But what about in that line? So can we put that on the board? Rook G8, knight F8, knight G6. What if I give a few checks and then go King F7?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you're gonna give me a check, go King E5. Maybe this isn't the easy win I thought it was going to be, because if I ever go King D6 and you Rook E6 check, but if I go King D5, you want King F7. Oh, chess is hard. Even when it's winning, it's like still have to prove it all over again. You know, like, ugh. See, this is why Sam is smart to continue the game. Maybe Vidit will play a poor move like I did.
Okay, Robert, I suggest we take a final quick break. We'll leave the players on camera and we'll be back in just a few minutes for the end of this game. And we're back for the final part here of this round one of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. Vidit is still fighting to get the full point against Sam Shankland, but Robert, it looks like he is making big progress now.
And a great lesson in how to convert a winning position. He did not rush. He did not play knight g6, which probably was winning with precise play. He just went d5 so that he could put his knight on e6 in the near future, or he can just use his d-pawn as a decoy that the king will have to take it. The rook will be able to win this knight over here on f8. So I really like what Vidit has done. He's showing excellent technique. Sam has been putting up a great fight. Most players would have lost many moves ago, but Sam made Vidit's life as difficult as possible. And yet it is Vidit Gujrati who is still going to get his first tournament victory here in the 2022 Tata Steel Tournament.
Absolutely, and things are under control for him now. It's always nice when your king is standing in a spot where it cannot be checked, where it isn't in any danger. Sam's king, meanwhile, has been pushed back to the first rank, where it is tied. Well, where the knight is pinned, tied to the king, and yeah, it just looks like there's too many threats now. Knight e6, just pushing the d-pawn, and black cannot move the knight any longer. Can move the king to f7, but that isn't going to help. So yeah, I think the end really is near now.
Yes, and Shankland's still calculating. He's really working at the board here. He's not given up. He may mentally be ready to resign. He knows that the game is winning for Vidit, but he's really trying to make things as complicated as possible. And that's the way to save games like this. You need to be resourceful. You need to dig deep. You need to find every last effort that is confusing for your opponent or says that there's only one way to win and make your opponent find it. But in a position like this, the way Vidit's been playing, it's not surprising that he is about to secure the full point.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sam sort of going through the motions here, looking at this position one last time, but there is just there is nothing. And Vidit here having been made to work very hard for the full point, but I think these players, it doesn't matter, even if they have to sit at the board every time for 7 hours. I think a full point is always so sweet in this kind of super elite tournament, so they don't mind. And the time goes by quite, I don't know if you can relate, Robert, probably, but the time goes by quite quickly when you sit at the board.
It does. You don't even realize how long the game just went. Then you try to stand up and you're like, well, my legs are wobbly. I've been sitting here for a long time. And then you talk to your opponent, do an interview, walk back to the hotel. You get to the hotel, you sit down, you're like, I am exhausted. I need to sleep. And then you look at the clock and you're like, no, I can't sleep for a couple more hours. And guess what? You need to prepare for the next day. So the challenge remains for Vidit to win this game. And then, as we saw earlier, his second round pairing is white against the other American player, Fabiano Caruana. So Vidit gets the double white. He gets the back-to-back Americans. And well, he wants to make this tournament a hugely successful one.
Absolutely. And then tomorrow, well, I've somehow managed to miss it earlier, but I'm sure the chat won't have missed it. Karyakin will be playing Dubov. There was a bit of drama going on there in the aftermath of the match. And then, well, Carlsen, Anish, especially here at Tata Steel, where Anish is on home turf, is always an exciting one.
And Shankland gets the white pieces against Niels Grandelius tomorrow. So that should be interesting. We'll see what Sam will cook up at home for his preparation. But that's also one of those sort of trap games where you're like, oh, I'm playing Niels. He's lower rated than I am. He's the second lowest rated player in the field after Pragnananda. Like, that's a game I have to win. No, there are no have-tos in a tournament like this. Niels can beat any player in this field with the black pieces. So you can't get into that mindset. You can't be results oriented. But in this moment right now, of course, the players are results oriented. It's towards the end of the game, and Vidit, he really played a nice game today. I thought that he held control throughout. He never gave Shankland any chance to play for an initiative, and Shankland tried his best to hold steady, and yet Vidit was able to outplay him in this endgame.
In hindsight, would you say that this, what was it? Was it F6? The F6 move by Sam. What was the move?
It was F6.
Yeah. In hindsight, would you think that that was one of the turning points where things really became very difficult?
Yeah, I think it was just the type of position that arose from the opening. Like, it was a situation where, yes, the engine says white's only slightly better, but you never feel like you're coming close to equalizing. You start seeing all these ideas that Vidit has. And so Shankland's sitting there trying to figure out, okay, he can do this, that, a third thing, maybe 8 different options. And what am I going to do? I'm going to respond to those options, but I can't create counterplay for myself. And he tried his best. He did strike when the moment called for it with C5 earlier in the game, but ultimately he never really had a chance to play for anything but neutralizing his disadvantage, and that's not comfortable. A lot of players don't enjoy that. One player who's fine with it, as mentioned numerous times at this point, is Karyakin, and he was able to survive today's game, but most players just are miserable sitting and trying to defend a 2-result position.
Yeah, it's those are some depressing days at the office. Unfortunately, it just happens sometimes. So yeah, tough day at the office for Sam. But as we mentioned, for Vidit, it's a great start to the tournament. What's Sam's remaining clock time? Around 15 minutes. But I think this, looking back, often indicates where was my opponent. Sometimes looking around when it's frustrating when you want to resign. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but it has happened before that you want to resign and your opponent is just not there.
Right. It's like, I want this game to end now. I know I've been making you find accurate moves for over 6 hours, but right now I just want to go. Where are you? Wait, is that Vidit running?
Yeah, it is.
Oh gosh.
Maybe he saw Sam looking for him and he was like, I'm here, Sam. I'm back.
Don't you worry. He has plenty of time, but you don't really want to have your clock ticking and then need that time that you let elapse. So that was pretty funny, though. Vidit sprinting back from the bathroom.
But no time has elapsed because Sam is still thinking. I think sometimes you can also just, if you're not totally sure how much time you had or how long you were gone for, like, that's the last thing you want, to return to the board and suddenly it's like the clock says you have 10 seconds. I sometimes have nightmares about that kind of stuff. Like, I come to the board and the position has been changed, or the clock has, like, all my time has disappeared.
Do you want to talk about it?
Hmm?
Do you want to talk about it?
I'll talk about it with chat, Robert. Don't worry.
I don't know. It just sounds like this is something that you struggle with, and I just want to make sure that you knew that I was here if you wanted to discuss it.
I appreciate that. Do you never have chess nightmares?
I don't dream about chess ever.
Are you serious?
I'm completely serious.
But you do dream.
I do dream.
Interesting.
I dream a dream of time gone by.
Such a poet.
Yeah, no, I don't dream about chess ever. So I can't totally relate, but I will listen and I will take it in. I will give you just an ear to speak to.
One of my worst chess nightmares was when they introduced the zero tolerance rule. I had a couple of nightmares that it was like a big tournament like the Olympiad, and I couldn't find my board. And I knew I was gonna be defaulted. I was in the playing hall, but I just couldn't find couldn't find the board. So very, very stressful dreams.
I honestly, that does sound stressful. Wow. I can't even imagine how I would feel if I woke up from that kind of nightmare. But
meanwhile, in the game, thankfully they've made some moves with that d pawn now all the way up on d6, just two squares away from becoming a new queen. So Sam is trying to stop at that by putting his own rook behind the d pawn. But here finally comes this move we've been talking about for a long time, knight g6, and now the black knight on f8 is going to drop, and very important, Vidit is going to save one of the two pawns.
Right, he's going to bring his king to e5, then bring his king to d5, and then you have to deal with both those pawns that are advanced. And even if you end up trading knights rather than losing the knights, that pawn that was on d4 is now on d6, and the king is helping support it, so it will reach the other side, promote, and black can at best sacrifice the rook for it, in which case it's just a lost position.
And I wonder where Vidit is going to hide the king. But now he's off on d5. Maybe he will hide behind the black pawn.
That would be something. I mean, so many checks, but the king can just keep sprinting. King c6.
King c6 is on the board indeed. Do you think that's genuinely where he's off to, a6?
He might stop at b5 and then decide, do I want to take the pawn or do I want to hide on a6? Both of which are completely winning.
So Sam has paused, but what are the alternatives to keep tracking? I mean, right now there's a mate in one threat of rook takes f8.
And if king f7, rook takes f8, king takes g6, the problem is this pawn is going to d7 and promoting. So that doesn't help. He gives another check, but the king can just run. And I don't think it matters where Vidit puts that king right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's probably going to go to b5. And then if another check comes, he can think about, as you said, does he want to take the pawn on a5? Does he want to hide the king?
Maybe this is a little bit of a sad question, but is there anything worse than losing like a 6+ hour chess game?
No, I find these really brutal, especially a game like today where you never like those games where you just defend the whole game and you sort of know from the start this is not going to be a fun day, and it isn't a fun day, and yeah, these are rough.
Yeah, it's one of these games, if you make a one-move blunder and you drop your queen, you can just be like, all right, that won't happen again. But then when you lose a game like this, where you're outplayed pretty much from the earliest stages, then you start getting in your own head, like, am I not playing well? Like, what do I need to work on? Am I not in form? And then you start questioning a lot of things. So I think for Vidit, couldn't ask for a better start. For Shankland, I mean, it's really a rough beginning to this event. Of course, he can right the ship at any moment. He gets the white pieces tomorrow, but this has not been a game that he has enjoyed, that's for sure.
But Robert, what do you find worse? The kind of game that we saw today where you don't have a chance and you lose after 6 hours plus, or if you were winning and then lose?
Oh, yeah. Winning, like when you're well ahead and you lose, that feels terrible. That's for sure.
It's even worse, right? Those are probably the worst. But yeah, today hasn't been a fun day, but I think we're coming towards the end of the torch. And again, it's not to say, I think we've pointed out plenty of times, I think Sam did fantastic and really pushed Vidit to the limit, who had to remain vigilant at all times. There were a lot of tricks along the way. I think I had, for example, written off this endgame way too soon. So he did fight, but Vidit just stayed on his guards and didn't allow any tricks.
And that's the thing about these 2,700 plus super grandmasters, is that even in lost positions, they make your life a nightmare. They're like, you're not going to win without ultra precision, and it may take you 30 more moves. And these two are used to it, right? They know that when they're playing their colleagues, that it's never going to be easy. But I think it's something that we can often take for granted if we're not in the events ourselves, or we're just like watching with an engine, just like how difficult the task has been for Vidit. And now look at Sam play king to d7, giving up his knight, which was pinned, and he's just trying to win those final 2 pawns. You said this a long time ago, Fiona. If somehow Sam can take both D and F pawns, he will draw this game. So Vidit still needs to be careful and keep that in mind.
Absolutely. So that is, I guess, what Sam is still trying to do now. But Vidit has captured the knight on f8 with the rook. And all he needs to do now is be careful not to lose that final f-pawn. So let's have a look at this position. Can we go f7 immediately?
Yeah, f7 for sure wins, because you can put your knight on h8 and then move your rook and then promote. It's a very weird move, but knight h8 will help free the rook.
You know, I see this question in the chat, and it's one of the questions that I've been finding hardest to answer lately with so many new people coming into chess. The question about, in this case, it was asked by James Smith, what are they writing on the notes? I don't know much about competitive chess. And the question of why do they write down the moves? And I found it hard to answer, other than it is a tradition. And what's your answer?
Yeah, people these days even know how to write anymore with pen and paper? Like, we're typing all the time using our phones, but it is a tradition. There are certain moments where it's necessary, where let's say you're approaching move 40, but you can't ask anybody, what move are we on? You need to know what move you're on as you approach time control. So those are the moments where knowing the move is important. Otherwise, I think it's often just a waste of paper, and that's not great for the environment. So we could save some trees by not notating, and they don't notate at quicker time control. So if you've been watching Rapid and Blitz chess, no notation to be found there. And I don't really think it's very necessary in this day and age, but maybe I'm not looking at the whole picture and why it's a good thing that we notate at this point.
Of course, there is also, as Big pointed out here, the threefold repetition. In those cases, it's also useful. And yeah, in general, I mean, it's a tradition that I like. I hope it doesn't go anywhere, but yeah, I agree with you that there are many cases now where it's become a little bit redundant. So the white king has found shelter now on a4. Sam plays king e6.
And there it is, knight h8. Knight e5 also was winning.
And there is the handshake.
Indeed, and deserved victory for Vidit, but look at Sam Shankland. He's really upset right now, probably frustrated with the way he played. And Vidit, on the other hand, he should be all smiles. He just won a fine technical game in the first round in Tata Steel Chess 2022.
Absolutely. Kudos to Vidit. I'm sure we will be hearing for him in a quick interview, but a tough day for Sam, who looks visibly disappointed. Robert, we are going to take a final quick break before we come back with the standings after round one, but also our Game of the Day recap. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. Welcome back for a final time to this first round of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. Robert, I think actually, well, I see that Vidit is getting ready for an interview, so we might hear from Vidit first, and then we'll just have a quick look at the results and the standings after day one. But let's go straight to Vidit.
Vidit, congratulations. That was a lot of hard work.
Yeah, it should have been easier. I felt like close to move 35 or something. I had a big advantage, and probably my technique at that point was not the best. So I really had to get down and start thinking after a while. And I feel like I played decently towards the end. Maybe he had some chances, I don't know. But I felt like I did the best I could after a certain point.
Yeah, well, maybe chances, but only little chances for draw. I mean, and it was for the whole game that you were better all the time and pressing.
Yeah, I mean, out of the opening, I don't think I was really better. He almost equalized. But at some point, he started to play for activity with c5 and stuff like that, which allowed his pawns to be very weak. And I managed to gain an advantage after that. But I feel at that point it should have been very close to winning. But I allowed him some counterplay. That's why it was a long game.
Okay, but in the end you prevailed. So
yes,
congratulations.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
So Vidit, despite the fact he felt he allowed some counter chances, of course, thrilled with his victory here to start this Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. So he joins Jorden van Foreest and Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the lead here after day one. Those three players have won their games, so Duda, Vidit and Van Foreest. Then a big group, of course, of players on half out of one who drew their games today. And at the bottom, the three players who were on the losing end, Rapport, Shankland and Grandelius. And then Robert, one more time, what do we have to look forward to tomorrow?
We have some great matchups, of course. The highlight, Magnus versus Anish, the Russian derby between Carlsen and Dubov, especially with their recent, let's just say, controversy sparked by what Sergei thought was disrespect towards Russia by Dubov working with Carlsen. But all that aside, one game I am particularly interested in is Rapport with the white pieces against Van Foreest, because when you lose a game, you often want to just win the next game. You need to right the ship, you need to score. And so Rapport is the white pieces. He's the higher rated player against Jorden van Foreest, but Jorden is exceptionally well prepared, though Rapport is maybe the hardest person in the world to prepare for because he plays something new pretty much every game. So I'm really excited to see what the opening of that game is like, how that one goes. But I think that either player can win that game.
Absolutely, some very exciting clashes. And tomorrow we'll be back for round two. The round will start at 2 p.m. Central European time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific time. And we will be live, I believe, around 10 to 15 minutes before the start of the round with some pre-round action. So Robert, today's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for being here by my side. A big thank you to the chat and the first round of many, many more to come.
Well, it was a pleasure. Thank you, Fiona, for being alongside me for what was a great first day. I'm so stoked for the rest of this tournament.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely night or day, depending on where you are. And we will see you tomorrow for round two.